in a frightening place surrounded by dragons flying in the sky. Meanwhile, Vermith the hero and his 4 companions set off for the demon kingdom of Helmuth to conquer the demon king. They had defeated 3 of the 5 demon lords, and there are only 2 demon lords left. On the way to where the 2 demon lords were, they continued to defeat the subordinate demons they encountered along the way. In addition to their incredible strength, they easily beat the Crocs. Meanwhile, the 4 colleagues who helped Vermith were the wise Sienna, the faithful Anis, the brave Mahlon, and the stupid Hamel, who was always with Vermith, not willing if Vermith surpassed him. Hamel regards Vermith as his rival, but no one admits this. Then after they slaughtered the crooks, they relaxed. When an attack headed towards Vermith, Hamel realized that he shouted for Vermith and tried to protect Vermith, but the attack hit right in the middle of Hamel's chest, which immediately made a hole in it. Hamel coughed up blood, then fell to the ground. The attacker, who was none other than the demon, laughed at that. Vermith quickly noticed and immediately attacked the demon before it managed to launch its next attack. With the power of the sword that Vermith had, he succeeded in slashing the demon's body into 2 parts. The 3 colleagues, who realized that Hamel's body was seriously injured, immediately ran toward Hamel with feelings of fear and sadness. They surrounded Hamel's body that was lying on the floor. Then Vermith said that there was no benefit if Hamel died like that. Hamel replied that according to him death was quite noble. For the rest of his life, Hamel regretted not being more honest with his colleagues. He then advised Vermith that Vermith must defeat the demon kings. Vermith held Hamel's dying hand and said that he swore in his name as a hero that he would defeat all demon lords. Hearing what Vermith said, Hamel smiled and asked Anis to pray for him. He told Mahlon that he was a brave knight more than anyone else. Hamel was about to say he loved Sienna, but all of that immediately made him sober and angry. Of course, he wouldn't say such a thing. Hamel, who has now been reincarnated into 13-year-old Eugene Lionheart, is very upset reading that. If he finds the original author, he will beat him up. Aside from why the others were given a good title in the book while he was referred to as the Fool, he assumed that it seemed like the book was written by someone he beat up 300 years before his death. Eugene says they let that writer write such a book. Did they never think about defending their comrade's honor? However, he couldn't blame his comrades either, as no one would have thought that he would be reincarnated with the memories of his previous life. He's Hamel, who died 300 years ago while trying to subdue the demon lords, and he's currently reincarnated as a descendant of the hero Vermith. In his previous life, Vermith had more concubines than his legal wives. Though, as Eugene recalls, Vermith wasn't the type to think about women before, but that seems to have changed with age. That's understandable actually, because he's the only ordinary human there. In Vermith's family tree, the only family members recognized as his lineage are descendants of his main wife, while additional lineages are not recognized. Eugene also has the surname Lionheart, but he comes from an additional bloodline. Before the bloodline continuation ceremony was held, additional descendants were forbidden from wielding real swords and were forbidden from practicing mana. That was the reason why Eugene could only practice using a wooden sword, but he was sure that it would end that day. Eugene practiced as hard as he could to become great, so that every time he practiced the doll he used was always destroyed, so his father was confused about it. Especially when his father saw Eugene's body, who was still 13 years old, so muscular and strong. Besides that, he thought he would lose if he fought Eugene hand to hand. Eugene was indeed his son, but sometimes he frightened his father with his strength as if there was an air that was not childlike and a glare that conveyed no naivety at all. Even though he lost his mother when he was young, he does not grieve for it. Meanwhile, after succeeding in successfully destroying his practice bag, Eugene grumbles. He says that it's because of his trash blacksmith skills. Moreover, the main breed is not like the auxiliary breed. They could practice using real swords and also develop their mana. Then in the end they would just stop the auxiliary bloodline's attempts to usurp the main bloodline position since they were young. The father thought that Eugene had extraordinary talent, so great that he doubted whether he was his child or not. If Eugene had been born in the main bloodline, or rather if Eugene hadn't been as gifted as his father, he probably wouldn't have suffered from the discrepancy between his extraordinary talent and reality. Meanwhile, the father then warned about the bloodline continuation ceremony which would be held tomorrow. The bloodline continuation ceremony itself is a tradition held every 10 years in the Lionheart family. At the event from both bloodlines, all children between the ages of 10 and 15 gather at the main residence, and they look to see who deserved to be called Lionheart. His father told Eugene never to try to compete with a child from the main bloodline. No matter how talented you are, you can't possibly face a child of the main lineage. They had trained with mana and fought with whatever weapon they wanted. Even though his mouth said he wouldn't do that, Eugene's heart said otherwise, that he would surely beat them all because there would be a competition for the abilities of 10-year-old boys. It would be too boring for him, he would fall asleep. In the bloodline continuation ceremony, there will be 3 children from the main bloodline and 6 children from the auxiliary bloodline who will compete. One of the children from the main lineage must have been the son of the first wife, and the other two were twins from the second wife. Apart from the two sons of an additional bloodline who held relatively higher authority, the others were just trash. At the time after that, Eugene also went by horse carriage to the main residence. In his previous life as Hamel, he was a genius. Since childhood, he never had a problem learning new things, and his growth was faster than others. However, he is not a real genius. Being an expert in swordsmanship and magic, he is called the god of war and the master of all. He is the great Vermouth. He was descended from a duke in his imperial house of Kiel until he eventually gave up his title. He was worshipped as a hero until the end of his life, while the other is the wise Sienna. The mischievous girl was invited to the magic kingdom of Eroth and was chosen as the youngest head witch of the magic tower. The faithful Annis, the dirty-hearted girl, is also called Saintess in the Ura's holy empire. There are even some holy books that were written based on the teachings that still exist today. The brave Malon. Eugene can't believe that idiot ended up creating his empire. Eugene heard that in the end, everyone can live in prosperity. However, why is the demon lord still alive and well, even though they all promised to defeat the demon kings? He died in the captivity of the demon king's castle, a promise made by Vermouth with the demon lord of captivity after his death. Thanks to that promise, the war against the demon king ended and the world became peaceful. And that peace continues today, 300 years later. Then Sir Gordon, who saw Eugene was silent, said that he was a little nervous. He thought that if Eugene was nervous, it would be very difficult for him to stay in the main residence. Then after several chats that made Eugene even more dislike Sir Curtain, and finally they arrived at the main residence of the Lionheart family. Arriving at the main family's residence, there was no definite greeting for Eugene, who was from an additional family. Eugene and Sir Gordon passed through the entrance along the way with many flagpoles representing Vermouth's Lionheart. Eugene felt a little sad to see that, because the only ones who could wear the lion emblem on their chest were the direct descendants of Lionheart. After that, Eugene asks about his brother, who according to Sir Curtain still hasn't arrived, and Eugene is the first to arrive. He then led Eugene toward the living room. A maid greeted Eugene and said that she would serve Eugene while there. That was pretty good for Eugene because they also provided him with a personal butler. Eugene gets acquainted with the maid, who turns out to be 16 years old. Seeing that Eugene thinks cunningly about their plan, who plans to scold him if she scolds him for a small mistake. It seemed they like to bother him. Then Eugene asks the maid about when his siblings are coming there. According to the maid, they will come in 4 days. Then Eugene asks to show him the training ground. Meanwhile, 2 boys and a girl are discussing Eugene, the son of an additional offspring who is the same age as them. They heard Eugene was from a place far from the western part of the empire. They continued to taunt Eugene, who must only know how to work with a pitchfork and came with a cart that reeked of cow dung. Then after that, they were about to go to where Eugene was. Meanwhile, other children were watching from the window of the room above. In different places, Eugene trained diligently. He was never lazy about training, even once in his previous life as Hamel, but after being reincarnated, he always trained his body to the extreme. No matter how hard the training was, his body could adapt well. Besides, minor wounds healed quickly. Moreover, the body of the Vermouth descendant was extraordinary, more so than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the maid who saw that couldn't believe it, because it was so extraordinary. She couldn't believe that Eugene could move like that, even though he had a sandbag in his hand and a spear. Not long after, the 2 children came and immediately reprimanded Eugene, who was practicing. They asked what he was doing. It turned out that the 2 people were young Master Cyan and Miss Seal. Cyan, who felt that his question had not been answered, asked again what Eugene was doing. Eugene stopped his practice and answered that question with another question, that he was practicing using a spear, after which it ended with a sentence of ridicule. Seal provoked Cyan. She said that according to him, Eugene, a country boy, had just called Cyan an idiot. Cyan, who heard that, was immediately angry and shouted. He forced Eugene to apologize for the insult he had done. Then Eugene said sorry briefly. Cyan knew that it wasn't serious, then asked Eugene to lower his head and sincerely apologize. Eugene replies that he isn't the same age as him. He thinks they are friends. Why should he bow his head to Cyan? However, Cyan still refuses to be friends with people like him, because being a Lionheart doesn't mean they can be friends. Seal then reminded Cyan about the cart, which made Cyan immediately ask Eugene to clean the cart that brought him to that place. He was sure that the cart must smell of cow dung. Hearing what Cyan said, Eugene asked Nina the maid to clean the cart that brought him here. Cyan didn't accept what Eugene said, because he told Eugene to clean his cart, but instead, Eugene ordered his plan, especially since Cyan was still there. Cyan asks Eugene, did Eugene ignore his orders? Even though he is Cyan Lionheart, Eugene doesn't seem to care about Cyan's anger. He instead introduces himself that he is Eugene Lionheart. Nice to meet him, and I hope they can get along well. After that, Seal introduced himself as Seal Lionheart. Cyan was still angry with that. He had no intention of becoming familiar with Eugene. You ignore his orders and also insult him. Cyan then picks up a wooden sword to challenge Eugene to a one-on-one duel. An angry Cyan invites Eugene to a duel. Eugene can only smile wryly, then he says that Cyan cannot say a duel that easily. Then told Cyan to stop bothering him and asked him to leave there. Hearing what Eugene said, Cyan scoffed and said whether Eugene was afraid of his challenge to a duel. If so, Eugene should lower his head and apologize to Cyan. Eugene says that he isn't afraid of Cyan, he just doesn't want to duel Cyan and he doesn't want to apologize. Cyan screams and says if he doesn't want to do this, he doesn't want to do that. Is Eugene going to keep running away? It seems his parents didn't teach him what honor is. Hearing Cyan continue to grumble, Eugene took off his glove which was filled with sand. Seeing that, Cyan was surprised and asked what that was, while Eugene agrees to duel with Cyan. After that, Eugene threw his heavy coat, which made Cyan even more disbelieving about it. It turns out that all this time Eugene has been practicing with weights. Cyan thought it was just a decoration to make him look cool, but how else was he the one who insisted on having a duel? If he resigns, Seal will make fun of me for the rest of his life. If he wants to get honor again, he must punish him. Then Cyan said emphatically that he was inviting Eugene to a duel. Eugene accepts it, then with one strike with his spear which hits Cyan's stomach, Cyan falls and loses. Seeing this, Seal was shocked and didn't know what to do. Eugene admits to himself that he won the duel. Seal approached his brother and assured him that he was fine. Without having time to answer, Cyan instead vomited. Seal then looked at Eugene with a look of disapproval. Seal said that it was unfair, the duel just now was very dishonorable. Does Eugene ask what's unfair? The duel started as soon as he threw his handkerchief. It was the fault of a reckless person. Then Seal accused Eugene of using mana, but Eugene refused and said that additional bloodlines could not train mana before the main bloodline. Seal couldn't believe it and still accused Eugene if he lied. How could he swing his spear while wearing weight without using mana? Moreover, Eugene's attacks are too fast so Cyan is hit by an attack and can't counter it. Seal's words received praise from Eugene. Then he said that Cyan didn't just teach one-sidedly. As soon as he was hit, he immediately jumped back and reduced the impact. They shouldn't have a real experience, simply amazing. Then Eugene said that if he calculates the possibility of his development, there is still a chance even though he is quite trash even though he is a descendant of Vermouth. Cyan tried to stand up and said that Eugene's attack was cunning. Eugene countered that by saying that if Cyan was indeed a noble descendant of the main line of the Lionheart bloodline, he should humbly say I lose. However, after that, it seemed like Eugene had to hold back because he had made Cyan of the main house like that. A difficult situation wouldn't happen to him, would it? After that, a servant from Cyan came in a hurry. Eugene sees a lion badge on his chest, which means he is a worker from the main family, and it seems that the maid's abilities are quite good. Cyan had a sad face and called the maid Hezar. Cyan tells Hezar that he lost to Eugene, whom he calls a country boy. He admits that he was the one who pressed for a duel, but he loses instead. Hearing this, Hezar then introduced himself that he was assigned to serve young Master Cyan. Then Eugene introduces himself that he is also a descendant of Lionheart from the province of Gidal. Hezar immediately guesses that Sir Gerhardt's residence is there, which turns out to be Eugene's father. Hezar then asks Eugene to explain everything that happened. Eugene then says that Cyan provoked him into a duel and also insulted his father. Cyan does not accept Eugene's words because he feels he has never said that. Does Eugene reply with a question? Didn't he learn what honor is from his father? And also called Eugene a loser. According to Eugene, not only did Cyan insult him but he also insulted his father. Then asked Hezar if there was a reason why he shouldn't have accepted the duel. Hezar replied that the reason was acceptable. After that, he invites Cyan to treat his wound. Dan tells Eugene that they will meet next time. Seal waved as well as Eugene. After that, Eugene enjoyed his food which was quite a lot with gusto. Not long after Nina came, Eugene asked what he found. Nina replied that tomorrow afternoon young Master Deacon, Hansen, and Jewies were expected to arrive, and in the afternoon young Master Gargis and Miss Tessera would come through the warp gate. Hearing that Eugene thought that they all came sooner than expected, it was the start of the celebration of the continuation of the bloodline. After a while, Eugene came out and stood facing the main residence building. He said that from now on he would mess with the offspring of Vermouth. However, Eugene says that Vermouth shouldn't be disappointed, but that doesn't mean he's willing to become one of his descendants. Damn, reincarnation. Hezar, Cyan, and Seal entered a room where there was the second wife from the bloodline that was none other than Cyan and Seal's mother, Anicelia. Hezar tells Anicelia that Cyan lost a duel to a child of the auxiliary bloodline. Hearing that made Anicelia call Cyan to come closer to her. After Cyan was nearby, Anicelia stabbed Cyan's chest with a blunt object which made Cyan feel pain, but Anicelia didn't care and kept asking about what happened. Anicelia then asked Hezar wasn't he sure that he had never practiced how to use mana. Hezar replied that it was true that Eugene had no traces of mana in his body. Then Anicelia called Seal and asked what caused Cyan's defeat. Seal said that at the start of the fight, Eugene thrust his spear. Cyan was shocked and tried to back away, but Eugene's spear was faster than his brother's. Anicelia understood that the fight was over in one strike. Cyan called his mother. Anicelia slapped him instead and shouted at Cyan, how dare he challenge someone and lose in front of those lowly people. Not only that, but losing against a brat who had no mana. His father was coming back from the bloodline continuation ritual. What should Anicelia tell him later? Hearing that Cyan apologized and he was really sorry for his defeat. Anicelia then called Hezar and said that now she would have killed Hezar with her own hands, but he was her husband's favorite bodyguard, therefore she asked to train Cyan so she would not embarrass her again. Hezar nodded, then led Cyan to walk away from there. Now there is only Anicelia and Seal. Anicelia then asks Seal to continue to be close to Eugene, because the boy is strong enough that he can beat Cyan. Even though Anicelia wants Eugene to be killed now, she will become the main suspect later, and in the Lionheart family, if there is a murder, the guardians of the family code will be deployed. Anicelia really didn't want that to happen. Anicelia said that getting along with Eugene was pretty good, while Seal agreed and also wanted to know more about Eugene. She would be friends with Eugene. The next day, the three inheritors of the auxiliary bloodline arrived. They are 11-year-old Deacon, 14-year-old Hansen, and 10-year-old Jewies. Nina calls out to Eugene, who is still training, and says that an additional breed has arrived. Besides that, Nina also said that the family head of Lionheart was there. Nina then gave a change of clothes to Eugene for him to quickly do the welcoming, even though she knew that Eugene would arrive later than the others. Soon Eugene lined up with other additional bloodlines to welcome the head of the Lionheart family. Meanwhile, Eugene saw a woman standing beside Cyan and Seal, namely Anicelia, the second wife. And the person in front of him was the legal wife of Theonis, and beside him was the first son of the main family, and also the first direct successor, that was Iode Lionheart. Soon Gilad Lionheart and his brother Jin arrived. Gilad then approached Iode and told him that he had grown up, and asked if his abilities had grown too. Iode said that he did his best to live up to his father's expectations. After that, Gilad greeted Seal and Cyan, who then said that they missed their father, another greeting with other members of the Lionheart family, including children from additional families. Gilad then invited them to eat together while discussing the bloodline continuation ritual. All the Lionhearts, including the main and add-ons, ate together, and Eugene was sure to be there. Eugene looked at Garces and Desera, the two people who came with the head of the family. They were wearing warp gates. Were they from the two families that were considered the best of all the families of the reserve line? Then Eugene asked who the foreigners were there. Wasn't the banquet for the families and their children participating? Seal, who was also curious, asked his father about it. Gilad had wanted to introduce the man later but had to be forced into it sooner, and the stranger introduced himself as Loberian from the Red Tower. Hearing Loberian's name, everyone there was shocked, including Iode. While Eugene vomited his coffee and almost choked, Loberian asked Eugene if he was okay. Eugene replied that there was no problem. Eugene then thinks that if he's from the Red Tower, it means he's Sienna's student, or rather he's a student of Sienna's student. 300 years ago, Sienna managed to become the Tower Master of the Green Tower, and she was the youngest master in the history of Aroth. She completely overhauled the magic books on Aroth, and she continues to accompany and teach students from other towers. Even the Tower Masters are also taught by her, so Tower Masters from Green and Red Towers still consider Sienna the Wise as the Great Master. Eugene didn't expect that he would meet someone related to his old friend here. As Eugene thinks that Gilad then talks to Eugene. Gilad says that he has heard from Theonis that his son insulted Eugene and his father. Eugene says yes, but he doesn't hold a grudge at all, and Gilad asks if it's because he won. Eugene protested and said losing he would be like that too. If he was that weak and couldn't defend his dignity, then he would definitely hold back the shame. Gilad later tells Cyan that he is not ashamed of his defeat, but that he is disappointed that he second-guessed his response while feeling ashamed of his defeat. Gilad knows that the duel started with Cyan's insult, but he does not apologize to Eugene, even after the duel, even though Cyan inflates the name Lionheart and the Great Vermouth is his ancestor. If he has blood, then he'd better learn to respect himself and also his opponent. Cyan apologizes, even though Eugene knows that it was insincere and comes across as forced. Gilad says that if Eugene's father is Gerhardt, he cannot say that he knows his father, but Eugene understands that, even thinks that his family lies in an unknown land. Then Gilad asked if his father taught all that. Eugene replied that his father taught the basic sciences and the rest he learned himself. Hearing that answer, Desera and Garces couldn't believe that Eugene was practicing without anyone teaching him and that he could beat Cyan at that level. After that, the servants brought delicious food there, then they enjoyed the dishes that were available there. After enjoying the food, Gilad said again that the reason he prepared the banquet that day was to explain the details of the blood continuation ritual to them. Gilad knows this sounds strange, but he believes that the traditional method of ritual is very easy. The ritual benefited the main bloodline. Children of the auxiliary bloodline could not train with mana, nor were they allowed to handle real weapons. It would be impossible for the auxiliary family's children to win against the main line if left alone. For this time's ritual, the three Gilad children would be participating. However, he wants to see the potential of not only his children but all of you who carry the name Lionheart. This ritual is there to prove that they are descended from the Great Vermouth. The main lines and the additional lines mean nothing. After Eugene hears that, thinks that the Vermouth breed is more generous than him. Gilade continued his words. Therefore, for the blood continuation ritual this time, Gilade asked for external help, which was none other than the Loberians. Then with Loberian's magic power, he made a schematic on the table. He said for the ritual later, you will walk through the labyrinth he made. All will pass through different gates and defeat the elite monster in the middle. Of course, they have to go through various obstacles and battles before getting there. However, all the events in the labyrinth were illusions that he created with magic. They could have thought it was all real, but it was all fake, like an action-packed adventure. Eugene thought that Loberian didn't only use summoning magic, but high-level mind control magic as well. Tower Masters really should be able to do that. Loberian continued his words. If one of their 9 defeats the main monster, the ritual is over. They will all earn points based on contributions. One of the extra students asked, would it be okay if they failed to get out of the labyrinth? Of course, if they were scared they could just stay silent at the gate, and they definitely wouldn't get any points. Then Eugene asked, what if they beat the main monster? What's the reward? Gilade now replied that they could take 1 treasure from the family treasure vault. Hearing that, Eugene was very interested to hear the gift. After all the banquets and talk, they returned to their respective places as well as Eugene. While in the hall to his place, he had thought arrogantly that he was sure he would win the fight, and thought about what prize he would take from the treasury. However, his steps suddenly stopped when Desera and Garces intercepted him. Garces then asked Eugene if it was true that he had won the duel against Cyan Lionheart. Eugene answered briefly that it was true. After having no other questions, he walked away from there. Garces had tried to hold Eugene, but Eugene didn't care and kept on walking. As the night wore on, Eugene continued to practice very hard when Desera and Garces watched him practice. Desera carried 2 spears in her hands. Garces stepped forward and stood in front of Eugene, then opened his shirt and revealed his body full of big muscles. Eugene looked at him confused. Garces proudly said that Eugene was allowed to touch him. He said that if his family had a secret medicine for growing muscles, it was a medicine that could accelerate muscle growth based on training without accumulating mana in the body. Apart from that, there were no side effects, so he asked Eugene if he was interested. Eugene didn't answer but instead asked if Garces had come to offer him snake oil. Desera came closer and said that it was impossible for the drug to have no side effects. Whether he was a man or a woman, if he used the medicine, he would have a beard. Then Desera said to Eugene that she heard that if Eugene fought with Cyan using a spear, then why was he practicing using a wooden sword? Eugene replies that he uses both a sword and a spear. After hearing that answer, Desera threw a spear at Eugene. Eugene accepts it. Then Desera says that she specializes in spears and invites Eugene to duel using spears. But then Eugene accepted the offer because it seemed easier to fight him than against the muscular man Garces. Not to mention that Eugene was also curious about the abilities of the supreme children of the main bloodline. Then the fight started, but Garces was the referee. He said that even if it was just a duel, it had to be fair. Garces' behavior reminded Eugene of a fool he knew, or indeed a descendant of Malon. Garces started the duel even though Desera didn't believe that Eugene could use a sword and spear. Then Desera intended to show Eugene that spearmanship was not easy, and Eugene can do it without being serious. After Garces' starting signal was shouted, Desera took the initiative to attack and was certain that she would lead the duel. However, then Desera stopped because she felt that there was no gap at all. Eugene asked about it, then Desera tried to attack again, but each of her attacks was easily parried and countered by Eugene. Eugene praised and said that Desera is very strong even without mana. With her development now she has good potential, but it is not yet his opponent. Desera is annoyed with Eugene because all of his attacks can be easily parried without moving at all. However, Eugene's arrogance will be the beginning of his defeat according to Desera. Desera continued to attack Eugene from every side looking for gaps until she found one gap that Eugene might not have been able to block, namely his feet. However, Desera's thoughts were wrong when she was about to hit Eugene's leg. Instead, Eugene stepped on Desera's spearhead. Desera was surprised and kept trying to pull her wand, while Eugene had already pointed his wand at Desera. Garces signaled the end of the duel and said that the match was won by Eugene Lionheart. "We have to work together," Garces said easily as he suddenly entered Eugene's room. Eugene was irritated by that because Garces came in and woke him who had just been sleeping just to say that. Garces didn't care because he wanted to hear Eugene's answer. Then Eugene said that Garces had heard about the bloodline continuation ritual from the family leader. They would all enter from different places, so how could they work together? Garces answered that although the entry points are different, the goal is the same. In the center of the boss monster maze, the twins of the main house will also cooperate. So in conclusion, Garces wanted them to gather in the middle and fight the boss monsters together. Eugene said that he was sure he could beat him alone. Desera, who was there, scoffed that Eugene was arrogant, although she admitted that Eugene was indeed strong. But if Eugene helped them, they would be able to defeat the boss monster. Eugene asks Desera why she is so eager to kill the monster. Then Desera replied that in the bloodline continuation ritual where the main bloodline and auxiliary bloodline participate, the auxiliary bloodline never wins at all. But this time they have a chance. Garces and Desera and Eugene defeat Cyan. Then Desera asked if Eugene didn't want to beat the main line. Of course, without being asked, Eugene would definitely want to. Meanwhile, at Anicilia's place, she was thinking about the Red Tower Aeroth, who was invited to the bloodline continuation ritual that might have come to take Iode as his apprentice. Because from a young age, Iode preferred reading books to wearing his body. He also has an interest in magic and learns it bit by bit. If Iode might end up becoming the Red Tower Master's apprentice, he would have no other choice but to temporarily leave the main house, during which time Cyan and Seal would continue to thrive, and if that happened it would be tantamount to Iode giving up his position as the next heir. The bloodline continuation ritual, according to Anicilia, is a problem. Her children will continue to live with a bad outlook because they were born from a second wife. Even though once they manage to maintain their position, they will stand confidently. However, on the one hand, Anicilia remembers about Eugene, because that child's talent is extraordinary and could end up embarrassing the entire main lineage. 3 days later, the bloodline continuation ritual finally started. 9 children had gathered in front of the labyrinth gate. There were also Gilead and Loberian. Then, before starting, Loberian gave them magic and let them make their own weapons. They made each weapon what they wanted, and after that, they all got it, and so did Eugene, who made swords and shields. When he was finished, Seal asked Eugene later if he met Eugene in the labyrinth, would he attack Seal? Then Eugene even asked, are they allowed to attack? Gilead replied that of course, it was permissible. The competition was the essence of the bloodline continuation ritual. But in the bloodline continuation ritual, quick decisions and cooperation were also important, because they had the blood of the Lionheart family. After that, Loberian gave them an item and asked them to wear it around their neck. The necklace was connected to their consciousness. If they felt a strong pressure inside the labyrinth, the necklace would react. When that happened, the Loberians would decide it was a dangerous situation and step in. Eugene thought that the necklace was just a precaution. Loberian says if they feel like they can't conquer the maze, they need to squeeze the gem in the necklace and shout, "Help me." That way they would be able to leave the labyrinth. After the explanation was finished, Loberian asked them to go inside the cave, which was the gateway to the labyrinth, and even if they entered from the same gate, once they entered they would be in a different place. The 9 of them enter one by one into the labyrinth. Eugene remembers that he roamed the labyrinth in his previous life until he got bored. Then Eugene looked at the closed top of the labyrinth, then looked at the walls on each side so their movement would be limited. It would be very difficult to equip weapons with a wide range of attacks, which is why he chose a sword and shield. That combination can overcome any situation because it is what children are made to conquer, so the level of difficulty is clear. In the labyrinth, the children also met a slime monster. There was a child who panicked so that he lost to the soft monster and was immediately picked up by Sir Loberian. 1 hour after the start of the bloodline continuation ceremony, when the children had been declared failures and taken out of the labyrinth. With a cold face, Sir Gilead ordered the 3 children to rest. Then Sir Gilead Lionheart and Sir Loberian returned to their seats to watch over the other children who were still trying to survive in the maze. First, Gargis looks very agile when at full power against the goblins. Wanting a swing of his large sword, the teenage boy managed to get rid of 2 small goblins. Even though this brat was a bit clumsy, he could push the opponent so hard. That's why Gargis had no problem defeating monsters. Then there's Desera, who has to face slime monsters in her path. This girl was so agile when she dodged the monster. This little girl tried to stab one of the slime monsters with her spear but failed. She realized that slime monsters were hard to fight with sharp weapons, so Desera decided to just run away from the monster. This girl was agile and also very fast in taking action. She focused on advancing and getting through the labyrinth besides avoiding fights as much as possible. On the other side was Cyan, who seemed to be very careful in his steps. This kid had already been given a labyrinth map cheat sheet before the ceremony started. So he and Seal had studied the map so they wouldn't run into any problems or obvious pitfalls. Cyan picked up a rock to throw in front of him, thereby triggering the trap. Only after the trap failed did he run down the hall. This kid was overly vigilant, but because of his vigilance, he was able to keep himself out of the trap. Cyan's performance wasn't too bad to clear the passage. Then there is Seal, who has to face a goblin monster. This girl managed to avoid the attack and then counterattacked the monster until it was destroyed. Then she continued walking with a broad smile. Unfortunately, this girl had to meet a dead end. Seal used instinct and moved quickly, but she was still immature and sometimes acted childish. On the other hand, there was Sir Gilead's first son, Iota. When facing goblins, the boy was actually amazed because he saw a monster made of magic, until he was surprised that the monster attacked him. Luckily, Iota managed to fend off the monster's attack, then attacked back until the goblin monster was defeated. Sir Loberian comments that Iota has an affinity for magic. The father confirmed this. His first son had always loved magic even since he was a baby. Their family had tried to invite a sorcerer from town, but Iota stopped studying halfway. Sir Loberian asked why. So Sir Gilade explained his son had given up on reality, because Iota believes he must become the next head of the family for the sake of his mother, because magic is of little value to the Vermouth family. Sir Loberian understood that because magic does have a difficult path. Even so, the father still hoped that his son would be able to walk the arcane path. If Iota still had an interest in magic, of course, the boy wouldn't turn down the opportunity to become the apprentice of the Red Tower Master. Sir Loberian couldn't promise that, but he was willing to bring Iota to his acquaintances. And if the boy's potential was still lacking, Sir Loberian could not make Iota his apprentice. Sir Gilade was aware of that. He certainly had no intention of forcing his son on Sir Loberian. After all, this father only hopes that his son will pursue his own dream. Sir Gilade told him that his son admired the wise Moor, Sienna, compared to its own ancestor Vermouth. Sir Loberian was touched to hear that, because in the story from Vermouth the Hero, this young man even really idolizes the wise Sienna, because every time the team is in danger, the girl will appear with new extraordinary magic. Sir Gilade smiled fondly at the memory of the story he had often read as a child. In fact, Sir Gilade's favorite character in the story was neither Sienna nor Vermouth. But just as the family leader wanted to explain who his favorite character was, he suddenly exclaimed in shock at the scene in front of him. Apparently, they saw Eugene finally going to face the enormous goblin. The boy looked perfectly calm even though the goblin swung his arm in preparation to strike him. Quickly, the boy managed to avoid the opponent's attack and immediately counterattacked. Sir Loberian even went so far as to ask who this amazing boy was. Sir Gilade even froze when the boy finally defeated the goblin with his courage and composure. Eugene's name kept ringing in the head of the main house's leader. Eugene Lionheart stepped calmly, leaving the goblin monster that had finally disappeared. The boy's demeanor completely amazed Sir Loberian and Sir Gilade. Even Sir Gilade thought the boy was too impressive for a 13-year-old with no experience, because instead of being frozen in fear, Eugene instead calmly finishes off his opponent. Sir Loberian comments that the troll should have been prepared for a trap, so kids don't need to beat it, just go through it. Sir Loberian even deliberately made the size of the monster bigger than usual. He didn't expect that there would be a child who could defeat him so easily. The two of them considered a child who was born with such astonishing talent a genius. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Gargis seemed overwhelmed by the troll monsters. He was even thrown away with just one punch from the monster. With his body covered in wounds, Gargis is still trying hard to beat the big monster. He ran as hard as he could to slash the monster's leg, then after the monster fell, Gargis struck him right in the chest until the monster screamed in pain and then lost. Gargis shouted at the top of his lungs after finally defeating the troll monster. As soon as it was defeated, the monster immediately disappeared until Gargis fell. At this point, Gargis thought the monster could injure his pride muscle and break his ribs. He was even caught in a trap until his body was covered in wounds and bloodstains. While dragging his big sword, this boy thought the other kids would not be able to get through all of this without getting hurt. In the end, Gargis fainted from being too tired and was injured. Turning to Cyan, the boy looked panicked when he saw a huge troll blocking his path. But quickly the boy realized the huge monster was not for them to beat, so he threw a rock big enough to the other side of the room to get the monster's attention. Then he dashed out from behind the troll's back and managed to dodge them easily. When Cyan managed to escape, he suddenly met Seal's innocent face. They were both surprised to meet even though they entered from different paths. Cyan explained that meant they were almost at the end point. Cyan advises Seal to always be together so that she is always safe and not lost. This time, Cyan was determined to improve his reputation in front of his younger sister because Eugene had previously made fun of him in front of Seal. As the two of them were walking, the younger sister asked that in that illusory labyrinth, any kind of monster could appear, so could ghosts also appear. Cyan immediately stopped with a pale face. The little sister smiled a little seeing her brother's response, but Cyan tried to calm his sister and said if there was a ghost, then the older brother would protect Seal. A second later, a hideous figure appeared in the alley closest to them. Instantly, Cyan immediately screamed in fear at the sight of that shadow. Likewise, the bloody figure who turned out to be Desera also screamed in surprise, while Seal just smiled a small smile in the middle of them. Cyan accuses Desera of scaring him, but Desera says Cyan is even scarier. Cyan asked whose blood covered part of Desera's face. The girl replied that it was her blood because she was caught in a trap. Realizing that there are other competitors, Desera wants to run and win the ambush this time. but she was even accused by Seal of going to run away. Cyan was getting annoyed because this thing looked like an idiot in front of the little sister. So the two of them ran after Desera. Feeling pressured, Desera wondered where the battle lover, Gargiz, apparently the young man, was still unconscious. As a result, Desera had to keep running away from the twins. While running, Desera unknowingly triggers a trap. She ran as fast as she could until she finally reached the end. Cyan panicked a bit when he saw the floor collapse and the distance between the opposite floors was quite large. He didn't want to go around it because he didn't want to look stupid in front of his younger sister. Because he felt he had no choice, Cyan used Mana's energy. With the help of this energy, Cyan can jump that far. Then Cyan asked Seal to jump and catch her. But swiftly Seal jumped on her own and landed more smoothly next to her brother. Cyan was astonished, but he still praised his little sister. Finally, the two of them continued to chase Desera. The two of them continued their chase until they finally arrived in the middle of the labyrinth. They act shocked seeing a very tall buffalo monster. This apparently is the boss monster in the labyrinth. Suddenly Eugene was standing beside the entrance asking why the three of them could enter together. Cyan is shocked and asks why Eugene is still there. Eugene casually answered he deliberately waited for who would reach the middle of the labyrinth first, after himself of course. Cyan wonders why Eugene waited for the first one to come. Seal said that Eugene came first. Even Desera was surprised to see Eugene waiting for them compared to reaching the middle of the maze alone. So this girl was asking if Eugene accepted the cooperation proposal offered by her and Gargiz earlier. Eugene replied that it was not like that. He just wanted to give the upper hand to the first person to come after him. Because if he fights the boss monster himself, he will immediately win. If he did that, it would be too pitiful for those who had worked so hard to come this far. Eugene knew this boss monster wouldn't attack if the participants weren't within a certain distance from it. So the monster will always be on alert. Then Eugene pointed in the order of those who came after him to fight the boss monster first. The first is Desera, Cyan, and then Seal. Such is the fair order according to Eugene. Desera seemed doubtful if she had to fight the monster alone. Eugene advised the girl to just give up considering her body was covered in wounds after going around the labyrinth. But Desera refused to give up. Desera ripped a few of her clothes to make a headband to hold her wound. Then the girl came forward to fight the monsters. At this time Cyan asked if Eugene wouldn't fight. Eugene replies he will fight after everyone's turn is over. Cyan deals by boasting that Eugene's turn will never come since he will be the one to defeat the monster. Eugene smiled mockingly and said if Cyan managed to defeat the monster, then he was willing to call Cyan eldest brother forever. Cyan was stunned to hear that. He asked Eugene to keep the promise. Finally Cyan, Seal, and Eugene sat waiting near the entrance. Cyan knew that the monster was named Minotaurus, an unforgettable monster when it comes to labyrinths. Cyan just realized that the monster was bigger than the previous troll. But according to him, this monster only excels in size because the Minotaurus isn't actually aggressive. So Cyan was confident that he could defeat the monster alone. The Minotaurus' large eyes opened as Desera got near her. This girl was stunned to realize that the monster in front of her was so big from a close look. She tried not to flinch and attacked the monster first. As Desera advanced, the Minotaurus nearly stepped on her. Luckily Desera managed to dodge in time. Then he spun around and re-attacked the monster right at its feet. But it was strange when the sharp tip of her spear couldn't penetrate the monster's skin. Desera was very surprised to see the monster's skin, which was so thick that the spear could not penetrate. Suddenly the Minotaurus caught Desera in his big hand and then spread the girl so that she flew away towards the exit. Seeing this, Seal asked Eugene why the monster ended the fight by throwing instead of continuing to beat. Eugene answered that it wasn't a real monster, so caught in his grasp. Now it's Cyan's turn to go up against the monster. He glanced at Eugene and said he would show the strength of the main bloodline, which was clearly different from the power of the auxiliary bloodline. Eugene only replied with a mocking smile that grew wider. Seeing that, Cyan grew even more irritated. He demonstrated his strength by channeling Mana's energy into the sword and turning it solid. That's the skill Sword's Kai, from which it can cut anything. Desera, who saw the skill, was surprised, because generally it takes 10 years for Mana to train. She was irritated because the gap between the auxiliary bloodline and the main bloodline was indeed that far. Eugene himself also thought that the skill was pretty decent for a kid at Cyan's age. But suddenly the mana in Cyan's sword disappeared. Cyan was surprised to see this. Eugene remembered Sir Gilead's words that he wanted to see the qualities of all children in a fair way. So Eugene deduced that this labyrinth was created by Sir Loberian so that children could not use mana to attack the center of the maze. So if the children can't use mana to create Sword's Kai, then no matter if it's from the main bloodline or the auxiliary bloodline, you will fight on equal terms. Cyan was still panicking because his Kai sword suddenly disappeared even though she still had a lot of mana. Eugene says to the boy if he's going to lose, it's better to just back off. Do not be defeated because of stubbornness. Cyan certainly refused to admit defeat in front of Eugene and his little sister. He will be embarrassed. so he was determined to defeat the monster even though he didn't have Swords Kai. Cyan continued to run toward the Minotaurus monster. Even though the monster tried to catch it with a swift burst, it dodged and then slashed the monster's large arm. With great loyalty also attacked several parts of the monster's body, but failed to stop the monster. In fact, the monster was even more eager to catch Cyan. After a few moments of not being able to take the monster down, Cyan planned to attack the Minotaur's leg. However, it was blocked by the Minotaur's huge knees. Cyan was caught off guard, and he was caught by the monster Minotaurus, then thrown backward until he reached the entrance. Eugene taunts him for losing so easily. Eugene turned to Seal, who had his turn after Cyan. But the little girl refused to fight monsters because she couldn't use Swords Kai in the middle of this labyrinth. Seal's decision makes Eugene think this little girl is smarter than her older brother. So now it's Eugene's turn to step up against the monsters. He immediately put up his shield properly, then advanced calmly towards the Minotaurus monster. Seal asks, can Eugene win? Eugene calmly replies that it can't happen, which is his defeat. He advanced confidently toward the monster Minotaurus. While thinking about how to start attacking, the Minotaurus monster suddenly raised its hand and attacked Eugene first. Fortunately, the boy managed to dodge just fine. He instantly hopped over the arms of all the bars and climbed along them. Finally, Eugene arrived above the head of the Minotaurus. Because it wanted to hit Eugene, who was standing above his head, the monster even accidentally hit his own head because Eugene managed to dodge just in time. As the Minotaurus threw its head back in pain, Eugene didn't waste a chance and tried to slash the monster's throat. The other kids were shocked to see Eugene's attack patterns focused on his monster's neck. Because the first attack failed, Eugene tried to attack and aimed for the monster's neck again. This time it hit the vein in the monster's neck, so it fell and lost. After that, Eugene approached their twin brother and showed off his victory, making Cyan even more furious. Cyan rebutted and said that if he had Swords Kai, then he could defeat that monster easily too. Even though in his heart, Cyan was aware even if she used the Kai swords, she would not be able to defeat the monsters as easily as Eugene did. Cyan secretly grew a sense of admiration for Eugene's figure, but he refuses to admit it. Suddenly all the monster weapons in the labyrinth room slowly disappeared. With this, the children realized that the ceremony was over. Sir Gilade smiled happily from his perch watching. He found Eugene to be amazing for defeating that monster even though he wasn't from the main house and hadn't even trained his mana yet. Sir Loberian confirmed it, because in reality, it is difficult to defeat a Minotaur alone. Especially in this ceremony, children are emphasized to work together. Sir Loberian hoped the children would work together and use different methods. But Eugene can defeat the monsters and bypass the traps with ease. Sir Loberian wonders who the boy is. Sir Gilade replied that it was Eugene Leonhardt. He had never done anything but train hard ever since arriving at that place. Sir Gilade even sent several men to the city of Gidal where he was born to investigate, and Eugene's tenacity was well known there. Sir Gilade believes Eugene was born to be a fighter, because Eugene has a fighting spirit that matches his body. Sir Gilade was delighted to have found such a treasure as Eugene. Sir Loberian asked if Sir Gilade wasn't worried because Eugene was more powerful than his children. With a big difference like this, the difference will be even more obvious the next time Eugene trains Mana. Sir Gilade still has a positive attitude and says it's even more to be proud of, because it means Eugene will make Lionheart's name even more famous. Sir Loberian immediately asked a sharp question, namely what if Eugene wanted to be the next heir, and become the next head of the Lionheart family. Immediately Sir Gilade was at a loss for words. After a while, Sir Gilade said the position of head of the family should be held by the strongest Lionheart. If indeed his children cannot hold that position, then it is Eugene's right. With a piercing look, Sir Gilade added, if they get that weak to protect their birthright, then they are unfit to lead Leonhardt. Sir Loberian apologized for feeling he had crossed the line. This young witch then removed the tent that protected them. Before approaching the children, Sir Loberian suggested to Sir Gilade to adopt Eugene. Sir Gilade was shocked to hear this. According to Sir Loberian, it was disgraceful that the son of the reserved family beat the descendant of the main line in the bloodline ceremony. It was enough to make the reserved family look down on the main family, and that can create a problem. Sir Gilade appreciated Sir Loberian's suggestion. It is also an attractive offer, but before that, they had to congratulate the children who made it to the living room. The 6 children stood, lined up neatly in front of Sir Gilade and Sir Loberian. The head of the family sneered at his first son, Iota, who couldn't even reach the middle of the labyrinth. Sir Gilade suspected that it was because Iota was distracted by different magic and monsters. Sir Gilade was very disappointed that Iota abandoned the main goal because he was blinded by curiosity. According to Sir Gilade, Cyan and Seal are better because they can get through traps and monsters without any problems. Even though they couldn't defeat the Minotaurus, it was simply because their experience was insufficient and it could be overcome with enough practice. Sir Gilade wished all the kids good luck in getting through the maze. Sir Gilade suspected this to be too difficult a test. but apparently the kids can get through it perfectly. Sir Gilade praised Eugene as the most outstanding figure among the 9 children gathered for this ritual. The leader of this family praises Eugene's prowess in overcoming traps and monsters. Especially when fighting trolls, Eugene managed to win and was not injured in the slightest. Gargis was even surprised to hear that Eugene was not hurt in the slightest. He wondered how Eugene could do that with his weak body. Gargis instead contemplates the idea of having Eugene get his family's muscle growth drug. Sir Loberian expected the children to survive in the labyrinth for at least 2 days. But then the young witch realized she had underestimated the children too much. In his heart, Sir Loberian knew, even though they were children, they were still descendants of Vermouth. Just seeing their untapped talent made Sir Loberian happy. Sir Gilade made the boys come back and rest soon, for he will soon have a great feast for the children. So for today, Sir Gilade asked the children to rest and asked them to attend the party the next day. Sir Gilade enlisted the help of Sir Loberian to take the children home. Before that, Sir Gilade called Eugene to go with him. Eugene, who heard that, felt happy and was about to accept it. But before that, Eugene asked why he gave him a present. Sir Gilade confirmed this, because he doesn't need to postpone good things. Seal pouted upon hearing that, because he wanted to get into the underground treasure room. This girl had once asked her father to take her into the dungeons, but in the end, Sir Gilade never once took her there. That's why this girl looks a little sad. Sir Gilade took Eugene for an evening walk through the woods, bathed in the beautiful evening light. Sir Gilade compliments Eugene's skill in using the language of weapons. Eugene tries to humble himself, but Sir Gilade still insists that Eugene is a great figure, because he can defeat monsters with a sword and shield in the labyrinth. He can even use a spear when he duels with Cyan and Desera. Eugene is a little surprised that Sir Gilade knew about his fight with Desera. But if you think about it again, it's only natural considering Sir Gilade is a family leader. Sir Gilade said that the weapon that symbolizes the Lionheart family is the sword. But their ancestor, the Vermouth, was famously skilled in wielding many types of weapons, to the point where he was called the god of the sword and the master of all. But it's not just Sir Vermouth who is skilled at wielding all weapons. His friend Sir Hamel is also a great master just below Sir Vermouth. Eugene replied by saying why Hamel is often called Stupid Hamel in the storybooks he often reads. Sir Gilade laughed at this. He had also heard about it from a book he read when he was young. According to Sir Gilade, if Sir Hamel didn't bother, the story would be boring. Then with a bright smile, Sir Gilade said he liked Sir Hamel more than Sir Vermouth himself. Of course, Eugene was stunned to hear that said by a major leader of the Lionheart family, so he asked why Sir Gilade idolized Hamel more. Sir Gilade explained, compared to the god like Sir Vermouth, Sir Gilade liked the human side of Sir Hamel more, a side that often appears in storybooks. Sir Hamel often feels weaker than Sir Vermouth, but he never gave up. Instead, he kept trying hard to surpass his limits. In the end, Sir Hamel sacrificed himself for his friend. Eugene rubbed his nose proudly. He thought it was obvious that such moral teachings would be featured in storybooks. Then slowly, Eugene said to Sir Gilade that he liked Sir Hamel too. Eugene's sincere words made Sir Gilade smile. Finally, the two of them arrived in front of the entrance of the small tower. They immediately went into the basement. As they walked down the stairs to the room, Sir Gilade said that Eugene was the first person, who was not the head of the family, to enter the secret room. Eugene asks if he's allowed in. Sir Gilade said of course, because he had promised to give Eugene something he wanted as a gift. This has also been discussed with the elders of the Senate today. Eugene knows the elders of the Senate are the old Lion's Lionheart. Including the previous head of the family, they also consisted of important people from the reserve lineage. Then Eugene asked what was in the treasure room. Sir Gilade replied, there is a heritage that goes back hundreds of years. Among them are also relics from Sir Vermouth. Hearing that, Eugene immediately asked if there was a holy sword in that room too. With a proud smile, Sir Gilade confirmed it. But Eugene will not be able to have it, because the holy sword is also the emblem of the Lionheart family. Therefore it cannot be owned by someone. Eugene regrets this. Another reason is, after Sir Vermouth, not a single person has been acknowledged by the holy sword. Eugene was surprised to hear that. Sir Gilade's only reply was that the boy would know once he took hold of his sword. Finally, they both arrived at the end of the stairs. In front of the unique and strict entrance, Sir Gilade bit his finger until it bled. Then he dropped his blood into the lion's head symbol that was in front of the big door. After that, slowly the pattern in front of the door formed the symbol of the Lionheart family, and the door opened. However, only Eugene was told to enter by Sir Gilade. The family leader preferred to wait in front of the door because if he went in with Eugene, the boy would be reluctant and unable to choose as he wished. Eugene bowed while thanking the family leader for the wise consideration. Then without hesitation, he walked into the secret weapon room. The smile on Eugene's face widened as he tried to draw the holy sword for the first time. The holy sword is a sword that has existed since the beginning of the Great Ura's empire. The sword was considered a gift from God. The holy sword was sealed a long time ago in the holy temple. The sword only acknowledges Vermith as its owner. 300 years ago it was that sword that stabbed the demon lord Slaughter, the fifth most powerful entity in the devildom of Helmuth. But after that, the holy sword was only used as a torch when their group had to walk down a dark alley. Now Eugene was standing in front of the sword and trying to pull it. But no matter how hard Eugene pulled it, the sword didn't even budge from its spot. In the end, Eugene couldn't do anything and just gave up, considering that he couldn't even have the sword even though it was removed. Eugene also decided to look for other things. He walked down the aisle to look at the weapons on display. This boy was amazed when he saw a spell, the Swords of Gluttony, a red sword that looks very dynamic. This sword absorbs the mana it cuts and turns it into a source of power. This sword could even cut through powerful spells with a single slash. But the reason Vermith could control a spell so well was because the young man was also an extraordinary magician. This sword is too strong for the current Eugene. Then this boy continued walking and saw another weapon he recognized. Namely, the Dragonian spear Carbos takes a little time to heat up. But this spear can breathe fire as hot as the breath of a dragon. Then there was also the Storm Blade Winneth, a sword gifted by the Wind Spirit King. There's also a bow that can shoot lightning and a sword that can turn into a whip that can be strengthened with mana. There is also a dynamic shield that can ward off all attacks. Because all the weapons in that place are so good, Eugene won't regret choosing any. But out of all that, this boy had yet to see the Moonlight Swords, nor the Demon Spears. 300 years is indeed quite a long time, so it's only fitting that they get a god-tier weapon. Eugene considers taking Winneth, because that weapon can provide wind elements just by holding it. And with enough mana, he could even summon the Wind God. But learning elemental spirit magic was extremely difficult. Even talented magicians had trouble controlling low-level spirits. While contemplating the right choice, this boy decided to wander around and have a look. Inside the room are jewelry and accessories that look amazing, in addition to a variety of weapons. While looking at the range of accessories, suddenly Eugene saw a necklace and immediately took it. The necklace with the red pendant belonged to Hamel in a past life. Memories of his parents being eaten by monsters. Hamel managed to get revenge and wore the necklace until the end of his life. Eugene wonders why the necklace could be there. He suspected Vermith brought back the body. At this point, Eugene realizes that his comrades did not immediately throw him out of their lives. There used to be an agreement between Vermith and the Demon King of Incarceration. The treaty did result in peace, but he's the last Demon King and Helmuth is still alive. This boy thought of his 5 comrades. Even though in the past they often talked about killing the Demon King, in the end, the intention was not resolved. Eugene is annoyed thinking about what pact his partner has made with the demons. He doesn't accept his belongings being kept at the place of the person who betrayed him, especially Vermith. Eugene suspects he is to blame. Maybe his comrades were short on people because he died earlier. Eugene doesn't want to hate Vermith and his colleagues because they must have good reasons to do the deal. Lots of weapons that Eugene wanted in that place. However, he did not want Hamel's necklace left in that place. As a result, Eugene took only the necklace. Of course, Sir Gilade was surprised when the boy only brought out a simple necklace. Sir Gilade even questioned Eugene's willingness again, considering that the vault contained many more interesting treasures. Sir Gilade then asked for the necklace to be seen. When the patriarch looked closely at the necklace, he knew it was old and ugly. The gems also look cheap and appear not specially tempered. Sir Gilade knew it was a cheap necklace. He also wondered why there could be a necklace like that in their family's treasury. Then Sir Gilade showed the necklace over the lion statue, but the statue didn't respond, indicating that it wasn't listed in storage. Sir Gilade stated that the necklace was not Lionheart's property and that it should not have been in the vault. But Eugene insists that he got the necklace from inside the storage room. Sir Gilade explains that the necklace is priceless, so even if Eugene sold it, the money wouldn't be enough to buy a cheap sword. Sir Gilade again asked whether Eugene wanted to have the necklace. With a happy face, Eugene immediately answered yes. Finally, Sir Gilade let the boy have his necklace. But before that, Sir Gilade will ask Loberian to interpret the necklace first, to find out its origins. After that, only Eugene can accept it. Sir Gilade had not expected this boy to pick up something like this. Technically, what Eugene took didn't belong to the Lionheart family, so this brat was allowed to enter and retrieve one treasure from the storage room. Eugene politely asked about the seriousness of the words of the main head of the family. After actually getting Sir Gilade's permission, the boy excitedly ran back into the storage room. While running, Eugene thinks Sir Gilade is very rational and wise. He could hardly even believe Sir Gilade was descended from someone like the stiff Vermith. By now, the boy no longer had any doubts in his heart about quickly picking up Winneth's sword. He pulled the sword from its scabbard and smiled widely, holding the sword that was now legally his. That night in the palace courtyard, Desera immediately scolds Eugene for not choosing a spear, even though he is an expert in using one. Eugene replied that this was his choice. After all, he is also skilled in using the sword. Gargis thought the sword was too light. He suggests Eugene choose a hammer or axe of a large size. Eugene insists this sword is the best option. Gargis instead again offered Eugene to come with him back home and get some muscle growth medicine. Irritated, Eugene insists he does not need drugs like that. Asura lights up their conversation and asks Eugene to draw his sword. Without saying much, the boy pulled out his sword, which was always sparkling blue. Asura asks what sword is that. Eugene replies it is Wyneth's storm blade. This boy also explained that the sword he was holding was blessed by the wind elemental god. Later, Eugene can summon it after training his mana. Asura agreed that swords were cool, but she would have chosen the spear anyway. Asura then mentions one spear named Dragonian Carbos, a spear that can breathe fire with a single thrust. Eugene replies that he doesn't even know what it looks like. Asura was getting more and more excited, explaining about another spear named Demon Ruintus. That is the strongest spear ever owned by Vermouth. Gargis replied and said he had also heard of Ruintus' spear, the spear used to belong to the Demon King of Cruelty. Eugene was speechless at that. He remembered that 300 years ago, there were 5 demon lords in the Helmuth Demon Kingdom. The first level is the Doomsday Demon King. The second level has the Demon King of Confinement. The third level has the Demon King of Madness, the fourth level has the Demon King of Cruelty, and the fifth level is the Demon King of Slaughter. Gargis said Asura's knowledge was wrong. All he knew was that Vermouth's strongest weapon was the Jigola's Destroyer. Weapons like hammers are capable of destroying anything. While the two men in front of him were busy debating which weapon was stronger, Eugene noticed that of all Vermouth's weapons, only these two had previously been used by a demon lord. They were too dangerous to keep in the treasure room. That's why the Demon King's spears and hammers were probably stored elsewhere. While Asura and Gargis debated which weapon was stronger, Eugene shook his head and left the two of them alone. In his mind, this boy knew both weapons were equally powerful to the point where it was hard to decide which was better. But if Eugene was asked to choose the strongest weapon Vermouth had, then he wouldn't need to think long and would immediately answer Moonlight's sword. The weapon is living proof of destruction, and that sword used to be stored in the deepest point of Helmuth. Both the Demon Lord of Cruelty and the Demon Lord of Slaughter both died by a death strike using the Moonlight sword. Eugene stood straight while concentrating on the sword in his hand. This was the first time Eugene wielded a real sword in his current life, but the boy could swing his sword just fine. Even his two friends who had been arguing immediately stopped to see how agile Eugene was dancing with his new sword. This 13-year-old boy not only looks agile but also amazing. However, he looked very proficient, as if he had used the sword for a long time. Gargis and Asura were even stunned by the way the boy used his sword skills. Elsewhere, in the room of the main head of the family, the Loberian was checking Hamel's necklace. She closed her eyes while focusing on feeling the energy within the necklace. When finished, this young man with blonde hair put the necklace back on Sir Gilead's desk, saying that there was no magical energy in the necklace. Sir Loberian even asked if it was true that the ordinary necklace had come from the treasure room. Sir Gilead confirmed this. Sir Loberian once again asked if it was true that Eugene was not lying to Sir Gilead. The head of the family replied that the child had no reason to lie to him. If Sir Gilead didn't let him choose another treasure, then Eugene would get nothing but this simple necklace. Then, Sir Loberian checked the necklace again and made sure there was no magic in the necklace. But she wanted to dig deeper out of curiosity. So this young wizard will use magic that can read mana memories. It was magic that Grandmaster Sienna used to create. Sir Loberian said mana is everywhere. Most things have mana energy in them. So now she's going to read the mana energy imprint inside the necklace. For a few moments, Sir Loberian seemed very focused on reading the mana energy from the necklace in his palm. She glimpsed life from the trail of the necklace. There is nothing attractive about the necklace, and it is about 100 years old. Finally, Sir Loberian opened his eyes and told Sir Gilead that she had found nothing significant. This young man suspected that the magic in the treasure room must be interfering with the mana in his necklace. Sir Gilead clung to the necklace. He was sure that no one alive could say where the necklace came from. Sir Loberian asked him now what to do with the necklace. Sir Gilead replied that he would give the necklace to Eugene. For now, it is certain that it is not enchanted, because the necklace was something that Eugene wanted, to the extent that the boy was willing to give up the treasure he had for the necklace. Sir Loberian saw that the main head of the family liked Eugene. With a broad smile, Sir Gilead rose from his royal chair and stared out the window, staring right at the boy who was currently practicing using his new sword. Sir Gilead asked how could he not like someone like Eugene, who was even still practicing the sword at this late hour. Now, Sir Gilead will make the offer. With a proud smile, this man with white hair said he would adopt Eugene Lionheart as his son. That morning, a handsome young man greeted Eugene. He is Surgeon. Eugene stared intently at the young man before him. Surgeon is the youngest brother of the patriarch, Sir Gilead Lionheart. This young man is very unique because he did not marry even after his prime age. He chose to join Sir Gilead on his long journey. Eugene bowed as a form of respect and at the same time greeted the older figure in front of him. Without hesitation, Jin immediately embraced Eugene and said excitedly that this youth was the son of the reserved family who won against the main family in the bloodline ceremony. Eugene was a little surprised to see Jin's familiar behavior. He removed Jin's large arms from his shoulders and asked if he had come to take Eugene away. Jin confirmed it. He had come alone to summon Eugene on Sir Gilead's orders. Jin wants to meet this amazing boy who is currently the subject of conversation. Jin had heard a lot about Eugene, but he couldn't see him at the bloodline ceremony because it was a tradition that only the head of the family was allowed to supervise. But Sir Loberian had come this time only to lend a helping hand. Jin made it clear that he had no ill will towards his brother just because of what he said. He just wanted to make clear the traditions within the Lionheart family to Eugene. Even so, Jin felt like his words were displeased with the family's rules. Eugene did not care about it at all. Eugene could feel a sense of freedom from the way the man spoke and the personality before him. Eugene believes he is as great of a person as he appears. Eugene suspects that it is because of Jin's free personality that he does not want to marry. Now the two of them were walking down the hall to Sir Gilead's room. At this time, Eugene asks Jin why the head of the family called him. Jin replied, the head of the family might have wanted to congratulate him on winning the bloodline continuation ceremony. Eugene replied that he had heard Sir Gilead's praise, so Eugene deduces Jin doesn't know the real reason either. Sir Jin said it wasn't that he didn't know the estimate, but there was no reason for him to care about it. All she wants is to see Eugene more often. Eugene is also happy to meet Sir Jin often. By now they had reached Sir Gilead's door, so Eugene started knocking on the big door, then said his name. It didn't take long for an answer to be heard from inside the room to allow Eugene to enter. Jin opened the door for Eugene while giving him an enthusiastic smile. At this point, Eugene thinks Jin's personality is good, but it weighs him down a bit. As soon as he entered the room of the main leader of the Lionheart family, he was greeted warmly by Sir Gilead. The two of them sat facing each other while enjoying tea and snacks. First, Sir Gilead gives Eugene the necklace and says it's been checked by Sir Liberian and there's no magic in it. Sir Gilead also said they had read the mana traces in it and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Eugene was shocked to hear that, because he remembered reading mana trails was a technique Sienna had shown him before. Then Eugene asked what traces were left on his necklace. Sir Gilead replied that the necklace was sold in the capital market about 100 years ago. Eugene was dumbfounded with a pale face hearing that. He couldn't believe his mana trail was like that, because the necklace belonged to Hamel, which she wore long ago, 300 years ago. She had worn the necklace for years, so there was no way Eugene could see it wrong. But there's no reason for the Loberians to lie. Eugene wonders if Loberian misread the trail. Then Eugene realized that it might be a new type of magic cast by someone with the Tower Master level to cover his tracks. Eugene wonders who it is. Is Vermouth alone? Seeing that there was no way for him to know the reason behind his erasing, Eugene changed his expression from curious to cheerful. He asked, "Can I wear the necklace now?" Sir Gilead allowed it as he promised at the beginning. Eugene gladly received the necklace again and thanked him. Later, Sir Gilead said he called Eugene not only to give back the necklace, he wanted to make a pretty lucrative offer for Eugene. This will concern Eugene's future. For a moment the boy tensed at Sir Gilead's words. So before the host made his offer, Eugene suddenly said that Seal was a sweet and kind girl. But Eugene doesn't want to think about marriage for now. This boy guessed that the reason Seal was still full of joy and friendly with him was because of this reason, a political marriage. Eugene's point of view of Sir Gilead also changed because he planned something like that behind Eugene's back. When Eugene continues to rant about marriage, Sir Gilead immediately stops him by saying that Eugene has misunderstood. Sir Gilead wasn't trying to set Seal up with him. Instantly Eugene's face was red with embarrassment. He was embarrassed because he had misunderstood too far. Eugene wants to bang his head against the wall for daring to think about marrying a 13-year-old. With a trembling voice, Eugene asked what reason Sir Gilead wanted to convey. Sir Gilead calmly tried to deliberately call Eugene to make an offer to adopt him as a child. Of course, Eugene was surprised to hear this, but he realized that this method was good enough to lure him into the main house. Eugene stammered and said this was a rather surprising offer to become Sir Gilead's adopted son. However, the elder replied that this offer was not suddenly asked to marry. Eugene smiled sheepishly again when this was brought up, so he apologized with his face still red. Sir Gilead explained, if Eugene wanted this, then he would call his father, Gerhardt, to join the main family. Hearing this, Eugene complains that later he will have two fathers. Sir Gilead smiled and told him not to think too hard, because this means that Eugene's family will become part of the main family. Sir Gilead is the father of 3 children, so he had no intention of kidnapping the child from Gerhardt. Sir Gilead had never met Eugene's father, but he promised that he would consider Sir Gerhardt as his brother. Eugene looks very serious thinking about this. Eugene asks Sir Gilead if he refuses to be his son, will the landlord not respect his father? Sir Gilead smiled at the boy's question. He certainly wouldn't do that. Sir Gilead said frankly that he might be a little saddened by Eugene's decision. But if Eugene refuses, he will just be sad and that's all. However, Sir Gilade will respect Eugene's decision and wish the best for this boy. Eugene says he can't decide this on his own, so he has to talk to his father first. So Sir Gilade invites Eugene to come back to the party. Later he will send people to Gidal and call his father. Eugene thanked him and then drank the tea in his glass first. At this point, Eugene remembers that Sir Gilade said this was for his future, so he asked what does that mean. Sir Gilade explains that Eugene will have many opportunities living in Lionheart's mansion. The first is because in that place many knights can teach Eugene. Hearing that, Eugene immediately said he wanted to learn from the best. So Eugene asked, if he became the son of Sir Gilade, could he learn to fight from him? The head of the family was speechless hearing that. Meanwhile, Eugene, this brat was wondering in his head how strong was the leader of the Lionheart family. At last Sir Gilade smiled. He certainly allowed Eugene to learn from him. But if Eugene wanted to learn from the best, Sir Gilade suggested someone better suited for it. Sir Gilade suggests Jin tutor Eugene. Sir Gilade had once been stronger than his brother, but now Jin had surpassed him. So said Sir Gilade. Eugene also imagined Jin's face while thinking carefully about the offer. Then Sir Gilade asked whether Eugene had received how to develop mana from his father. Eugene replies that he has, but he still doesn't want to use it. But with hesitation, this boy said maybe he had accidentally used it. Sir Gilade smiled at that. He was sure Eugene had always been diligent even before coming to the mansion. The pool of mana found in powerful monsters is called Mana Stone. It was common to use Mana Stones when learning how to use mana. Because Mana Stones are very efficient, they are also very expensive. And again, a beginner must get supervision from experienced people so that the results are visible. Sir Gilade realized that would be hard to do in the Gerhardt family. According to him, there are environmental problems to be able to develop Eugene's potential. Inside his head, Sir Gilade knew he couldn't say these things to Eugene, as it would make the boy look down on his own family. This is a matter to be discussed separately with Master Gerhardt later. So Sir Gilade hung up on this matter, but he still wanted to have a little more chat with Eugene. Eugene gladly accepted the family leader's offer to chat together. The two of them were deeply involved in an exciting conversation about many things, until feeling the snacks on the table run out as well as the tea. After it was felt that enough time had passed, Eugene finally decided to resign. Sir Gilade wants someone to escort Eugene, but this boy prevented him, saying that the distance between the room and his room wasn't too far, so he wanted to go alone while having a look. Eugene finally actually walked alone down the hall to his room. Not how far from Sir Gilade's room, this boy stopped because he smelled a very strong perfume. He noticed that there was someone in one corner of the hall who wasn't moving, as if waiting for him to pass. So Eugene tried to act normal and kept walking calmly. A woman appeared in a luxurious dress. It was Sir Gilade's second wife, Anicelia. He seemed surprised to see Eugene's figure. As this boy knew, this woman was only pretending. Eugene will play along and pretend to be surprised too. Eugene also behaved formally while bowing and greeting. Seeing this, Anicelia immediately said she saw Eugene talking for a long time with Sir Gilade. With a cold face, Eugene asked if there was anything Anicelia wanted to talk to him about. Instantly, Anicelia's face turned irritated behind her hand femme. In her heart, this woman thought Eugene was very arrogant, only because Eugene the hillbilly just beat the main breed. Anicelia was annoyed thinking about this, but she admits that the boy in front of her will become a big person someday. So Anicelia decides to make Eugene an ally rather than an enemy. Making her marry Seal wasn't a bad thing either. That's why he told Seal to approach Eugene yesterday. With a friendly smile, Anicelia asked what Eugene was talking about with her husband. Then Eugene politely replied that he probably shouldn't say that to Anicelia. The grown-up woman was nervous and said she didn't mean to want to know. She tried to divert the conversation by saying something else. A few days ago, Cyan had a hard time and bothered Eugene. With rituals and whatnot, Anicelia once apologized because she had not had the chance to apologize on behalf of her son. Eugene politely said that Anicelia didn't need to do that because Cyan herself had already apologized. So Anicelia couldn't help but smile and praise the boy before her as a mature person for her size. Then Anicelia said she already scolded Cyan. He hoped that after this Eugene and Cyan could still be friends. Eugene smiled broadly in response to Anicelia's last words. This boy replied that of course they could get along because they are family and share the same name. Anicelia's eyes turned sharp. Inside her mind, she was annoyed to hear Eugene's words. But in reality, they are family. It's just that Eugene's words irritated Anicelia because they came out of the lips of the additional offspring. After feeling that there was nothing else to talk about, Eugene asked to leave. Now Anicelia no longer prevents him and apologizes for taking up Eugene's rest. As they walk away, Eugene realizes that this is the Anicelia figure who often humiliates them as a backup breed. Eugene doesn't want to get involved with him. A few days later, Gerhardt Lionheart arrived from the faraway province of Gidal. As soon as he got off the carriage, Eugene's father immediately put on a sad face. In his mind, he didn't expect his son to win the bloody continuation ritual. He even started to get teary-eyed at the thought of his big blind beating the main bloodline. He knew his son indeed had extraordinary fighting abilities from an early age. But with his condition, Gerhardt realized he couldn't give his son wings. Gerhardt thought his son would face a sad reality while participating in the bloody continuation ritual. He hoped Eugene would realize that the boundary between the reserve bloodline and the mainline bloodline couldn't be crossed with talent and hard work alone. Instantly, Gerhardt's thoughts were broken when he heard his son calling from the front of the palace. Gerhardt immediately ran and hugged his son's small body. She was crying with joy while hugging this very talented son of hers. With tears in his eyes, Gerhardt said that he was very proud of his son. He is truly proud that Eugene is his son. With a smile full of pride, Eugene said to remind his father before leaving Gittal that he would give his father the good news. But at that time his father did not even believe his words. Gerhardt wiped away the tears and now he believes in his son's words. He also apologized for previously not believing Eugene's words. After seeing Sir Gilade, Mr. Gerhardt wiped his tears and apologized for just realizing Sir Gilade's existence. Then Sir Gerhardt introduced himself politely to Sir Gilade. The host welcomed the arrival of Sir Gerhardt. Even Sir Gilade apologized for inviting Sir Gerhardt so suddenly. Sir Gerhardt was uncomfortable hearing that he was grateful for being invited to the Lionheart family's main mansion. Without further ado, Sir Gilade invited Sir Gerhardt to come in and have a discussion. With a bright and happy face, Sir Gerhardt accepted the invitation. He followed Sir Gilade's steps into the palace, while Eugene waits outside. In Sir Gilade's study, the main leader of the Lionheart family immediately brought up the topic of adopting Eugene. Of course, Sir Gerhardt was surprised to hear this. Sir Gilade also confirmed this and said that Sir Gerhardt could join the main family. Sir Gilade apologized for the sudden offer. Sir Gerhardt stood up and said he would comment even if it sounded rude. This grown man said he was very happy that Sir Gilade looked at his son with such affection. But Sir Gerhardt must take a different position for the sake of Eugene's future. Sir Gilade realized that the head of the family was very generous to Eugene. But as a father, Sir Gerhardt was worried about the treatment Eugene would receive from other members of the main family. Sir Gilade already had 3 children. If Eugene were to step in and be adopted, he would immediately become the center of attention. Sir Gilade understood very well what Sir Gerhardt wanted to convey, so he wasn't offended at all. Then Sir Gerhardt continued, he didn't want to limit his son's potential, but the main family attached importance to the legitimacy of his bloodline. They would never accept a descendant of a backup family leading the family. Sir Gilade replied to this, that even if Eugene were adopted, he might not be able to become head of the family. But if the boy wasn't greedy, he could increase his abilities under the main family name. Sir Gilade explains that he wants Eugene to be a brother to his children and form a bond with his children. Sir Gilade believes the bond can help Eugene hone his talents for the future. Sir Gerhardt confirmed Sir Gilade's words, so he will talk about this again with Eugene. Outside the palace, Eugene is practicing his new sword very seriously. This time Eugene swung his sword vigorously, but not how long did he see his father coming from a distance. Seeing his father's sad expression, Eugene knew the topic of adoption must have taken his father by surprise. Once close, Eugene asked why his father's expression was so gloomy. Instead of directly answering his son's question, Sir Gilade was fixated on the sword at Eugene's waist. He knew it was the Storm Blade Winif, the sword that Eugene hand-picked from the secret treasure vault belonging to the Lionheart family. Sir Gerhardt realized that even if he sold all of his family's assets, he still would not be able to buy the sword that was so valuable. After a while, Sir Gerhardt said that the family leader wanted to adopt Eugene into the main family. Eugene replies that he already knows about it because Sir Gilade told him earlier. With a sad face, Sir Gerhardt said that he hoped Eugene would enter the main family as an adopted child. He realized that this choice was the best for Eugene's future. But if Eugene enters, there will be a lot of trouble coming his way. Eugene casually said that he already knew about it, but his father also knew him since childhood. Eugene confidently says that he does not know the word surrender without a fight. The father was shocked to hear his son's words. With tears in his eyes and an expression full of pride, he holds his son's shoulder saying that the name Eugene was made by him and Eugene's late mother. He asked the son not to forget that. With a smile of pride, Eugene said he could not forget that. So even if he was the adopted son of the main family, his father was still Gerhardt Lionheart. After hearing his son's words, Sir Gerhardt returned to hug his son's body while shedding tears. He was moved to hear his son's words. Meanwhile, inside his head, Eugene realizes there might be a lot of annoying things going on in his life after being adopted. But the gains were far greater, so enduring all that trouble seemed small to Eugene. This kid didn't think about becoming the head of the Lionheart family. But no one will believe that, especially Sir Gilade's first wife, Theonis, and his second wife, Anicilia. The two of them must have been forced to be careful with Eugene. There are two ways that Eugene can think of to deal with complaints and attention from others. While thinking this, a sudden gust of wind blew and brought a thick layer of dust toward Eugene. This boy also drew his sword while thinking that he would ignore all the problems that came to him like that dust, or destroy everything that existed. Just like he was doing to the flying dust just now, the smile full of confidence on his face reflects his burning spirit. That day, Sir Gilead, the main head of the Lionheart family, invited all the children, as well as their families who participated in Bloodline Continuous, to a feast celebrating the victory of the reserve lineage. So instead of focusing on humiliating the main lineage, Sir Gerhardt, who was in the corner of the room, was suddenly greeted by two grown men who were Desera's father and Gargus. Desera's father praised Sir Gerhardt for having a son as great as Eugene. In fact, news about them becoming the main family had even reached Desera's father. Meanwhile, Gargus' father is busy promoting his family's muscle-building drug. Desera's father invites Sir Gerhardt to hold a meeting as the first member of the reserve lineage. Eugene chose not to join his father because he does not like being the center of attention. In another corner of the room was Cyan, who stood with a sad face accompanied by his mother. His mother always intimidated Cyan and asked him to stand up straight. Anicelia reminds Cyan that from now on he will always be compared to Eugene. He told his son that people would always think about Cyan losing the duel against Eugene, and then they would mock the main family for losing the Bloodline Continuous ritual for the first time. Cyan could only lower his head sadly at his own mother's words. Anicelia instead said that his son had no choice but to feel ashamed. But Anicelia asked his daughter not to feel hopeless, because no matter who mocked Cyan, he was still Anicelia's son and a direct descendant of Lionheart. Anicelia also reminds his son that Eugene can never be the head of the family, but Cyan must not be relieved by that, because there would be many other things that would hinder Cyan from becoming the head of the family. In the end, Anicelia asked Cyan to be friends with Eugene, and be a good brother to Eugene so that one day Eugene will help him. Cyan is willing to obey his mother's orders, but he is confused about how to start it. Meanwhile, Seal had gone one step ahead of his brother. With cake in hand, this girl approached Eugene asking, "Aren't they brothers now?" Eugene answered yes lazily. Seal kept chasing him and asked if Eugene could call her big sister. Eugene rejects the idea on the grounds that their ages are not that far apart. So Eugene doesn't want to call Seal big sister because they are only a few months apart. Seal complained because she had to call Cyan's sister even though they were only 5 seconds apart. Eugene explains that some things are different. Seal kept forcing Eugene to call her big sister, even just once. Seal kept pushing hard, but Eugene didn't respond, especially considering that Eugene is actually the reincarnation of a formidable warrior 300 years ago. Meanwhile, in Sir Gilead's study, there is Sir Loberian, who is saying that he cannot guarantee that Iota will become his student. He was the master of the Red Magic Tower specialized in summoning magic. Before becoming his apprentice, Iota had to undergo an aptitude test at Aroth. Iota, who was standing beside his mother, asked what will happen when he gains the talent for summoning magic. Sir Loberian replied it was good news, but his status as Lionheart on Aroth would have no effect. Unless Iota has more talent than any other wizard, then he can't just become Sir Loberian's apprentice. Iota answered yes with a sad face. However, Sir Loberian said he was an old friend of Sir Gilead, so Iota had plenty of chances. Sir Loberian also promised to protect Iota from people's criticism. He will also provide a place for Iota to practice magic according to his talent. Iota's face immediately lit up hearing that. In his heart, this boy already felt relieved even though he didn't have to become Sir Loberian's student. He is relieved to be released from this family that suppresses him so much and learns magic. Even so, Iota still tried to turn to his father for approval. Sir Gilead tells Iota not to worry about what to think. Sir Gilead just wants his children to determine their own destinies. Even so, the mother immediately stood in front of Iota and said that this was a good opportunity that the father had provided. So Iota had to accept it because ever since he was little, Iota was more interested in magic than swords and spears. The mother held Iota's small shoulders and intimidated his own son while saying that whatever path Iota chooses, he must remember that he is the son who is destined to become the leader of the Lionheart family. The mother's sharp gaze made the poor boy unable to budge. The mother kept asking Iota to remember this while in Aroth. Sir Gilead immediately called his first wife to stop bullying his own son. Theonis immediately let go of Iota and reasoned that she did this to encourage his child as a mother. Iota's mother could clearly see that Anicelia would be very happy to see Iota sent to Aroth. But Theonis had no other choice, because so far Iota was not born with the talent that matched his offspring. Iota is too innocent and weak. Because of that, Theonis thought it would be better for Iota to meet lots of wizards in Aroth while getting stronger, and build connections that can help later. Once again, Theonis emphasizes to Iota that he is the legitimate child of Lionheart. In other words, Iota must not disgrace the Lionheart name. The boy was clearly distressed when he understood the meaning of his mother's words. The next day they actually saw off Iota in front of the main gate. Loberian and Iota go to Eroth. Children from other proposed lineages also return to their families with their family members. So the empty guest house is now occupied only by Eugene and his father, Sir Gerald. That day Eugene will learn about mana after his reincarnation. Mana development is divided into two categories, namely breathing and physical exercise. Breathing is a practice where you collect mana through breathing, while physical training is a way to collect mana by moving the body. Nothing is easy, but breathing techniques are much more difficult than physical exercises. Hamel used to practice mana with physical training techniques. Even then Sienna and Vermouth helped, so he also changed the technique to breathing with the suggestion of his two comrades. Finally, Eugene arrived at the edge of the forest, and there was Jin waiting for him. They would begin training right away upon entry into the deepest part of the forest, because in that forest there is spirit vine energy. This energy only exists in the main family forest, and only descendants of the main family are allowed to enter. This place was created by Vermouth himself 300 years ago. Just thinking about this makes Eugene think Vermouth is indeed a monster. Jin looked back and asked if Eugene was nervous. With a cheerful smile, this boy replied that he was very excited. Jin warns Eugene that this will not be easy. Jin will help him, but Eugene will still have a hard time because he just learned about mana. Jin said that the younger he was, the easier it would be to feel mana. Jin said that Seal and Cyan learned mana when they were 6 years old, and it took them 4 days to sense mana, while Iota takes about 1 week. Reserve offspring usually learn mana at the same age range as Eugene, and usually it takes 1 month just to feel the mana alone. But Jin suspects Eugene doesn't need that long, because there is Veen's spirit around them and Jin will help him. Eugene asks how many days does Jin think it will take him. Jin suspects it might take about 10 days. Eugene laughed at that. In his heart, this boy was determined to do it in just 10 minutes. Finally, the two of them entered a wooden hut in the middle of a shady forest. Once inside the hut, they entered again through a secret door that had a staircase leading down to the basement. Upon arriving at the secret room, Eugene was asked to sit in the middle of a wide altar. This boy complied and sat on the golden flame carving. Jin then explained that the main family's mana training method was a technique passed down from their ancestor, the Great Vermouth, because there is a rule that those who are not direct descendants of the main family cannot study it. But there are also those who break the rules and bring them down using the red flame method. Then Jin took mana out of his body saying that it was the real one, which only the main family can do. Instantly the mana around Jin's body surged like a lion's mane fluttering freely. That was the so-called mana control method white flame. Eugene was stunned to see mana. He really couldn't remember the name of the technique, but he remembered this amazing sensation well. In the past, Vermouth had thick mana that always surrounded his body. The mana formed a sparkling white-colored flame. Looks beautiful like the lion's mane, the king of the jungle. In Eugene's previous life, he couldn't beat that fire. Now, Eugene sat concentrating in the middle. Jin said that since Eugene couldn't feel mana yet, they would practice breathing first. Eugene suddenly said that he could feel the mana. Jin was clearly shocked. This man suspected that Eugene was just imagining it, because it can only be felt in a very focused state. So Jin was going to test Eugene with a small ball of mana and prove that the boy was just imagining it. Jin tossed the tiny ball of mana and sent it circling Eugene. The young man smiled and suspected that Eugene would not know where it was. But suddenly Eugene said he felt the mana gathering on the left side of his face, right where Jin's ball was. Jin attempted another test by randomly moving the mana orb. But strangely, Eugene can always guess where the ball is, even when he closes his eyes. Finally, Eugene opened his eyes and asked how much longer Jin was going to test himself. Even this brat managed to precisely touch the location of that small mana ball. Jin really couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought this was impossible. In his heart, Jin admits that Eugene is too great because he can sense mana's presence in just 10 minutes. In the end, Jin laughed admiringly as he rubbed his head. Then he came down and sat cross-legged right in front of Eugene. Jin said that they could start their training now that Eugene could already feel mana energy. From now on, Eugene is asked not to talk and to focus on feeling what is happening inside his body. Jin held Eugene's hand and taught the breathing technique. Eugene was asked to feel the mana entering his breath as if he were inhaling the mana itself. Then Eugene was directed to direct mana with the white flame method from the heart towards the heart again. Jin let go of his hand after seeing Eugene slowly mastering this technique. Jin stepped away and looked from a more comfortable distance to assess the flow of mana in Eugene's body. This young man realized that Eugene was on a different level from the people he knew, because Eugene was able to stably cover his entire body with mana even though his body had just received mana. Jin was completely amazed by Eugene's ability. Meanwhile, Eugene is amazed by his own body's capabilities. This kid felt the crazy sensation of being able to feel and inhale mana again. Since he was someone who had memories from his past life, it was actually quite easy. But even without that experience, this body could very easily accept mana. He could even feel his mana increasing with every breath. But of course, there was a limit to how much mana his body could hold. When Eugene finally reached the limits of his body's capabilities, there was a shining star in his heart. Eugene immediately opened his eyes and looked so tired. Jin, who was standing in front of Eugene, noticed that the size of this child's core was different. Generally, the core star that shines in its heart will be smaller, and the owner must train diligently to increase its size. Jin reached out to Eugene asking if the boy was a monster. Eugene, who didn't understand the meaning of that sentence, asked back, "Does that mean a compliment?" Jin replied that of course, it was a compliment. After that, they returned to the mansion. While on the way back, Jin explained that the difference between lowering mana with the red flame or white flame method lies in the splitting of the core. So no matter how hard one tries to increase mana with the red flame method, the amount of mana in one's body would not increase. However, if one mastered the white flame method, one could split their core after reaching a certain point. That way one could maintain the mana within the body more efficiently, and the split cores will also resonate with each other to increase the power of the user. Jin explained that they refer to the core as a star. Founder of Lionheart and creator of the White Flame, the Great Vermouth has 10 stars. Only he was the only one who could reach 10 stars in the history of the Lionheart family. Jin proudly refers to himself as having 6 stars. Sir Gilade, his brother, also has 6 stars, while Iota, Cyan, and Seal only have 1 star. According to Jin's prediction, it is likely that the twins will rise 1 more star next year. Because the twins were introduced to mana at the age of 6, that means it took 8 years for them to rise from 1 star to 2 stars. Eugene asked how Jin thought about his rise later. The handsome young man replied confidently that Eugene could climb faster than the twins. Even if Eugene is not lazy. With enthusiasm and a cheerful face, the boy said he would practice even more diligently from now on. Inside his mind, Eugene knew he had been reincarnated into a body much better than his previous body, so he wouldn't waste the chance to learn that mana. While walking, Eugene wonders if he will ever reach 10 stars. For now, he wanted to study the structure first. If something fits, he will change it according to his body's ability. Eugene thanked Vermouth in his heart, because thanks to this white flame method that Vermouth invented, he has many interesting things to try in the future. Now, in front of the Lionheart family palace, Jin asked Eugene to go rest immediately, because he will be reporting the results of Eugene's training to Sir Gilade. After Jin left, Eugene didn't really stick to his word. His tiredness won't stop him from doing something he's always wanted to do, because now he can use mana. He will do it soon. Suddenly, Eugene's personal butler arrives hastily. Without much ado, Eugene immediately asked his maid to get Gwyneth in the room. After holding Gwyneth and drawing the sword from its scabbard, Eugene was still unsure whether the contract would work immediately, but he wanted to give it a try anyway. Eugene closed his eyes and focused on the flow of mana into the sword. At this moment, suddenly a wind that was big enough to blow up the dust around it. Dina even panicked because she was almost pulled into the storm that suddenly appeared around Eugene. Within the storm that enveloped Eugene's body, a voice appeared and asked, was he Hamel? Eugene was taken aback by the question, but he knew very well who the voice belonged to. It was the voice of the elementary spirit king of wind, Tempest, and he was very surprised because Tempest knew Eugene's true figure. Tempest the Wind King immediately asked if Hamel was reincarnated. Eugene was surprised and asked how Tempest knew that he was Hamel. Tempest couldn't possibly forget Hamel's soul because he was a friend of Vermouth. No matter how much time had passed and his face had changed, his soul would still be the same. It had been too long since Tempest had been summoned via Gwyneth. He had thought that the one who called him was a descendant of Vermouth, but then he felt Hamel's soul. At this second, Eugene immediately asked why Vermouth didn't immediately kill the remaining demon lords. He forced Tempest to speak, remembering he'd come along after Hamel died. Finally, the wind god replied that he did not know what Vermouth was planning. While fighting against the arresting demon lord, Vermouth suddenly sheathed his sword. Eugene was stunned to hear that, but Tempest continued his story that the battle in the Demon King's palace at that time was fierce. But the battle cost many lives. Only Vermouth and the arresting Demon King were left. Vermouth sheathed his sword and did not kill the Demon King. He also did not go to the castle of the Doomsday Demon King. Evidently, Eugene was furious to hear that. He immediately asked in a high tone what was the content of the pact Vermouth made with that demon lord. Tempest did not know the contents of the agreement. He said that only those who knew the contents of the agreement were at that location. Once Vermouth sheathed his sword, then Tempest couldn't intervene in that place. When Eugene wanted to ask more about the day's incident, Tempest said they didn't have much time left. He also said that in normal times, Eugene couldn't summon him at will, because Tempest forced open the door to communicate with Eugene. Now the communication door must be closed again. Before actually leaving, Tempest tells Eugene to call him back when he's had enough. Eugene was still screaming and demanding answers, though it was obvious Tempest wouldn't say anything more. A moment later, Eugene immediately fainted with a bloody nose. A panicked Nina tries to call him and wakes up Eugene. Eugene suddenly woke up and realized he was lying in his own room. But when he tried to get up, his head immediately hurt. Eugene realized this was the sensation of mana's exhaustion, because he had used all of his mana down to the last drop. Eugene just realized that elemental spirits actually remember entities through their souls. That's why Tempest called him Hamel. There was a feeling that nagged at Eugene's mind to think that he might not be Hamel's reincarnation. Rather, he was just someone whose memories overlapped with Hamel's. But with this now everything is clear. From what Tempest said earlier, he was indeed proven to be Hamel's reincarnation who carried the memories of 300 years ago. Suddenly Nina appeared from behind the door and asked if Eugene was alright. Eugene replies he is fine. Then Eugene asked how long had I been unconscious. Nina replied that it had been half a day. Then Nina said that there were Sir Gilade and Jin outside. Without many words, he immediately invited them both in. Sir Gilade and Jin looked really worried about Eugene. Sir Gilade immediately asked if Eugene had summoned the elemental spirits, considering there was a huge cyclone that appeared when Eugene swung the sword. Eugene fell silent with a serious face. He knew with a typhoon that big there would definitely be a lot of people looking at it. Eugene couldn't say all of the contents of his conversation with Tempest, but he had to give a bit of information to allay Sir Gilade's suspicions and the others. So Eugene told me that the Wind Elemental King had appeared. Eugene tells that the King of the Wind Element wants to see who he is because it has been a long time since he was summoned from Winif. Jin was dumbfounded, shocked. This young man said that there hadn't been a family member who could summon a wind elemental spirit since Vermith had died. Eugene confirmed it. Eugene says that he can't summon elemental spirits for too long because he lacks strength. Eugene also tells the part of the elemental spirits who want to meet him again when he grows up. And that was all he told Sir Gilade and Jin at that moment. Sir Gilade laughed with satisfaction at how extraordinary Eugene was. The main head of the Lionheart family frankly praised the boy in front of him for what happened to him in the spiritual space. Eugene's ability to feel mana directly and the formation of a core with the white flame method alone was truly amazing. But Sir Gilade didn't expect that boy to attract the wind elemental spirit's attention. Eugene smiled broadly at the compliment. Then, Sir Gilade asked Eugene to rest for a few days. Only then could he continue his studies with Jin. Sir Gilade had planned to go and train himself again. But now, according to him, it is more important to train Eugene's talent. However, Eugene politely thanked him and said he didn't want to take up Sir Gilade and Jin's time. Jin didn't want Eugene to say that, because he likes to teach Eugene. After all, he was also going to start teaching the twins, Cyan and Seal. Hearing the names of the twins mentioned, Sir Gilade remembered the faces of his two children. Sir Gilade hopes the twins can look to Eugene for inspiration. Now, the twins Seal and Cyan are facing each other in the courtyard of the palace. In each of their hands was a sword, which they would use for training. Before that, Seal asked if Cyan had heard about Eugene, who now has a 1-star white flame. Even though it took a long time for them to get 1 star. Cyan denied that point vehemently, because people say 1 month is pretty fast in their family history. But in their minds, they both realized that 1 day was too soon for Eugene to get another star. Without a word from anyone, the twins started running toward each other with swords drawn. The two of them unhesitatingly raised their swords to attack each other. This is how they usually practice every day. Meanwhile, in his room, Eugene, who realizes everyone has left, starts to get up from his bed and takes Winif. This boy drew his sword and summoned out a cute, sweet wind fairy. The elf was named Sylph, a low-class elemental that could be summoned with the mana he had now. Eugene tries to ask this elf if she heard from the king. The little elf was silent while looking at Eugene's face. She didn't say anything or show any emotion. Eugene rubbed his head in frustration. He was annoyed at not being able to communicate with the lower-class elements. Finally, Eugene told Sylph to tell Tempest, if she lies to Eugene, then she will kill the wind elemental king. Sylph scowled at that, even though she still flew out of the window, relaying Eugene's message to the king. Eugene returned to thinking that the only one who died in the Demon King's castle of captivity was him. The other 4 team members, including Vermith, returned from Helmuth safely. However, only Vermith and the Demon Lord of Captivity know the contents of the agreement. One day, Eugene must explore Helmuth to unravel this mystery. Not even just Helmuth. He also planned to explore Aroth, where Sienna lived. Uriz is where Annis lives, and Luhar is where Malin lives. Because if he went to those places, he would know the fate of his old comrades. Eugene looked down at his small palms and realized he couldn't travel far with such a small body. But one day Eugene plans to explore all those places. Now, Eugene is standing in front of a long mirror while staring at his stocky, muscular body. He said the time had passed quickly. Now Eugene Lionheart is already 17 years old. He smiled at the mirror, saying his body was pretty good already. Even though he trained mana every day, he was still amazed by the results. Now, Eugene has reached 3 stars in the White Flame method. But according to Eugene, it is still not enough. He had to utilize his beautiful and well-built body to surpass his past self. Eugene said he wanted to go to Aroth to study magic. Cyan, who was sitting by his side, was astonished to hear that. Eugene then told me that this morning he was training the white flame as usual. Then he can do something unique. Eugene spun the 3 stars within his heart and created a tremendous mana flutter around his body. Cyan was trembling in disbelief at the impossible sight before his eyes. He wondered how Eugene could do that, considering that the young man only knew were 7 years after Cyan. Cyan can't believe that Eugene has managed to get 3 stars while he is still holding on to 1 star. With a smile full of pride, Eugene replied that it was possible because he was a genius. Cyan was getting annoyed hearing Eugene's words, which were full of arrogance, so he wanted to kill Eugene. But Eugene knew he couldn't possibly do it. Cyan is annoyed because he has been beaten every morning by Eugene. But Eugene denied it because all this time it was Cyan who always asked to train with him. Eugene asks Cyan to stop taking him to train if he continues to complain like he is now. Cyan looked away hearing Eugene's words. He diverts the conversation by asking why Eugene suddenly wants to practice magic. Cyan reminds Eugene about what happened to Iota. After going to Aeroth to study magic in the time after Bloodline Continuous, his talent wasn't strong enough to become Sir Loberian's apprentice. Although Iota managed to enter the Red Tower with the Insider's Path, he was unable to achieve any significant achievements. Even now that 4 years have passed, Iota is simply taking advantage of the tower's compassion. Eugene immediately turned scared when he commented that Cyan's mouth was very venomous when talking about his own older brother. But Cyan persisted because it was a reality. Cyan prevents Eugene from acting arrogant by saying he will still study magic while living in their palace. Cyan said if Eugene left, Seal would definitely be sad. Hearing that, Eugene actually threw away his weapon and said that's good considering that all this time Seal had become quiet and liked to practice alone. When asked by Cyan where are you going, Eugene casually replies he wants to see the head of the family, talks about his wishes, and reports his 3 stars. After Eugene left, Cyan could only kick his sword in annoyance. He was annoyed that Eugene was up again and would display feats that could surpass him again. Sir Gilade was very surprised when Eugene came to ask permission to study magic. Sir Gilade could hardly even believe it. The head of the Lionheart family was even more shocked when he heard that Eugene wanted to go to Aeroth. Even though he only reached 3 stars, Sir Gilade wants Eugene to continue to hone his skills so that he can reach 4 stars before he reaches adulthood. Eugene firmly explained that his progress would definitely be halted if he still stayed in the main house. Eugene says he wants to learn other new things, although he is not sure whether he has a talent for magic or not. But if he studied now, then Eugene could see mana in a new light. Learning new things has been a valuable experience for Eugene, and he is sure that it will not be wasted later. Eugene bowed and begged Sir Gilade to grant him permission to study magic at Aeroth. Sir Gilade seemed to be deep in thought. He weighed seriously what was best for Eugene. Finally, Sir Gilade asked Eugene to raise his head and said that he would not hold back Eugene's enthusiasm for learning. But before that, Eugene was asked to promise not to study black magic, because Aeroth has a black tower, and that's where black magicians gather. Indeed, there are no bad rumors about them now, and public opinion about them is also quite good. But Lionheart is descended from Vermouth the Great. Therefore their family has unwritten rules to avoid black magic. Demon King, Demon, Wizard of Black Magic, Eugene knows very well the terrible deeds they have done 300 years ago. So obviously this young man would be asking Sir Gilade not to worry, as he hates black magic too. After obtaining permission and exiting Sir Gilade's room, Eugene heard a knock on the door, and a soft voice asked him to speak for a moment. Eugene smiled and asked why the figure would not come out of his room if he wanted to talk. The figure behind the door explained that she didn't want to come out of the room because she had just finished training and was still full of sweat. The figure that turned out to be Seal asked again if it was true that Eugene was going to Aeroth. Eugene immediately knew that it was Cyan who told this to Seal. Not only that, but Cyan also told Seal that Eugene had reached 3 stars in the White Flame method. The two of them ended up chatting with the wooden door barrier between them. Seal tries to forbid Eugene to go to Aeroth on the grounds that their family can summon great wizards to train them at home. This girl also said that if Eugene was there, then her and Cyan's abilities would soon catch up with him. Eugene was actually grateful to hear that. He was sure the twins' training would be even more exciting later. Eugene also said he hadn't trained with Seal in a long time. Hearing that, Seal was speechless with a red face. She asked if later he wanted to practice again with Eugene, then the young man would not leave. Without hesitation, Eugene replied he would still go. Then Seal asked again how long Eugene would be there. Eugene replies he'll know for sure when he gets there, but it's probably years. Seal sounded sad when he asked why it took so long. And what about Sir Gerhardt, Eugene's biological father? Eugene smiled at that. He was sure his father would be fine, because he is used to living in the main family, and because he now likes hunting, his body has become more athletic. Seal was still trying to seduce him by saying Uncle Jin would be sad. But Eugene did not falter. Instead, he asked how Cyan was when he told Seal this. Seal softly said that when she saw Cyan, she also didn't seem to want Eugene to leave. Even so, Eugene still wants to go. He advised Seal to practice seriously. When Eugene's footsteps moved away, then Seal dared to look out and showed his nose while asking if Eugene really had to go. Without looking back, Eugene waved his hand in response. This irritated Seal even more. In a quiet room, Seal whispered that she didn't want Eugene to leave either. Before leaving, Eugene met personally with Sir Gerhardt, his biological father. Sir Gerhardt advised his son not to associate with naughty children, not forgetting that he also reminded Eugene to keep studying hard. Eugene also reminded his father not to stop training when he left. Sir Gerhardt laughed at that. He stood up from his seat and realized Eugene had grown taller than him. Sir Gerhardt prayed that his son's journey would be smooth. Now, Eugene was standing in front of the teleportation gate. People he knew gathered to see him off. Sir Gilade asked again if it was true that Eugene didn't need bodyguards. With a smile full of pride, Eugene confirmed it. Because now, at least he can defend himself. Sir Gilade smiled sadly. In his mind, this grown man knew Eugene's words were right, considering that his adopted daughter had reached the 3-star white flame method at such a young age. Eugene looked at the faces of the people who were there one by one. He then told his father to stop crying. Even though earlier his father looked dashing, in the end, he cried like this. Eugene said he would still go even if his father sobbed like that. So Eugene asked his father to let go with a smile. Hearing that, Sir Gerhardt wiped away his tears and smiled brightly even though he still had tears in his eyes. Eugene is relieved after seeing his father's smile. He immediately walked towards the teleportation gate saying, he'll be right back. Now, Eugene arrived at the Magic Kingdom capital, Aeroth, Pentagon. The 5 magic towers form a pentagram centered on the palace. Eugene is driving a flying car while remembering the past. He had gone to Aeroth in his previous life, but now the atmosphere was much different. Now in this country, there is also a floating station. Even among the other magical kingdoms, only Aeroth has a warp gate in the sky. The floating station, which is flown in the sky with various spells, shows the prowess of Aeroth's magic, at the same time helping the business value and convenience of the city. In front of Eugene, there is a young man with a hat who is a Pentagon tour guide. He explained that the Pentagon has 15 floating stations which were creations by Sienna the Wise. Eugene was amazed to hear that. He asked if Sienna had also created the flying car. The young man in the hat confirmed it. He also explained that the car was a magic technology from hundreds of years ago, but they keep repairing it and maintaining it continuously until the accident rate is small. When the tour guide wanted to show the attractions, Eugene immediately stopped him and said he wanted to visit the mansion Sienna the Wise. They immediately flew towards Sienna's mansion. On the way, the tour guide explained that 300 years ago, after returning from Devildom, Sienna became the youngest tower master in Aeroth's history. Therefore, at one point in the city, there is a bronze statue erected in memory of Sienna. The mansion they would visit later was Sienna's residence until her retirement. About 200 years ago, Lady Sienna left a letter saying she wanted to retire, then simply left the mansion. Eugene says that no one knows where Lady Sienna went after that. The tour guide confirmed it. Even though many wizards, Aeroth, and Sienna's students have tried to find and follow in his footsteps, still no one knows Sienna's resting place. Another thing that was most surprising was that Sienna disappeared right on her birthday. The tour guide thought Sienna had gone back to Devildom, because 200 years ago, on that day, it was 100 years since Sienna left Hamel's corpse in Devildom. The tour guide suspected that Sienna had returned there to remember Hamel and to take revenge on her best friend's name. Then, the tour guide started discussing the love story between Sienna and Hamel. Instantly, Eugene's face turned scary, and he told the leader of the path to be quiet if he still wanted to live. The tour guide immediately changed the subject and said that there was another theory about Sienna's disappearance. It is common knowledge that Sienna really hates black magic and demons, so she continued to criticize the construction of the Black Magic Tower until her retirement. Some have speculated that it was the radical group of dark magicians who pushed for the building of the Black Magic Tower that killed Sienna. At this point, Eugene replies that Sienna couldn't have been killed by an ordinary dark wizard. The tour guide also agreed with Eugene's opinion. At that time, the Black Magic Tower also denied the rumors. Meanwhile, Eugene is deep in thought and realizes that Sienna is impossible for an ordinary dark wizard to kill. But it's a different story if it's a demon king. Eugene knew that Helmuth was still supporting Aeroth through the Black Magic Tower. From the demon's perspective, Sienna was their bully, and that reason was enough to kill Sienna. After finally arriving in front of Sienna's mansion, Eugene asked himself if Sienna was really dead. In front of the magnificent mansion, hundreds of people were praying with all their hearts. Eugene asks why there are so many people in front of the mansion. The tour guide explained that they were students who wanted to take the Magic Tower recruitment test. Because they didn't have money, they couldn't enter the mansion, because the ticket price is very expensive. Eugene asks why it is so expensive. The tour guide answered that there are still many people who want to spend more to enter the mansion. The tour guide also said that there is a myth that says if someone prays in front of the sienna painting that hangs in the main hall, it is guaranteed that their prayer will be answered. Before they entered the mansion, the guards checked their permits first. After realizing it was the Lionheart family name card, the guard immediately panicked and very politely invited Eugene to enter. When Eugene entered the mansion, the tour guide chose to wait outside the mansion door. After that, the main door was closed. Eugene immediately smiled and said he wanted to see Sienna's lifestyle. Eugene surrounds Sienna's mansion, which he thinks is enormous. Eugene remembers Sienna living in the mansion for 100 years. He remembered they used to talk about this one night before retiring. Sienna asked what Hamel plans for the future. Hamel was stunned. He asked why Sienna suddenly asked this. Sienna said there was no particular reason. Sienna just said they should find happiness later, considering they had been working hard in such a horrible place. Hamel shook his head and replied he didn't know because he had never thought that far. Sienna pointed at the sleeping Malon, saying that the idiot wanted to be a king. Hamel thinks Malon's wish is crazy. Even so, Sienna said to leave it at that, because according to him, humans have the right to dream. Hamel even suspected that Sienna was drunk because she suddenly turned into a gentle, wise person. Sienna immediately cursed in annoyance at Hamel's non-serious response. Hamel asked in return what Sienna's plans were for the future. The girl was suddenly startled and was silent for a moment. Then she said she wanted to live a normal life like everyone else, then married and had children. By now, Eugene, or Hamel, was standing in front of Sienna's large painting. Inside his mind, Eugene said that Sienna should meet a good man, get married, then live in peace. So Eugene wonders why Sienna chose to live alone for 100 years instead. Unknowingly, Eugene's hand advanced and wanted to touch Sienna's painting, but suddenly he was stopped by the mansion's guard. Instantly, Eugene swore in annoyance because the guard interrupted his emotional moment. Eugene turned around and headed to the basement of the mansion because he wanted to see Sienna's huge library, which was located in the basement. As soon as he arrived at the basement's room, Eugene went straight to the shelves full of neatly lined magic books. Eugene wished Sienna would leave a trail between the bookshelves, but when he was about to touch a book, again a guard appeared and forbade him to take the books. Eugene grew increasingly irritated and was at a loss to think of how to look for clues if he wasn't allowed to touch the books. Then, Eugene remembered his necklace, which suddenly caught his attention. Eugene thought it was unreasonable. He suspected that the necklace might have appeared because it resonated with Hamel's soul, like Tempest the Wind King back then. Eugene believes someone interfered in his reincarnation process, and if that was Sienna's doing, Eugene was sure she would leave some clues. In the end, Eugene returned to standing in front of Sienna's painting that was in the main hall. He spoke in his heart to the painting that he had searched all the rooms in the mansion, but he did not find any clues. Eugene scratched his head in frustration. He didn't understand and didn't know anything. Eugene stared intently at Sienna's painting while saying in his heart that he would do whatever he wanted. If Sienna wanted to ask him anything, she should have left a trail for Eugene. As the mansion guard turned around, Eugene gave Sienna his middle finger and asked the girl to come to see him in person. But after a few moments of not getting an answer, Eugene turned around and got ready to leave. Before that, he had told Sienna's painting to come to see him if she was still alive. When Eugene came out of the mansion, it was already dark. The tour guide was still faithfully waiting for him in front of the mansion. Because of that, Eugene gave additional tips because the man was patiently waiting for him. Because he was happy to get tips, the tour guide asked again where did Eugene want to go. Eugene wanted to go straight to the Red Tower and said that the tour guide didn't need to accompany him anymore after that. Under the light of the half moon, they got on the flying car again. While on the trip, Eugene asked the tour guide about his older brother, Iota Lionheart. Does the tour guide know about his brother? The young man in the hat immediately looked panicked. Even so, he still replied that there wasn't a young magician in the Pentagon who didn't know about Iota. Eugene began to tell him that his family was indebted to the tower for hosting his older brother for 4 years. So for the sake of the tower's good name, Eugene wants to know the rumors about his older brother. The tour guide was panicking and closed his mouth tightly. He was scared. Seeing that, Eugene recounted that after he was adopted, he had never spoken to his older brother. So he has to know something so that he doesn't make mistakes when talking to his older brother later. Eugene promised not to get angry hearing the information from the tour guide. He also promised not to tell his family and his brother that he got information from this tour guide. With a serious face, Eugene swore on his behalf. So he urged the tour guide to tell him about the rumors about his brother. The man in the hat looked doubtful, but slowly he told me that it was rumored that Iota often seeks pleasure every day outside the tower. Eugene thought carefully about the word enjoyment. Considering that now his brother is 19 years old, Eugene thinks that isn't it normal to seek pleasure like that at that age. However, the tour guide immediately interrupted by saying that Iota was not looking for ordinary pleasure, rather the enjoyment of the succubus. At first, Eugene smiled after understanding the meaning of the succubus, but in the next second, Eugene's face was red with anger bubbling up. He even cursed out loud. He asked how there could be succubus when they weren't in Helmuth. The tour guide asked Eugene to calm down before he explained that they were not in Helmuth. But there is still a black magic tower, which is a place for black magicians and some demons. Eugene rubbed his irritated face and called his brother a fool. He still didn't expect his brother to get involved with the succubus from the black tower. The tour guide made it clear that Iota was not just playing around, but looking for pleasure. That's why he has one in every city. Eroth also has a special alley used for such needs. The alley was famous for its black market, but there were special places that hired succubi as maids, and rumor has it, Iota often visits such places. Eugene immediately asked where the alley was. The tour guide replied that the alley is called Bolero Alley, where it doesn't open every day and turns into a sordid place only on full moon nights. Inside his mind, Eugene said he had no intention of approaching Iota when he reached Eroth. He wanted to focus on his development while keeping his distance from Iota. But his brother, who is said to be a descendant of Vermouth, as well as the eldest son of the Lionheart family, instead plays with fire with the demon. Eugene was furious that his older brother was degrading the family to play with a succubus. The tour guide asked Eugene to keep this a secret. Firmly, Eugene said he would keep the promise he had made. He promised not to tell anyone, including his stupid brother. In his mind, Eugene knew that it was still just a rumor, so he needs solid proof. And so for the time being she would restrain herself from slapping his brother hard. Eugene continues to chant the name of Bolero Alley, which he will visit at the next full moon. Eugene is greeted by a witch at the gate of the Red Tower. Upon learning that it was Eugene Leonhardt, the girl immediately lowered her hat as a form of respect. This girl also introduced herself as Hera. This girl said the master of the Red Tower wanted to welcome Eugene in person, but he suddenly had a business that could not be postponed. Just as Hera finished speaking, there was a large explosion at the top of the Red Tower. Eugene sees this and asks if it was an accident. Hera explained that the Red Tower focused on summoning magic, and among other magics, summoning magic has the highest risk of failing. From the glass of the exploding tower appeared two monsters that were about to flee, but quickly two red long arms caught the two monsters and destroyed them. It was Sir Loberian's doing. After the monsters disappeared, Sir Loberian immediately turned into the building and scolded his students for failing their lessons this time. Sir Loberian asked in a high voice if they had forgotten what it took to summon a shadow beast via a lava magic circle. Sir Loberian was so angry that his face was red and the muscles in his face were showing. This blonde-haired man asked if his students knew what would happen if he caught the shadow beast too late. The monster has no emotions at all. They controlled his primal instincts. They would immediately hunt down the citizens of the capital. Sir Loberian's pupils shook and apologized in a stammered voice. Then, after being satisfied scolding his students, Sir Loberian asked them to pack up their things and leave immediately. Then, Sir Loberian flew down to Eugene, who was standing in front of the tower. A bright smile immediately appeared on this wizard's face as soon as he met Eugene again. Sir Loberian examined the young man's body before him. He barely recognized Eugene because of his rapid growth. Eugene praised Sir Loberian's physique, which had not changed at all. Sir Loberian explains that magic is the source of life energy. Even though Sir Loberian hasn't changed physically, Eugene knows the wizard in front of him has changed since 4 years ago. Because Eugene had trained his mana, now he could tell that Sir Loberian was very strong. The mana around his body was increasingly churning. Eugene knows Sir Loberian is not as good as Sienna, but Eugene admits that Sir Loberian is worthy of being the master of the Red Tower. Sir Loberian had heard from Sir Gilead that Eugene was interested in magic, so Sir Loberian explained that magic is indeed a beautiful art, but at the same time, magic is often hard to learn. But Sir Loberian is sure Eugene can do it. While they were talking, suddenly Sir Loberian felt someone's presence behind the big door of the tower. So this witch forced the door open with her strength to see a thin young man who was eavesdropping on their conversation. The skinny young man who looked frightened turned out to be Iota Lionheart. When he saw his adopted brother, Eugene immediately cursed in his heart. He could see that his brother's life energy had been sucked away by the succubus. That's why now his brother looks thin and lethargic. Sir Loberian asked Iota to come closer and greet Eugene, but the young man looked panicked and said he didn't know what to say. So it was Eugene who greeted his brother first, even though with sharp eyes full of anger. Seeing the anger in his brother's eyes, Iota stuttered. Sir Loberian immediately told Iota to go back upstairs and read some books. Sir Loberian's eyes were no less sharp and sinister than Eugene's. Iota languidly complied and closed the gate. Then Sir Loberian apologized to Eugene for showing such an unpleasant thing. After that, Sir Loberian asked if it was true that Eugene didn't want to learn directly from him. Eugene justified it because he didn't want to burden Sir Loberian. Eugene says that if he learns directly from Sir Loberian, many will think the Lionhearts are being unfair. With an excited face, Eugene said now he wanted to study at his own pace. Sir Loberian didn't push Eugene either. She said it wouldn't help as long as Eugene didn't want to learn from her. But if Eugene had any questions, he could ask Hera. Sir Loberian also allowed Eugene to stay in the Red Tower while Aroth was around. After hearing all of what Sir Loberian said, Eugene asked if he could go to the Tower Library now. 1 month after arriving at the Red Tower, Eugene visits the library every day. He read a magic textbook from morning to noon. Then he slept late. He also practiced other aspects besides magic. He trained his mana several hours before going to the library, then training his body every night with the sword until sweat covered his whole body. His sleep was indeed little, but his outer body was able to recover quickly even if he only slept for a few hours. That morning, Eugene wanted to try everything he learned from the beginner-level textbooks in the library. 300 years ago, Sienna divided the magic grades into distinct sections. Originally, it was a method of hers. But once he was appointed Master of the Green Tower, many of Aroth's wizards began to follow Sienna's methods. The first is the circle method. The constantly rotating mana ring is used to cast magic. When mana grew beyond the capacity of a circle, a new hole would form again. 300 years later, the majority of magicians still use circles to use magic. Those who don't use it are magicians with different fundamentals, such as elemental wizards and black magic wizards. Now Eugene belongs to a practice room where Hera is waiting for him. Eugene asks today if he is allowed to use a circle right. Hera allowed that while explaining several methods other than circles, but it has been proven that circles are the most efficient method for 300 years. Before that, Eugene's permission to add a few modifications of his own. Hera does not recommend modifying the base circle, but he wanted to hear more from Eugene. Eugene said he wanted to utilize the Lionheart family's mana method. Hearing this, Hera immediately panicked. He explained to Eugene that the mana used for martial arts and magic uses a different mechanism. If Eugene doesn't make magic and activate it properly, then the magic won't appear. In her mind, Hera knew that if Eugene lost control of his mana, he would be seriously injured. Or even worse, Eugene could die. But this young man steadfastly said he still wanted to try it. Will he succeed? Can he do it? That's why he read all the manuals in the library. Hera sighed heavily seeing Eugene's determination. This girl was really surprised to see the behavior of the 17-year-old youth in front of her. Hera knew Eugene would not stop before he tried it himself. Finally, Hera let Eugene try the method. But Hera picked up her wand and was alert. She said that if the situation got dangerous, Hera would immediately stop Eugene. Hera said that if Eugene was injured, not only himself but also the Tower Master would be dragged into this incident. Eugene agreed to the idea. Then he started emitting mana all over his body. Mana is bluish-white, which always amazes anyone who sees it. Eugene started to contract in his training of managing mana and circle simultaneously. Meanwhile, Hera was still keeping her guard up right in front of him. Eugene knows the white flame and circle methods may appear to be different, but they are fundamentally the same. The white flame method controls the mana through the star in the heart. Meanwhile, the circle controls where through the ring. If the ring can be replaced with mana, then the mana that can be used will increase. Eugene was going to adjust his mana because he didn't know what would happen if he just guessed. Hera chuckled as I saw what Eugene was doing. Hera was amazed to see that Eugene could control that much mana so perfectly. The mana should have disappeared, but Eugene was able to control it just fine. Hera was truly amazed to see a young man at Eugene's age being able to do that. Eugene can create fireballs in his hands very densely. It then turned into a small ball of mana. Hera was surprised when she saw fireball magic, which then turned into missile magic. Eugene could even use magic without casting spells and only using precise calculations. Eugene can also change the form of his magic without having to change it first. Eugene smiled happily seeing the mana orb at his fingertips. He thought it was pretty good for a start. Eugene asked Hera to summon a monster so she could try his new magic. After thinking for a long time, Hera finally decided to summon a stone golem monster. This girl made a magic circle and then took out a fairly large golem monster from the circle. Hera said the monster was made of cabrium. This monster has no defensive spells, but its body is tough enough to withstand most types of attacks. Eugene says the monster is perfect, so this young man started pointing his forefinger and exerting his newly created magic on the monster. After finishing the training session, Hera immediately reported the results of the training to Sir Loberian. The leader of the Red Tower was surprised to see a big hole right in the middle of the golem monster's body. She asked once again whether it was true that Eugene managed to make a circle using the white flame method and managed to use magic with it. Hera confirmed this. She was amazed to see Eugene's mana density and purity, which was extraordinary. This girl said that regardless of the type of magic used by Eugene, the power of his attack spells alone surpassed that of a 3-star magician. Sir Loberian thinks Eugene's talent is terrible. because that young man could replace the ring with martial-based mana manipulation. Terrible is more appropriate than the word amazing to describe Eugene and the current head of the Loberian Sir. Seeing Eugene's way of studying, Sir Loberian wondered if 3 stars were equivalent to 3 circles. With Eugene away, Sir Loberian tries to ask Hera if Sir Loberian is being unfair if she writes Eugene a letter of recommendation so he can enter the Great Library of Akrian. Hera was certainly surprised to hear this, because the Library of Akrian can only be accessed by high-class wizards and nobles so far. Sir Loberian said Eugene fit the place perfectly. This grown man pulls out a paper and pen to write down recommendations. Sir Loberian thinks Eugene is a genius because he only read entry-level books for a month, but with that, he can use magic by changing circles using his method. Even that method was able to shatter the golem's shell made of cabrium. It was because of this that Sir Loberian believed Eugene was fit to enter the library. According to him, a person with such talent deserves appropriate behavior. That way of saying the other magicians would find this unfair. Sir Loberian replied that any wizard who refused to accept this decision must be blind with jealousy. Sir Loberian then asked what was Eugene's reason for leaving, considering that the young man did not know anyone in Eroth. Hera replied that Eugene wanted to go visit an old friend. Now Eugene is standing in front of the statue of Sienna, which is located in the Maldane Square area. Eugene stared intently at the bust of Sienna, who was grinning broadly. He remembered Sienna always smiling like that whenever she succeeded in something. While staring pensively at the statue, suddenly a man with a large body and beard approached Eugene. When does Eugene ask if it's Gargaz? Instantly the figure of this large man before him answered excitedly that he was indeed Gargaz Lionheart. Gargaz comments Eugene has grown, though not as big as himself. Eugene maintained that it was the man who had been a giant from the start. The two of them shook hands as a form of greeting. After a long time of not seeing each other, Gargaz could tell from Eugene's grip that this distant relative had been training hard for these 4 years. But according to him, it was not enough. Gargaz immediately handed over a small bottle of his family's secret muscle growth formula. Eugene categorically rejects the potion. Gargaz asks why. Because even Eugene's father, Sir Gerald, managed to lose weight thanks to the potion from his family. Hearing this, Eugene asked Gargaz to stop sending strange things to his father. Then, Eugene just remembered why this big man in Eroth. Gargaz even asked back if Eugene had ever heard of Bolero Alley. Gargaz wanted to buy a giant testicle that would be auctioned at that place. Instantly, Eugene was dumbfounded with a horrified expression. He got even more goosebumps when Gargaz clearly stated it was a giant acorn. For Gargaz, this thing is very valuable because it contains magic that can be used as a composition for muscle growth potions that suit him very well. Gargaz asks Eugene to come with him because he's worried he won't have enough money to buy the thing. Eugene immediately refused to lend money to buy something like that. But Gargaz knelt and begged Eugene with all his heart. The attitude of this big man attracted everyone's attention, so Eugene had no other choice but to lend money and tell him to get up again soon. Gargaz also thanked him and said he would reimburse the money as well as the interest. Gargaz also informed us that many other valuable items will be auctioned. Eugene seemed disinterested in hearing that. Gargaz guessed that this distant relative had no interest in anything else since he already had Winif. Eugene replies he's more interested in the other parts of Bolero Alley than the auction. Eugene remembered that a few days ago he met Iota while walking in the tower hall. Iota's expression clearly showed he was addicted to the succubus. Eugene believes Iota will visit Bolero Alley on the next full moon night. Eugene was walking down the tower hall. He was immediately summoned to Sir Loberian's room as soon as he arrived at the tower. It so happened that this young man also wanted to meet him and asked about Iota. When the two of them were face to face, Sir Loberian smiled happily to welcome Eugene. He asked Eugene to sit down, and they started chatting. Sir Loberian immediately showed him the letter of recommendation he had made to Eugene. Before discussing this further, Eugene wants to know what happened to Iota from the Tower Master himself. Sir Loberian immediately darkened when asked about it. She lost her way to explain this matter to Eugene. Finally, Sir Loberian said that the rumors about Iota were true. She had previously tried admonishing Iota several times, but that wasn't enough to stop him from going to meet the succubus. Sir Loberian said many people used to die because their souls were sucked out by a succubus. But when Helmuth opened his borders, the demons immediately changed their attitude completely. Succubus also falls into that category. They still suck people's souls, but they don't kill anyone because the Queen of Nightmares strictly forbids it. But Eugene rejects that perception to justify his brother's behavior. But Sir Loberian asked Eugene to consider the position of the Iota. Sir Loberian explains that Iota came to Eroth 4 years ago. Many expect him to achieve success, but his talent was unable to live up to those expectations. He's been through a lot of suffering, and even though the masters had tried to lead him further, they still had no results. Because of the family name, Iota couldn't escape the expectations of those around him. The pressure he was under must have been steadily increasing. Sir Loberian thought it would be fine to let him entertain himself occasionally and relieve himself. Sir Loberian had warned Iota against getting too addicted. Without it, Iota's mental breakdown would have been even faster than this. Eugene fell silent. In his mind, this young man could understand Iota's feelings, because he already knows how it feels to live with the main family. The fickle first wife Theanis, and the intrigued Anicilia, the gifted and ambitious Seal and Siam. Iota always felt pressured to coexist with them. The reason why Iota stayed in the tower even though he was cursed at, was because it was better than going back to his family. Eugene understands that Iota's life story is very sad, but he still goes too far because of his addiction to succubus. Eugene clenched his fists on the table in anger at the thought. The succubi were always smiling now, but they were still demons. They could never mingle with humans. Eugene needs to see firsthand what they did to the Iota. Finally, the full moon night arrived. Eugene goes to Bolero Alley with Gargas. Even though they were already wearing robes that completely covered their bodies and faces, they still used appearance-changing magic. Gargas asks why they have to change their face. Eugene replies that if news about two Lionhearts visiting an illegal alley openly spreads, their family's reputation will be tarnished. Suddenly, a kind of cell phone communication device carried by Eugene rang. The young man immediately took it and listened to the figure on the other side speak. The one who called Eugene was the tour guide who brought Eugene. This man in the hat was standing on one of the balconies watching for Iota's arrival. He said he would immediately give the news to Eugene when Iota came later. Eugene asks how the man will be able to track down his brother who will use the disguise later. The tour guide replied that Iota had never used disguise magic. He also always wears the same robe so that he is easily recognized and easy to find. Eugene is certainly annoyed to hear this. He didn't expect that his older brother would be so stupid as to attract attention because of his big name. Eugene wants to teach him all out so that his bad character will disappear. After the phone hangs up, Eugene will come in to watch the auction with Gargas. He'll deal with the Iota later. Bolero Alley has many auction venues, but all follow the same rules, namely blind bidding. Apart from the companion following you, everyone is placed in a separate room, and all of them can't check who took part in the auction. The masked maid gave notice of the 3 buttons in the room. The middle button can be used to join the auction, the right button to increase the bid, and the left button when the customer needs help. After the guard left, Eugene and Gargas sat down on the big chair that was in the room. Gargas thought Eugene didn't like participating in such auctions. Eugene just wanted to pass the time. After all, he was curious about what items would come out. The large window in front of them finally showed a servant who would lead the auction. Before the auction started, the maid announced that they were offering rare magic materials. In terms of quality, goods from Helmuth are the champions. Then one by one unique items were issued, starting from Proxia apples, Mandagro roots, and Uzurok flowers. Eugene was getting bored because the items that were issued didn't catch his eye. But suddenly Eugene's sharp eyes were stunned and he immediately pressed the button to enter the auction. No kidding, he immediately gave a price of 1 million cells. In his heart, Eugene didn't expect to see that thing here. Forgotten sword, destruction takes the form of a sword, and a weapon that has never been written down in history. Fragments of the Moonlight Blade. After Eugene won, it was immediately given to him by the masked maid. As soon as the maid leaves, Gargas asks why Eugene bought such a worthless item. But Eugene ignored Gargas' question. He opened the box and took the object. In his heart, he was sure it was a fragment of the Moonlight Blade. Tozard was where they found the fragment. It was also the place where they found the Moonlight Blade in the past. They found it in one of the deepest dungeons there. Eugene wonders if Vermouth put his sword back where it was after he came back from Helmuth. The Moonlight Blade is too dangerous. The Turtledove sword rejects anyone except Vermouth as its wielder. The sword always brought about terrible destruction every time it was swung. Eugene wonders if Vermouth broke it down into smaller fragments because he didn't want anyone else to use them. Staring at the small object in his hand, Eugene wished it would still hold some energy, but sadly the fragments seemed to have no power. Even the sinister sensation he felt 300 years ago was gone. All that remained was the silence of the fragment. Eugene kept it in his pocket. Right at that time there was a phone call from the tour guide man. He informs them that Iota has come. So without wasting any more time, Eugene immediately left the auction. After previously he gave a black credit card to lend to Gargas. After exiting the auction venue, Eugene asked the figure on the other side of the phone where he should go. The tour guide explained that if he went to the north side of the alley he would find a shop called Rafflesia, so that's where Iota went. After walking a few steps, Eugene saw a sign with a Rafflesia flower symbol on it. Before entering that place he was intercepted by 2 quite large demons. This is the first time Eugene sees them after reincarnation. If this had been Eugene's previous life he would have instantly killed those 2 demons. Eugene told the 2 guards he just wanted to have a look. The guard informs us that the entry ticket costs 2 million cells. He will be charged an additional fee depending on the duration and dream. Eugene immediately handed over the money they asked for and entered the place. Inside that place were many humans laughing happily, accompanied by the succubus. Eugene sits on one of the chairs and wonders where is Iota. Without wasting much time, this young man immediately asked the succubus who was serving him where to start dreaming. The succubus, who was wearing sexy clothes, immediately looked happy to hear Eugene's question. He also began to seduce and touch the body of the young man in front of him. The succubus announced that Dream's room was downstairs. Before going there, he advised Eugene to drink first to help him express his hidden desires. But Eugene refuses to drink and he wants to go downstairs right now. The flirtatious succubus was instantly delighted and would take him downstairs to select a room. There seemed to be lots of rooms downstairs, but it was a dim place without enough lighting. While walking down the hall, Eugene says the place is creepy and it's the first time he's done this. The sexy succubus in front of him tried to beg him to calm down and said it would only take a little bit of his life essence. After seeing the layout of the corridor, Eugene immediately handed over the money and said he would just sleep at home. The succubus looked surprised, but he accepted the money anyway. Then Eugene asks where is the way out. The succubus led him past the person who was about to take him out to a nearby restaurant. Eugene had moved on to a brighter restaurant, but he was still greeted by a demon who asked if his dream was beautiful. Eugene ignored the waiter's question and instead asked for the best food with extra meat. Eugene immediately ate heartily at his table, until finally he saw Iota being helped out by two main gate guardian demons. His face looked paler and more lethargic than usual. Eugene immediately cursed in his heart when he saw his eldest brother come out with the help of a demon. Eugene immediately followed his brother. He was led out of the restaurant and walked down a dark alley. When he was about to follow Iota into a room, he was stopped by three thugs. They said this wasn't a place to do business, so they sent Eugene away. Instead of leaving, Eugene just asked, "What place is this?" Immediately, he was strangled by one of the thugs who yelled at him and forbade him to ask many questions. Not wanting to be outdone, Eugene immediately gripped the arm as big as the thug and punched him in the face. After one fell with a single blow, the other two immediately became inflamed. They cursed at Eugene while drawing their weapons. The two skinny thugs tried to attack Eugene from the left and right, but their attacks can be easily dodged by Eugene. Then with a very fast movement, Eugene beat them until they were unconscious. Eugene immediately pressed the head of one of the thugs with his foot. Then he asked what place it was. Because the three of them were no longer able to answer, Eugene finally decided to go in and check directly. Eugene immediately destroyed the wooden entrance. As soon as the door opened, he realized the air in the room had been mixed with the forbidden drug. He became even more irritated at his older brother realizing this. According to him, this is too much to just be called looking for a change of atmosphere. Inside the room were humans, demons, and beastmen who immediately panicked upon seeing Eugene's arrival. Meanwhile, Eugene himself was surprised to see three different types of creatures able to interact and get along in one place. He didn't expect world peace to have such a far-reaching impact, because furious when the creatures immediately attacked Eugene together. But Eugene easily beat them with his magic shots. When all three of his opponents have been defeated and seriously injured, Eugene immediately asks where is his older brother, Iota Lionheart. But on second thought, he didn't need to ask those three lowly creatures, because Eugene could find it himself. This young man also drew his sword and immediately pointed the weapon upwards. Instantly, a huge whirlwind appeared and destroyed the walls and floor above it. With this, Eugene can see up to the top floor. This young man saw that there was no one on the first floor or the second floor, so he immediately smashed through the third floor and soared upwards. There is only one room on that floor. He was sure that was where Iota was now. Eugene saw that black energy that was so dark was about to attack him from behind the door, so he immediately pulled out the shard of the moonlight blade, which immediately absorbed the black energy well. After finishing, Eugene immediately took back the sword fragment and said in his heart that the sword was indeed extraordinary. Even though the sword's form was just a fragment, it still resisted any mana. Eugene immediately asked someone who just came out from behind the door if what he used was black magic, right? Instantly, the old figure that had just appeared panicked and couldn't answer. He was amazed to see someone who had survived his terrible spell. This young man before him was able to fend off that attack. On the other hand, Eugene recalled Sir Gilead's words that always forbade them to study black magic. So he was furious, because his father's biological son, a true descendant of Vermouth, was even playing with black magic. Then in a cold tone of voice, Eugene told the black magician that he would not beat up the old man if he ran away from him right then and there. As soon as he reached the third floor, Eugene was immediately attacked by a magician, an attack that used black magic. Eugene couldn't believe that Gilead's biological son and direct descendant of Vermouth could do such a bad thing. Even though Eugene could block and parry the attack with the hold he had, now his body was covered in white flames that formed a lion's mane which was full of energy. It made the magician confused and didn't know what else to do. However, during the confusion, two demons who had brought Iota there then reappeared. Eugene and the two demons got ready, then fought each other. With Eugene's strength and agility, the fight was unequal and was easily won by Eugene, and the demon's body was finally destroyed. The witch who saw this became confused and full of fear. The witch then asked if he was Eugene Lionheart. With a sharp and intimidating look, Eugene said that if he knew, then he'd better get out of his sight. The witch then tried to explain what happened to Eugene, but Eugene still did not want to stop his steps and listen to him. Seeing that Eugene didn't want to take back his words, the witch then attacked Eugene with his black magic. However, Eugene can easily cut the magic, which makes the magician disbelieve and thinks that it is impossible. With his sword, Eugene tried to approach the witch. As soon as Eugene's sword reached the front of the witch's neck, Eugene asked the witch to be quiet, not move an inch, or else Eugene's head would be cut off. Once inside, Eugene saw Iode sleeping on the bed, surrounded by candles and a place that looked like an offering. Eugene then saw a cup that was usually used for rituals. He looked into the cup. Haven't had time to look into it, the witch said that the cup contained the heart of a unicorn. Hearing that, Eugene remembered that unicorns were animals that had very high mana levels and holy power, something with their legendary status. Their value as a sacrifice is far greater than a human being. Then Eugene asked the wizard, did he intend to tie a contract with the Demon King? The witch replied that it was impossible, since someone as humble as him wouldn't dare to remember the contract with the Demon King. He was only trying to contract Baron Ulfar of Helmuth. Eugene then returns to ask about who the person in question is. The witch said she was an incubus under Duchess Noirzevilla. Noirzevilla turns out to be the queen of succubus, that demon who has managed to survive for 300 years since Eugene's previous life. Helmuth was a territory ruled by the Demon King of Incarceration of an Apocalypse. His level was indeed not on par with them, but his strength was sufficient for the position of Duchess. Eugene eventually finds out that Iode wants to remember the contract with a regular incubus subordinate to the Noirzevilla. Iode went so far as to prepare a unicorn heart as an offering, then redeem himself with drugs and alcohol. Eugene is really angry that his brother dared to do all this. The frightened witch prostrated. She also confirmed Eugene's words. It was all Iode's wish. Iode gave him money to buy the unicorn hearts. He felt that he could not refuse Iode's orders. Eugene naturally understood why the witch couldn't refuse him. He knew only too well how happy the wizard was when Iode asked him if the first successor of the Lionheart family was willing to pay him to enter into a contract with his master. Because if successful, the wizard will get abundant strength from the Ulfar, and even that Noirzevilla would later decide to contract with him. Eugene knew that he was doing it all for his gain, so he asked the witch to shut up if she still loved his life. The witch was still in the same state and still frightened. Meanwhile, Eugene approached Iode, who was half awake. Seeing this, Eugene slapped Iode hard and asked him to wake up. Iode, who felt pain, then woke up and realized that Eugene was there. Iode's consciousness had returned. He held his cheek in pain. Meanwhile, Eugene called his brother with terrible eyes full of anger. Iode asks Eugene why he is there. Eugene replied that if he followed him, then Eugene said that he was trying to understand Iode because he knew what Iode had been through so far. He understood that his life was very bleak, to the extent that Iode wanted to play with succubus, but using black magic was too much. Eugene was angry and almost disappointed in his older brother. Eugene then held Iode's head with both hands, then continued to say that the eldest heir of the Lionheart family and the future head of the family dared to enter into a contract with a demon and with an ordinary incubus. Iode said that if he had no other choice. Hearing what Iode said, Eugene immediately hit his head against Iode's head so hard that it made Iode hurt. Eugene then asked, what did his brother mean? Has he gone mad? Doesn't he know what happens when Iode learns black magic by contracting a demon? They would completely control Iode's soul. If they asked Iode to kill himself, then he would have to do as they were told, and the matter didn't end there. In the first place, if he became a dark magician, their family's prestige would drop. Not only that, but what if the demon he contracted told Iode to kill his parents and siblings, then ordered them to bring Lionheart's treasure to them? Iode said that if his order, they didn't think it would be that absolute, and they promised not to give such a cruel order. Hearing that, Eugene became annoyed because their people would never keep their promises and asked Iode not to obey their orders, because it could risk his life. After that, with a sharp and condescending look, Eugene said if maybe Iode could do that, he's just someone who can't take care of himself and prefers to get drunk and drift away in dreams. Iode, who was then teary-eyed, said what Eugene really knew about him. Eugene just smiled and said if he had a story, just tell it. Iode said that Eugene would never understand, because he was at the center of everyone's attention for these 4 years. He was raised as a child of the main family, and he received many benefits from the direct head of the family. Hearing that, Eugene immediately spoke up. If other people heard Iode's story, they might think that he was being discriminated against. Even though Iode has the same support as Eugene, Iode also has the White Flame method, and he gets the opportunity to become the Red Tower Master's apprentice. Eugene continues that his greatness is not because the head of the family likes him, but because he is born with more talent than others. But not only that, He works as much as possible so that the talents he has can reach their high potential. Even Cyan and Seal were trying at home, while Iod was playing around with Aroth. Then Eugene asked, would he really think that he could become the next head of the family if he studied black magic? With tears in his eyes, Iod replied that he did not want to be the next head of the Lionheart family. He would become a dark wizard and then go to Helmuth. There in the free land, he would be able to prove himself. But before he could finish all his words, Eugene immediately hit Iod's face with all his might. Iod bounced and fell, and with a face of pain, he screamed loudly. Eugene tries to convince Iod's words that he wants to go to Helmuth and get the praise of the demons, even though he is a direct descendant of the great Vermouth. Does he want to prove himself to the demons more than his own family? Did he think the demons would admire him? Then Eugene was sure that Iod would understand that. Other than the fact that Iod was the eldest heir of the Lionheart family, Iod was completely worthless. Eugene couldn't understand why someone who was gifted with many things that others coveted could grumble so much. Eugene then felt that it was pointless to talk to Iod anymore. Then after that, Eugene contacted Sir Loberian to come to their current location. The soldiers came to the place and brought the witch to be punished, while Sir Loberian looked confused at Iod. The thin youth made a frightened face and finally said that he didn't really want to do it and didn't want to become a black magician. However, Loberian said that Iod had tried it and had soiled the Lionheart family name. Iod had insulted Sir Gilade, who entrusted Iod to Sir Loberian. Iod has also spat on all the wizards in the Red Tower who taught him, and he has also insulted Sir Loberian, who has tried his best to take care of him. Iod insisted that he had not meant to do so. However, Sir Loberian didn't want to hear any more of those excuses, for if he could do so he'd better speak to Gilade and Theonis as his parents. Meanwhile, Iod was confused and certainly afraid to hear the fact that he had to speak directly to his own father and mother. That night, just before midnight, Sirs Gilade and Theonis arrived in Aroth at the request of Sir Loberian, and another person came. He was Balzac Ludbrith, namely the Black Tower Master. Balzac Ludbrith was a Black Tower Master for several tens of years and was one of the 3 legendary dark magicians who contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. Theonis didn't like seeing Balzac sitting there. This woman bravely rebuked the Black Tower Master, seeing that Sir Loberian calmed Theonis and said that Balzac had nothing to do with the incident that happened there. Theonis heard this and immediately got angry and said that Balzac was not the one who tried to introduce black magic to Iod. But why even now Loberian has the audacity to say he had nothing to do with it? There was no way Theonis would believe it. Then Balzac opened his voice and said that the Black Magic Tower did not rule all the dark mages on Aroth. The dark mage responsible for that unfortunate incident was Jebit. He didn't come from the Black Magic Tower, but rather the Mage Guild. Sir Gilade joined in. He said if the Magic Tower wasn't involved in the incident, then why was the Black Tower Master in the room now? Then Balzac replied that it was a form of responsibility for what happened. He added that several centuries ago people who learned black magic were treated as criminals and executed, but after the agreement between the Great Vermouth and the Demon Lord Incarceration, everyone was allowed to learn black magic. However, in today's times it's different to introduce black magic, and starting a contract with the devil is no longer considered an evil deed. I want to respect the wishes of the Lionheart family. Then Sir Gilade said it looked far-fetched as self-mockery, but he didn't have to do it solely for the dignity of the Lionheart family. Balzac confirmed Gilade's words, but because he didn't want to become an enemy of the Lionheart family as a result of this incident, he came here to take responsibility. Balzac said, narcotics crimes will be tried through Aroth's laws and everyone involved will be in Aroth's prison, even all succubus will also be punished. Theonis then asked what responsibility Balzac meant. Balzac replies that he will behead Baron Hoyne Ulfer, an incubus who made a contract with Jebit, and who attempted to form a contract with Lord Iod. Balzac then took out a black flame from his hand, a sign that the Demon King Insuration wanted to say something. Eugene, who heard that, was surprised, but he tried his best to control himself. Balzac said that the Demon Lord Insuration was very disappointed that his beloved Vermouth family fell victim to this incident, so he decided to behead Hoyne Ulfer. Hearing that made Eugene silently angry. Hearing that the Demon King Insuration said that he loved the Vermouth family, Balzac apologized again to Sir Gilade. He then said maybe the answer was not as expected, because he and the Demon Lord Insuration had done their best to satisfy the Lionheart family's expectations. After saying that, Balzac took his leave and left, so now only Eugene and the Lionheart family are left. Then Sir Gilade asked Eugene to leave the 3 of them in the room. Eugene understood and left the room. After Eugene left, Sir Gilade said that it seemed that the Lionheart family had done a terrible mistake to Loberian because it was his neglect as a father. Sir Loberian said that it seemed his fault too for being too hard on Iod. Then suddenly Sir Gilade said that if he would send Iod home. That statement made Theonis surprised. She didn't feel the need to be sent home either. After all, Iod wasn't that mired in black magic yet. Iod only tried a little. Theonis believes Iode will not make the same mistake a second time. Iode will see this incident as a lesson and try harder. Sir Gilade didn't care what Theonis said, because according to her in the past 3 centuries, no Lionheart family had become a dark mage, and his decision was unanimous even though Iode was his son, but what he had done had completely tarnished the name of the Lionheart family. He could no longer let him stay in Aroth. Hearing what her husband said clearly made Theonis angry and did not accept it. She shouted and said that at this time the main family's position had been eroded. While Iode was in Aroth, Cyan and Seal, who were living in the main family's residence, were acknowledged by the other main family members. There was nowhere for Iode to return home, however, Iode had to stay in Aroth. Theonis said that Sir Gilade didn't care about Iode, and all he cared about was Anicilla, his children, and his adopted son who had absolutely no blood relation with him. Sir Gilade said he gave all the children they wanted without discriminating against a single child. He sent Iode to Aroth because he wanted to study magic. Theonis did not accept Gilade's words. If Gilade really cared about Iode, he should fulfill all his needs in order to make him a student of Sir Loberian, and if he was worried that Iode would get lost, he should have sent someone to watch over and look after him. Then Gilade told Theonis to stop what he said and also stop embarrassing him and the Lionheart family. Theonis instead said that she would be embarrassed if Iode returned home, and if Sir Gilade persisted in bringing Iode back, Theonis would take him to his parents' home. And never would I allow Iode to live in the main family's mansion. Theonis prefers to let Iode study magic at his parents' house without pressure. Sir Gilade couldn't help it if that was the will of Theonis and Iode. Hearing her husband's decision, clearly Theonis' face grew darker. Meanwhile, when Eugene was outside, someone called him and asked him to talk for a while, which turned out to be Balzac. What would Balzac want from Eugene? Balzac intended to invite Eugene for a long discussion, but Eugene definitely refused the long discussion. Hearing Eugene's words, Balzac then assumed that it seemed like Eugene didn't like him. Eugene confirmed that, but not only himself but all black magic wizards. Balzac understood that even though 300 years had passed, the sentiment towards dark magicians was still not good. To him who was a black magician, this treatment is not fair. I know it sounds strange, but he has never done anything bad. Eugene may hate black magic, but Eugene hopes he won't hate Balzac. There was no answer. Eugene was silent hearing Balzac's words. Then Balzac continued and said that he had heard about Eugene, according to whom his performance during the bloodline continuation ritual had become widespread and he had shown a talent for magic recently. Eugene even got a recommendation to a Korean from the Red Master. Then Balzac quietly said that Eugene was also part of the responsibility that Balzac had decided to take on. A recommendation from the Red Tower Master alone will not be enough to give access to a Korean. The Tower Master and other wizards will refuse it, on the grounds that Eugene is not worthy, so Balzac as the Black Tower Master will also write a letter of recommendation for Eugene a Korean. Eugene didn't understand Balzac's intention and why he went to great lengths for himself. Balzac said that he was interested in Eugene, but his relationship with the Red Tower Master was also not conducive. He had no hatred towards Loberian, but Loberian hated him because Balzac was one of the black magicians. So Balzac will also write a letter of recommendation for Eugene, at least so the Loberians don't hate him anymore. Then he would also strengthen the relationship with the Lionheart family. Eugene will take the opportunity. He is not sure that this action will strengthen the relationship between the two, but Balzac says if it doesn't affect the relationship, that's enough for him. After he said goodbye to Balzac to leave there, Eugene had time to think whether Balzac really wasn't involved in the incident with his brother. As he walked, Balzac was still speaking. He had a sense of pride in the fact that he was a dark magician, because the existence of weak black magicians had become the disgrace of black magic. Even if he was the eldest heir of the Lionheart family, Balzac would never give someone without talent a chance. Balzac hoped that this statement would answer all the questions Eugene wanted to ask. Before leaving there, Eugene cursed about Iode. In his room, Eugene reminisces about the unicorn's heart, which Gilade had previously given to him, as he had stopped Iode before he strayed, so Eugene deserves to be rewarded. Eugene approached the unicorn heart that was in the cup, thinking that it had many uses, but directly extracting mana was the easiest method. He knew the quality wasn't bad for a monster's heart, it was clean enough from interference. With his own hands, Eugene extracted the mana in the unicorn's heart, thinking that at this rate he could achieve 4 stars in the White Flame method before turning 20 years old. The Lionheart family would definitely be shocked to hear that. In Lionheart's 300-year history, there had never been anyone who earned 4 stars before the age of 20. The head of the family and Jin both have 6 stars. 6 stars alone is enough to make him one of the strongest people on the continent. If he really wanted to master it, then he would have to start combining the methods he had the moment he reached 5 stars. Eugene will melt everything Hamel has, then he will put it in the White Flame Milk Vermouth method. Gargis and Eugene met at a Pentagon public bank to buy something. After that, Gargis invited Eugene to his place to stay. According to him, people said they would send the goods after he handed over the money. It was a rare opportunity to see giant testicles in person. Eugene grumbled at what Gargis said. He told him to come along just to see a giant testicle. Gargis had really gone mad. However, even so, he will still follow Gargis. Gargis thought that Eugene was interested in it, so he would share it later with Eugene. Of course, Eugene refused, since he wasn't interested in the testicles, but he was interested in seeing Gargis' red flame method. He needed to see how it differed from the white flame method. Then as he walked out of the Pentagon public bank, among the crowd Eugene seemed to see something. He immediately ran in that direction and into the crowd. Eugene couldn't believe what he saw. Something unnaturally purple. That color was the result of an extreme amount of mana mixed into the body. As he made his way through the crowd and outside, he saw someone he had known from 300 years ago, Sienna the Wise. Eugene was silently confused and did not know what to say. Sienna's appearance was still the same as 300 years ago, but Eugene's appearance was so different, she would have no way of recognizing him. If Eugene had said that he was actually Hamel and reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth, surely Sienna would have scolded him. Eugene believes that even after 300 years, Sienna's demeanor and style of speech are still the same. Then Eugene called Sienna and tried to hold her hand, but it was translucent. Eugene thought that it was a ghost, but he then realized that it was probably an illusion created by magic. However, after thinking that Sienna's body stopped, turned her body and smiled at Eugene. Eugene thought that it wasn't just an illusion. He was quite happy, but soon Sienna's body disappeared like flying dust. That didn't make Eugene sad, but instead, he smiled and said he finally met Sienna's medal. From the top of the second floor of the Pentagon public bank, Eugene thought about Sienna, who was still alive, and she came looking for Eugene. But the question was why Sienna could know. Did she recognize Eugene's soul like Tempest before, or maybe she came because of the necklace that Eugene had? Sienna knew about Eugene's reincarnation, but the fact that Sienna had only sent an illusion meant that she was currently unable to come in person, and that meant Sienna had been sealed. Eugene then asked, what was Sienna doing? Did someone seal it? Was the culprit the Demon King of Incarceration? However, it was certain that right now Sienna was immobilized, but it didn't matter that Eugene would be looking for her at this moment. He was sure he would find it. After that, Gargis came and asked why he suddenly ran. Eugene doesn't want to answer. Instead, he invites Gargis to go to his inn to see the red flame method. Gargis asked again, didn't Eugene already have the white flame method? Why was he interested in the white flame method? Eugene only replied that he was only interested. Then Gargis ruined his clothes with his muscular body, saying that if he did that he would be more excited. After the red flames came out from Gargis' body, Eugene asked whether the red flame method also had many stars. Gargis replied that originally the red flame method was not split into many stars, but his ancestors succeeded in increasing the number of stars of the red flame method to 5 stars. As far as he knows of all the red flame methods learned by the reserved family, only a handful of people can touch 5 stars, and Gargis himself had practiced and was able to achieve 2 stars. Eugene then thought about it that the Gargis family, one of the biggest reserved families, had 5 stars. Even after several hundred years, the limit of the red flame method was only 5 stars. They teach the white flame method in the main family, while the red flame method is taught in the reserved family. Through teaching like that, the distance between them will not be closed. Eugene didn't get it. Vermouth wasn't the type to be strict about it. He originally planned to learn the red flame method, but afterward, he felt it would be pointless. After thinking about that, Eugene said goodbye to leaving there. Gargis had said that the giant testicles would arrive soon, but Eugene didn't want to see that. Eugene arrives at the Red Tower, Eugene's private underground lab. Eugene remembers that Akreen kept the last magic book written by Sienna, namely Witchcraft. He is sure that there must be clues about Sienna there. Loberian and the Black Tower Master agreed to write down a recommendation, so it was more likely that he would later be granted access to Akreen. Sienna had been waiting for 300 years. Eugene hoped Sienna would wait a little longer. Eugene took out the Moonlight Blade to absorb mana the moment it touched the blade, but the small fragment would not be able to absorb high-level magic. However, it was still able to counteract low-level magic. Then Eugene tries again. If he could keep his mana from being sucked out by the fragment, then his mana strength would surpass normal limits to be compatible with his white flame method. Hira looked surprised when a student reported hearing continuous explosions and continuous vibrations from Eugene's private room. Finally, Hira decided to go down and check directly downstairs because she also had to convey something from the Loberian Master to Eugene. When they reached the front door, Hira knocked politely on the front door, but suddenly they heard a roar until there was a vibration at the door. Instantly, this girl burst through the door and asked if Eugene was okay, but his face was immediately red when treated to the sight of a man's muscular chest. Panicked, Hira asked what Eugene had done to sweat like now. Eugene answered that he was training his mana as well as practicing magic. Hiro was surprised to hear that answer because there was no trace of a magic circle. Instead, he saw an object that was still floating properly even though the walls and floors in the room were shattered. Eugene gives an example of how he trains. Extending his hand, Eugene exerted a fireball attack on the fragment. It turned out that it was able to parry its attacks and throw them in all directions. So that's where the loud bangs and vibrations come from. Hiro was even amazed to see how good Eugene was at using magic, and the stars seemed to be circles. Hiro could see the mana power of this young man was very strong. She didn't even expect that the combined magic missile and fireball could be so powerful. So Hiro asked if Eugene was practicing warfare magic. Eugene answered he was more focused on the mana training itself, and he is happy because he has made progress. Inside his mind, Eugene was really happy because his magic was absorbed in the first place. But now he could force the scattered mana to stick together to form an explosion. Hiro praised Eugene's extraordinary ascending ability. She also expressed her concern because she heard an explosion from Eugene's room. Eugene asked if Hiro came all the way to his practice room just to ask that. She came because wanted to tell Eugene that Sir Loberian wanted to see him. Hearing this, Eugene immediately picked up the clothes that had fallen on the floor, asking if Sir Loberian was upstairs. Hiro replied that Sir Loberian was in the Royal Library of Akrian. Instantly, Eugene's face stiffened at that. The capital of Aeroth is the Pentagon. The city center was formed thanks to the 5 magic towers. That is where the castle of Aeroth, Abram, is. Built in the middle of the Great Lake, Abram cannot be reached without taking a boat. Neither the Pentagon's flying carriage nor any form of magic could help cross the lake. This is due to the demon sealing circle that surrounds the entire lake along with Abram. This was a gift Sienna gave to the royal family as a token of friendship. The circle is still very strong even though hundreds of years have passed. Eugene commented that Sienna's ability on this one is crazy. He had started to understand magic when he was in Aeroth, but he still couldn't imagine that someone could surround the Great Lake and Abram with a demon sealing circle. Hira asked if Eugene wanted to visit Abram as the young man stared fixedly at the palace. Eugene replied that he saw the place because it felt so grand. Eugene realized that this place was not a place that one could go casually just because he wanted to visit it. Hira confirmed Eugene's answer, because only tower masters and high-class nobles can enter Abram. Even that tower master couldn't use magic while in Abram. The only ones who could use magic in that place were the royal family and the castle's magicians who had sworn allegiance to them. Eugene asks, does that mean the tower masters haven't sworn allegiance to the royal family? Hira said yes, but the tower master still often disobeys unreasonable orders. Hira explained that the magic tower and Aeroth had come to a mutual agreement. A parliament that has strong ties to the magic tower. Meanwhile, castles have their own group of mages, so usually the tower master mages are meant for the parliament. Hira added that it wasn't like witches hated each other. At this time the two of them were standing in front of the magnificent gate of the Library of Akrian. Hira explained that there were 3 people who rejected the recommendation to enter Akrian. Namely, the Blue Tower Master, the Green Tower Master, and the Mage Tower Master. If later Eugene gets acknowledgement from the 3 of them, then he will be able to enter Akrian. After saying what needed to be said, Hira took her leave to go home. Before that, he didn't forget to give encouragement to Eugene. Now Eugene was giving his greetings in front of all the higher-ups in Aeroth. Inside the room is the wizard captain of the castle, then the Master Red Tower, Master Green Tower, Master Blue Tower, Master White Tower, Master Black Tower, and Master Mage Tower. Finally, someone asked Eugene to raise his head. The bespectacled man sat in the very center of the row and said he had heard many stories about Eugene and wanted to meet him soon. Apparently, this figure is Aeroth's first heir, Hane Abram. Inside his head, Eugene had already heard about Hane, the heir of the first stage as well as the genius who reached the 5th circle before touching adulthood. Meanwhile, the Blue Tower Master says he has also heard about Eugene, but he was astonished because the Red Tower Master and Black Magic Tower kept pressing to give him access. Master Blue Tower knows Eugene who is talented, but swordsmanship and magic are 2 different things. The Blue Master Tower's face grew irritated at the thought of a 17-year-old young man getting a recommendation to enter Akrian. Master Blue Tower suspects that there is something between them. He knew that the Red Tower Master was an old associate of the head of the Lionheart family, while the Black Tower Master approached the Lionheart family for sure to cover up the recent case. Eugene said he understood what Master Blue Tower meant, so he asked what to do to prove himself screen and gain access to Akrian. Sir Loberian explains that Eugene needs to demonstrate his magic in front of the higher-ups and the nobles who will judge his abilities. The Blue Tower Master added that Eugene should also present his dissertation and other research, but he suspected that Eugene would not have such a thing. Without many words to argue, Eugene showed sharp eyes before starting to show his skills. The core in Eugene's chest started rotating and forming a circle. With that, the mana around Eugene's body flared up like a white lion's mane. The elders began to be amazed to see this. They didn't expect the young man who had only trained Manhwa for 4 years to be able to combine several cores to make a circle. But there are also those who think that it is not enough, because there was a clear difference between controlling mana and comprehending magic. The flames that blazed in Eugene's hand transformed into the shape of an arrow, then changed again into the shape of a sword blade. At this moment, the masters were even more surprised to see Eugene's ability to skillfully change magic spells. Moreover, Eugene didn't need to chant it out loud, because this meant that Eugene had to understand the magic he was using perfectly in order to do that. One of the masters asked if Eugene could use his magic and sword aura at the same time. Without saying much, this young man drew his sword and directly channeled mana into the blade. The masters were even more shocked to see the youth in front of them still able to maintain their circle, and its function is still the same as the core in general. Finally, Sir Loberian asked what the other master thought of Eugene's amazing abilities. Master Green Tower said they should discuss it first, so Eugene was asked to leave by Sir Loberian. After Eugene came out, the master of the Blue Tower asked Sir Loberian if he really didn't help him train forever. Sir Loberian said he had stressed time and time again that Eugene was not being guided by anyone. He only read beginner magic books in the Red Tower, then studied magic independently. Hearing this, the Blue Tower master thought whether it was true that just reading books for beginners could make him understand magic at such a level. The only noble in the room finally spoke up and said he was a Lionheart, the noble of the Keel Empire and a descendant of Vermouth the Great, whose blood is well known throughout the continent. Prince Hanan says that Eugene is a genius. The White Tower master said that the magic Eugene used just now was Circle 1 magic, but its power far exceeded that limit. This master believed that everyone in the room could feel Eugene's immense power. The Master White Tower said the purity of the mana, the precision in usage, and what was most surprising was the unity in the mana. This master said they should check Eugene's strength, but she was sure that even 4 levels of circle dispelling would not be enough to stop the boy's magic. But one of the masters said that Eugene was too young to be recognized as a genius. This master mage said Eugene should be mentored for a few more years by Master Red Tower before he was ready to enter Acrian. The Blue Tower master even said that Eugene could be an investment considering he is a talented 17-year-old young man from the Lionheart family, because he was still young and his abilities were still insufficient but his potential was limitless. Plus they already have a good relationship with the Lionheart family. Support as an individual as well as investing in him is quite good. Meanwhile, Master Green Tower says that no matter how good his talent is, Eugene is still an adopted child, which meant he couldn't be the head of the family. Master Black Tower added that one of the twins, namely Cyan Lionheart, would likely become the head of the family. Technically, Iota Lionheart is the rightful heir, but considering the recent embarrassing incident plus his inferiority complex, he wouldn't be joining the fight for the family head position. Even if Eugene couldn't become the head of the family, his position in the main family should not be underestimated. Master Blue Tower confirmed it. So later when Eugene Lionheart had to leave his main family because he married and had children of his own, then he had to leave the main residence as a form of custom for the Lionheart family. At that point, they would have to invite him over to Aeroth if that happened, because Eugene's abilities will definitely grow rapidly. If Eugene didn't forget the help the masters provided, then he would become a valuable ally in the future. Master Black Tower added that Eugene also displayed extraordinary abilities during the bloodline continuation ritual 4 years ago. Even the Lionheart family had recognized the potential in him. The Master of the Black Tower hopes that with help from Aeroth, it is possible that Eugene will become the second incarnation of Vermouth the Great from 300 years ago. Master Green Tower laughed at the Black Tower's words. He thought Master Black Tower's words were too much praise for Eugene. Master Green Tower asked if it was really the personal opinion of a certain Balzac Ludbert, because he suspected the Demon King of Incarceration influenced Balzac in his every word. Instantly Balzac, the Master of the Black Tower, laughed at those words. He replied that the Demon King was currently preoccupied with Helmuth. After all, when he spoke on behalf of the Demon King of Incarceration, his attitude would be different. His proximity will be much rounder, and he will usually use his strength. Instantly the entire room turned gloomy as the Black Tower's master finished speaking. Everyone gave off a murderous aura as if wary of this young master's attitude. So Balzac immediately apologized for sounding a bit aggressive. What it conveys is that he was very loyal and following the wishes of the Demon King. The White Tower master, who was the only woman in the place, finally stood up and asked everyone not to forget today's main topic. She said since it didn't look like everyone was going to come to an agreement anytime soon, she suggested voting instead. The prince thinks it's a good idea, so he'll be the first to agree to grant Eugene Lionheart access to Acrian. The Royal Library of Acrian doesn't only store high-value magic books, but that place also holds the legacy of the great sorcerer's wizard divided into several floors. Plus Aeroth's history is engraved on its walls. Instead of a library, this place is more suitable to be called a museum. There are 15 floors in Akrian. Sienna's legacy is on floors 12 to 14. While reading the history on the wall, a woman calls out to Eugene. It was the White Tower Master, Melchizeler, the best elemental wizard of this era, the only elemental wizard to successfully contract with 2 elemental kings. She was a mage who could assume the title of Grand Mage with just her normal magic, without relying on elemental magic. Eugene asked Melchiz politely if the discussion was over. Melchiz replied that it would take too long to wait for everyone to agree, so he suggested voting. Melchiz said that 5 people agreed to grant access to Eugene. The remaining 2 people refused. Then there is 1 neutral person. So because more people agreed, Eugene asked if he could pay a visit to Akrian now. Melchiz said yes, but he asks Eugene to guess who is on which side. Eugene answered no, because the most important thing for him is those who agree more so that Eugene can enter Akrian. Even so, Melchiz still said that he was the one who was being neutral earlier. Melchiz deliberately did not side with any side so that Eugene would not be dragged into another high-ranking coachman's debate. As the Tower Masters exited the room, they all looked irritated at one another. They had already decided through voting, but they would continue to debate it. And what was surprising was that the Blue Master Tower agreed, even though at the beginning he showed his dislike for Eugene. Then Melchiz asked who disapproved of Eugene entering Akrian. Again, Eugene replied that he didn't care. But Melchiz still said that the ones who didn't agree with Eugene entering were the Green Tower Master and the Mage Guild Master. Eugene again emphasizes that he does not want to know that. Melchiz immediately called Eugene boring as a 17-year-old teenager because of his cold attitude. Melchiz asked if this young man didn't feel irritated or angry at people who didn't support him. Eugene coldly said no. Then he said goodbye and got ready to leave. Melchiz immediately prevented Eugene from leaving while pointing at the sword at his waist. With a cold face, Eugene confirmed this. Then he asked why Melchiz was interested in his sword. Melchiz replied that she had tried to contract the Wind Elemental King several times, but had received no response. She had even tried everything by asking the Lighting and Earth Elemental Kings, but they replied that the Wind Elemental King was in no mood to contract with anyone. She had even sent a letter to the Lionheart family, but everyone there insisted that outsiders were not allowed to borrow their family property. Finally, Eugene also said that he couldn't lend Winif. Moreover, technically the sword was not his. He only borrowed it with the permission of the family head. Melchiz immediately turned scared hearing this. She forces Eugene, saying that no one else needs to know, because she just wanted to borrow it for a while. She said she only wanted to borrow it for 1 day. If necessary, Eugene can keep an eye on her. Eugene fell silent. He rubbed it nicely as a thinking gesture. Eugene remembered Tempest never responding to his calls again since that day. During these 4 years, he always failed to summon Tempest. Eugene thought the meaning might still be lacking to summon Tempest, but if the one who summoned it was the Master of the White Tower, who was the only elemental wizard, the contract binder with 2 element kings just might succeed. But Eugene decided not to accept his offer right away. If he was patient, it was possible that Eugene would gain an even greater advantage over Melchiz. So Eugene acts needy and pretends not to hear him asking where to get the access card. Melchiz is happy to help. Now in Eugene's hand, there is an access card to enter Akrian. Melchiz asks if Eugene is familiar with Akrian. Everything there is the legacy of the great wizards. There is a legacy of the Mage King as the founder of Akrian. Until Sienna the Wise, Eugene fell silent. But Melchiz knew this young man was interested in his words. She knew Eugene had always been interested in Sienna. Melchiz knew that Eugene had been looking for Sienna's floor earlier. Even this woman knew Eugene visited Sienna's mansion on his first day coming to Aeroth. Eugene only responds by saying that Melchiz knows many things about him. But Melchiz replied that it was because Eugene was very popular. Even boldly, this woman said that Eugene was handsome but mischievous. Does she continue to follow Eugene while asking when will Winif be loaned? Arriving at the elevator, Melchiz even taught Eugene how to use his access card. When he saw Eugene enter the card, she asked if the young man wanted to enter the 12th floor. Eugene said yes, so he immediately became the subject of ridicule. Melchiz. This woman says that Eugene is a fan of Sienna. As Eugene got into the elevator, Melchiz finally stopped following because there wasn't that much time to keep following this young man. With a sly face, Melchiz asked Eugene to prepare pants to see the fragment for the first time, because Eugene will probably pee his pants. Hearing Melchi's chatter that was getting weirder, this young man was immediately stunned and pushed the elevator button roughly. After waiting for a while, the door finally opened when we arrived at the 12th floor. Eugene was greeted by a girl who looked very much like Sienna. The girl gave him a welcoming greeting and said his full name. Of course, Eugene was shocked and suspected that the girl was a small version of Sienna. Eugene asks the little girl if she is the real Sienna. With a wide smile, the little girl answered that she wasn't Sienna, but the familiar who was in charge of guarding Sienna's floor in Akrian. Eugene was shocked to see that this library even had a familiar that looked so much like Sienna's. Then Eugene asked how did the familiar know his name. The girl replied that she knew that because Eugene had just registered his name downstairs. That way automatically all the familiars in Akreen have synchronized with the system and know about Eugene's name. Eugene then asked what name he should call this familiar. The little girl replied excitedly that she used to be called Mel by Sienna. Eugene asks if the name Mel is taken from Sienna's last name, Maldane. Mel confirmed it while smiling proudly. Eugene thought about this carefully. He wondered why Sienna had made a familiar that matched her exactly. Even this familiar name carried the surname, Sienna. Does Eugene wonder what Sienna is planning by doing this? Eugene finally asks if familiars are usually similar to humans like Mel. Mel answered no. Familiars on the celestial floors weren't the same as they would be. She is special because her creator is Sienna the Wise, a friend of Vermouth the Great. So she was also created based on Sienna's personality. Eugene remembered that Sir Loberian had told him that it was forbidden to create living things. Mel explained that he was not alive and did not have a soul like living things in general. Her body was created based on Sienna's consciousness, and her consciousness was in a large orb of mana surrounded by a circle of intricate magic chains. Eugene was stunned to see it. He asks, "What is it?" Mel immediately perked up and said it was a great question. So excited was this girl that his hat fell off, she quickly picked it up before explaining. It was a magic core Sienna had worked on her whole life, and the name is witchcraft. Eugene was even more surprised to hear that. Because by the way, that was the name of a magic book divided into 3 volumes, namely High, Intermediate, and Low, which Sienna ended up completing before she retired. Eugene says that it doesn't look like a book. Mel explained that it was just a prejudice that all books had to look like books. Then Mel smiled slyly and said that Eugene would not be able to understand this expression because even the Tower Master could not even understand it. Eugene was finally silenced by the words of the girl in front of him, especially when he saw the expression of a confident, condescending smile that was very similar to Sienna's. Eugene was secretly amazed at Mel's ability to imitate Sienna so perfectly. Eugene tries to ask if Madame Sienna had the same personality as Mel until the end of her life. Mel answered no, because Mel's personality is set according to Sienna's when she was young. Mel also shared that Sienna had turned into an elegant and graceful figure. She didn't smile much and only focused on magic research and development. Eugene was hesitant to hear this explanation considering Sienna's expression used to be so varied and tomboyish. Then Eugene asked what she meant when Sienna said her consciousness was in witchcraft. What Mel meant was that his consciousness was formed from the spell contained in the witchcraft, and the purpose of its creation is to care for and protect against witchcraft. Mel explained that he had guarded the floor for 200 years under Madame Sienna's orders. Eugene stepped steadily toward the large mana ball. He remembered Sir Loberian's words when he said the knowledge he had learned over the years looked so small that it was like a child's toy in front of witchcraft. Eugene believes this book must contain extraordinary magic that exceeds magic in general. Eugene suddenly turned to Mel and surmised that the girl must not know where Sienna had gone. Mel confirmed it, because Sienna left suddenly and secretly. Not even her students, the mansion maids, and Mel herself knew anything about Sienna's resignation. But still, King Aroth, the Towel Masters at that time, and many other magicians came to interrogate Mel about Sienna's whereabouts. Even though the girl had said she didn't know anything, they still didn't want to believe Mel. The cursed people entered the witchcraft to check their memories. Mel scoffs at their low ability as they come back decades later to double-check. Eugene knew they were checking Mel's memories for more than just Sienna's location. But it also makes the girl the right experimental material. All witches would want to dissect her no matter how respectful they were to Sienna. Eugene then says that he heard the only published witchcraft is the high section. So this young man asked how about the other 2 sections. Mel explained that the witchcraft in front of him was the real thing. Sienna had deliberately drawn the low and intermediate sections of her book. Then Sienna donated the original book to Akreen. Mel saw that Eugene was very interested in Sienna. Given his family background, this young man wasn't a magician by nature. Mel looked very curious because this was the first time she saw the descendants of Vermouth the Great. From what Mel could tell, Sienna had not visited the Lionheart family since returning to Aroth. She had never visited Vermouth herself either. Eugene fell silent at that. He remembered that in the Lionheart history books, Vermouth had also never seen his friends after they returned from Helmuth. The reason Sienna, Anis, and Malon reunited was to attend Vermouth's funeral. Although Vermouth is not a very social person, the fact that he did not meet anyone after returning from Helmuth, then founded the Lionheart family was indeed very strange for Hamel's reincarnated Eugene. Eugene then asks Mel if Sienna ever talks about her friends. Mel replied that Sienna had said Malon was an idiot, then said Anis was like a venomous snake. Eugene then asked what about Hamel. Mel answered an idiot, a wimp, a retard, and a delinquent. Hearing that, Eugene immediately asked with a stiff face "Isn't Madame Sienna elegant and graceful?" Mel explains that elegant and graceful people can still swear. Mel also said that whenever Sienna talked about her friends, her expression always turned sad and wanted to cry. Especially when talking about Hamel, Sienna looked so sad and hurt. Eugene always asked slowly about what Sienna said about Mr. Vermouth. Mel replied that in the matter of Mr. Vermouth, Sienna had neither praised, berated, nor judged him. Currently, Eugene was standing in front of the painting in the library. This young man thought that the painting was an exact match to the one in Sienna's mansion. Suddenly Mel, who was standing behind him, said that the smile in the painting was fake. She also added that Sienna had never smiled like that. When Mel interacts with Sienna during her personality update, Mel asks Sienna why she left the painting smiling, even though Sienna always looks sad. Sienna had answered back then, if the painting were to be passed down through the generations, then a smile would be much more pleasing to the eye than a sad face. Mel said that she had never left Korean, so she hadn't had the chance to see the painting in person yet, but she had heard that Sienna's mansion had the same painting. Mel also said that it was the painter who added to the smile. That was probably why Sienna liked the painting less. But as Sienna said, a smiling face was much more pleasing to the eye. Mel even said this with a very sad face. I don't know what the girl has seen while she was with Sienna. Eugene was speechless and also felt sad. But when he wanted to touch Mel's head, he has immediately pushed aside, and the girl forbade him not to cross his line. Mel explained in no uncertain terms that his body did look like that of a child's, but he was over 200 years old, so he didn't want to be treated like a child. Mel shows Eugene around to see Sienna's relics in the room. One of them is the staff that Sienna always uses. The successful wooden stick made Eugene dumbfounded and unconsciously said his name, namely Acacia. Mel explained that the staff was made from the fey tree that grows in the forest of Shammer, which is the home of all elves. Acacia is the strongest staff in the world, which is made from the root of the fey tree, which is several centuries old. The historic tree grows in the middle of the forest. Elves believed that the souls of their predecessors had been absorbed into that world tree, and it is the fey tree that supports the world, which meant those proud elves were willing to chop off a root of their precious world tree for Sienna. Eugene knows that. He also knew Sienna wasn't an elf or a half-elf, but Sienna had always had a good relationship with them. Sienna doesn't know who her parents are. When she was just born, she was abandoned to die in the Shaman Forest, the vast forest that existed in the southern corner of their continent. Luckily, an elf nearby heard Sienna's cries and brought her home. Sienna was then taken to the elves' territory, which was said to be in the center of the forest. The elves in the forest at first were not happy with Sienna's presence, but after seeing her extraordinary talent in using magic, they accepted her and started teaching elves magic. Mel explains that there hasn't been a wand made from the roots of the world tree before. Plus, the red pearl at the end of the wand was the heart of a dragon. Mel proudly announced that among all the wands currently in existence, there were only two that used the heart of a dragon. The first was Sienna's Acacia, and the other was a Bloody Mary. Eugene's face immediately turned gloomy at the mention of the second wand's name. The wand's current owner was Count Edmund Cordrith of Helmuth, one of the 3 black magicians contracted with the Demon King of Incarceration. But 300 years ago, the Bloody Mary's owner was a lich named Belial. She is the servant of the Demon King's incarceration. The old demon had killed Hamel. The Demon King of Incarceration's castle couldn't be compared to the previous castles. Every monster and demon there can match the right hands of the previous Demon Kings. Among them are the 3 most powerful demons. They are called the Blade, Shield, and Staff of Incarceration. When Hamel had defeated the Staff of Incarceration, he received the wound that eventually killed him, because when fighting with the demon, he got a big hole in his chest. Eugene asks if he can hold Acacia. Mel allowed it, but Eugene wouldn't be able to use Batel with the wand, because Acacia only acknowledged Sienna as her master. Many mages tried to control Acacia after Sienna's disappearance, but Acacia rejected everyone. Eugene became increasingly curious about it. He slowly held Acacia and took out his mana as a form of introduction and synchronization. But Acacia still refuses which mana is trying to put in it. Eugene initially saw through Sienna's illusion, so he wished he could use Acacia. Finally, Eugene let go of the stick after not responding for a while. Mel asks if Eugene likes Sienna. This young man said no, but Mel said in no uncertain terms that this young man's eyes always lit up whenever he talked about Sienna. Mel even saw that Eugene was very enthusiastic when he saw Sienna's relics. Eugene gives an excuse by saying that he only likes old stories like that. Mel was pleased to hear that answer. She suspected that Eugene would like one of the books in the library. This little girl immediately stepped excitedly into one of the bookshelves. She took one book and handed it to Eugene. The book always makes Eugene annoyed and nauseous every time he sees it. A book about the travel stories of Vermouth and his companions. Sienna and company never told the true story, but the book is the first published and tells the story of their journey. This book is very popular. With a curt face, Eugene said that it was a cursed book. When Mel asks why, Eugene immediately replied with a dark face full of anger that he did not like the description of Hamel in the book, because Eugene deeply respects, admires, and wants to follow in Hamel's footsteps. But in that anathema book, Hamel is described as very, very stupid. Seeing Eugene's anger, Mel quickly explained that the book was the first edition, so it would be very different from the revised version. Reportedly, the book was printed in Era 300 years ago, but no one knows who the first author was. Suspecting that the first edition was different, Eugene borrowed the book from Mel. He opened one of the pages and found the part where he challenged Vermouth in their first meeting. Hamel couldn't even hit it and cried after his face sank into the ground. Of course, Eugene was very upset reading that part. He was sure that the book was written by Anis, the Cunning One. Mel says if Eugene likes Hamel, then he is just like Hamel. Mel also invites Eugene to move to another place. They walk down the hall until they finally came to an illustration of people who looked like the four of them in the past. Eugene froze at the sight. Mel explains that this thing was created by Sienna and taken from her memories. It wasn't a painting or anything, but Sienna's view of her friends. Mel pointed out every person and every one of those people's names, until finally arrived at Hamel, a figure who did not leave any portraits during his lifetime. So Sienna's room was the only one with records of her appearance. Eugene comments he is handsome without mentioning a specific name. So Mel thought that the so-called handsome figure was Vermouth. But when Eugene explained that he was talking about Hamel, Mel was shocked with a terrible face. She asks if Eugene has gone mad. Eugene awkwardly explains that his ancestor was handsome, but Hamel has the unique charm of a wild animal. Instantly Mel was speechless hearing Eugene's words, making the young man even more embarrassed to turn his face away. Finally, they both ended up reading books on the table. Eugene asks if Sienna's room should be from the 12th to the 14th floor. So Eugene asks what's on the top floor. Mel explained that what was on the 13th floor was Sienna's research when she created a crayon. Mel had said that at Eugene's level, he wouldn't be able to understand the research. Meanwhile, the 14th floor contained research results for the rest of Sienna's life. Mel said that the books were still difficult for Eugene to understand, but this time there are notes that can help you interpret the books. Eugene suspects that the quality of the books is still below witchcraft. Mel confirmed it. She told Eugene to look directly at the witchcraft instead of explaining. Finally, they came back to the magic circle or witchcraft magic book. Mel explained that witchcraft explained the most efficient method of moving mana using circles. The addition of the power gained when using that method, the inefficient simplification of spells, incantations without chanting, and magic materials into the subconscious for Eugene to use directly. The use of circles is the main key. Most of them are already using circles, but the method that witchcraft described was more complicated than the usual method. This method can provide the highest explosive power with only a small amount of mana. Even though this has been explained at length, in the end, Eugene doesn't understand one bit. Hearing this, Mel instead said it was clear Eugene would not understand easily, because this is the description of witchcraft which has been named the greatest magic book in history. Then Eugene asks now how he read the book. Mel asked Eugene to close his eyes and stretched out his hand, then put Eugene's mana into witchcraft. After that, he will be able to read it. Eugene did Mel's orders hesitantly. In his heart, this young man was wondering if he really should only enter his mana, or did he need to move his mana the same as during a fight. But when Eugene opened his eyes, this young man had entered a strange dark dimension. Eugene realizes it feels like a dream but with a different sensation. Unlike lucid dreaming, this young man couldn't control his body freely. He also didn't have any visual disturbances like when the dream demon launched its attack. It felt like this young man was being sucked in by a sense of helplessness. Then he was hit by a sea of glistening mana. Then, Eugene seemed to be sinking, but he was actually floating above a large circle. From within the large circle appeared several small circles. Eugene was completely dumbfounded when he saw this, but suddenly he regained consciousness and was knocked unconscious on the floor. As soon as he came to his senses, he immediately looked at Mel with a serious face and asked if he had done something embarrassing. Mel replied that suddenly fainting was a bit embarrassing. This little girl smiled and asked Eugene not to worry because many witches wet their pants after experiencing witchcraft. But Eugene only passed out for 2 hours. Both the Tower Master Melky's Elair and the Master Blue Tower peed their pants when they felt the sensation of witchcraft. So now Eugene knows Melky's warned him to wear change pants based on his own experience. Mel's turn to ask what does Eugene feel about the witchcraft sensation. The man found it complicated and difficult. He still couldn't describe what he saw just now. Even though he could guess the outline, he couldn't turn it into knowledge and study it. The way circles work is interesting, because many small circles are formed in one big circle. He thought at first there were only 9 circles. Mel explained that when Sienna created the circles, she only had 9 circles. But Sienna continued to deepen her magic after that, thus successfully breaking through the boundaries that she had imagined herself, and find the eternal whole. The absolute pinnacle of the circle yang method can only be reached by Sienna. Since the creation of witchcraft, many magicians have devoted their lives to imitating the internal hole. But no one managed to break through the 9 circles, because one needed to use up all of one's mana without losing any, then control all of it in one circle, and that circulation by forming a circle. That's the most ideal event for the circle method. The eternal hole was difficult to form, but using magic using that method would be very easy. For example, a fireball that is cast using an eternal hole will be much stronger than an ordinary fireball with circle 9. This method also doesn't require complicated calculations or chance, and which one is used is not big. Then Mel asks if Eugene understands now that Sienna is the strongest person in the world because she managed to create an eternal hole. Mel couldn't see it, but this girl is sure Sienna could kill a demon king on her own. Eugene seemed to think hard. Now he knew Sienna wasted no time once she got back from Helmuth. You could say she grew much stronger than he remembered. By now Eugene was sure that Anis, Malon, and even Vermouth himself must have grown stronger. Then why don't they challenge the Demon King one more time? Thinking about this made Eugene even more irritated. Finally, Eugene came down from the 12th floor, and in front of him, Sir Loberian and Madame Melkis were waiting. Sir Loberian immediately asked how Eugene felt after seeing Akrian's legendary magic book for the first time. Eugene is still not convinced. It would take him several more years to understand even one book. Melkis confirmed it, because the books in that place are a collection of Eroth's magical knowledge spanning several centuries. So even though Eugene is a genius, there is a limit to how far he can understand without the help of a teacher. In the end, Melkis wanted to borrow Wyneth so she would teach Eugene the 10 magic books in that place. Eugene asks that this offering needn't be limited to magic books only. Eugene asked for other items to offer, like magic items for example. Melkis saw that Eugene was quite good at negotiating. So Melkis tried to offer a stick to Eugene because this young man didn't have one yet. The staff can make Eugene control mana and then simplify his technique. Eugene seemed to think about this seriously. Then Sir Loberian even offered his extraordinary wand. He is also willing to lend his wand to Eugene at any time. Melkis was clearly annoyed that the Red Tower Master joined their conversation. Sir Loberian thought Melkis was greedy because she still wanted to enter into a contract with another spiritual king, even though she had entered into a contract with 2 spiritual kings. Melkis was getting annoyed hearing that. She glared at Sir Loberian while cursing and said that Sir Loberian was just worried about causing trouble after contracting with the elemental king of wind. Melkis gets even more incensed and says that Sir Loberian is going too far because even though they have been friends for decades, Sir Loberian still can't believe him. Even though Melkis doesn't want to get involved in Eroth's politics or something annoying like that. Sir Loberian countered by saying that Melkis could say it like that now, but who knows what Melkis will do once he feels strong. Finally, Melkis promised not to change just because she got more power even if she could tie a contract with the Elemental King later. Sir Loberian finally let Melkis go because she swore by her own name. So Sir Loberian believed her. Eugene suddenly says he's thought it through and he doesn't really want the item. Melkis emphasized that she had no intention of giving it to Eugene. She only intended to lend it to Eugene. Before that, Eugene said that he would only lend Wyneth for a few days. So if Melkis just wanted to lend him an artifact for a few days as payment, it would be better if Eugene didn't agree to this deal. Melkis was certainly furious to hear this. He finds Eugene very annoying. But finally, Melkis decided to make a 1-year deal for 1 day. Eugene knows that means 7 years for a week. He asked if Melkis wanted to make a contract with the elemental wind that badly. Melkis enthusiastically confirmed it. This woman explained that to her and other spiritualists, the elemental king of wind spirit was like a dream, because only Vermouth the Great could make a contract with him. Sir Loberian came back and said that the master of this white tower had a very great and valuable artifact. Instantly Melkis panicked and prevented Sir Loberian from speaking. But Eugene already knows and becomes curious, so Sir Loberian continued that it was something called the Cape of Darkness. Sir Loberian asked why Melkis was angry. It had not been used for 10 years. Melkis replied angrily that she loved it too much to wear it because she remembered the many obstacles she had to go through to get it. Sir Loberian thought that it was better to lend it to someone more in need in order to get what Melkis wanted than keep it as decoration, because Melkis definitely wouldn't use it at all. Melkis fell silent at this suggestion. Eugene asks what is the Cape of Darkness. Reluctantly Melkis answered it was outerwear for winter. It was soft and warm, that was all Melkis wanted to say. However, Sir Loberian explained that it was a cloak containing high-level space-time magic. It has a similar function to the Shield of Gidon from Lionheart's treasury. It can continue an attack aimed at the cloak by bouncing it in another direction. Melkis denied this. She said his robes weren't that great because they couldn't deflect attacks unless they could perfectly calculate special coordinates, then directed their attacks using mana. Sir Loberian added that the outside of the robe was set using advanced defense magic, so just using it could protect one from 5th circle magic attacks. Melkis argued that it also depended on how much mana the wearer had. Sir Loberian went back to reviewing the robe, saying there was subspace magic in the robe. So if you stick with the varied weapons that Eugene used to do, then he'll love it, because you can store a lot of weapons in it and use it when needed. Melkis cursed even more angrily hearing all the words of Sir Loberian, who did not miss a single gap. Eugene says that thing sounds great, so he wanted to choose the Cape of Darkness instead of staff or other items. But he couldn't take that thing now because he needed to ask the family leader first. Melkis upset by saying that she has not agreed. Eugene instead diverts the conversation by saying he's exhausted from using his brain for too long while in the library above, so he invites Sir Loberian to eat somewhere. Sir Loberian responded right away, saying he knew a great place up in the sky area, the food was great and the views were great. The student and teacher compactly ignored Melkis. Finally, Melkis was frustrated and agreed to Eugene's request. With a scary face holding back anger, Melkis said he would lend his favorite robe to Eugene. But Eugene said that there was no need for the White Master Tower to rush, as he had to ask the family head for permission first. Instantly Melkis screamed very loudly. The sound was so terrible that Eugene was shocked and thought it was a crow. Sir Gilade had nothing against someone borrowing Winif. The head of the family only said that the supervisor from Lionheart needed to be present to witness Melkis borrowing Winif. So currently the three of them are standing in front of the gate of the Red Tower waiting for the supervisor from the Lionheart family. Eugene asked if the robe Melkis was wearing was the Cape of Darkness. Melkis confirmed that and immediately boasted of his robes, but Eugene commented that it would be cooler if worn by him. Obviously, Melkis was annoyed to hear this boy's comment, but Eugene casually asked him not to get angry. Instead, Melkis should be happy because they had come to an agreement and were allowed to borrow Winif. Melkis asks who is their supervisor. Eugene replied that it was the younger brother of the patriarch, who was also the guardian of Lionheart. This was the first time their family had lent Lionheart treasure. Also, it's business with Iota, so it's a bit of a hassle for their family. Melkis remember what the guardian's name is. He guessed it was the Lionheart family's hunting dog. Guardian of family rules, namely Lionheart Black Lion. They have many names, but as Melkis said, their role was not much different from that of a hound. They obey the laws of the Lionheart more than anyone else. Last year Jin joined the Black Lion Knight, but it's not that great. For if you are talented enough and can prove your loyalty to the family, then anyone bearing the name Lionheart can apply to the Black Lion Knight Order. The White Lion Knight Order of the main family only serves the main family, but the Black Lion Knight Order obeys all Lionheart, and behind the Knight Orders is the Senate, those who, regardless of branch origin, had inscribed their names in the history of Lionheart. Even Sir Gilade as a patriarch was not on the same level as the heads of the Senate. Eugene thought that he had never seen the Black Lion Knight Order in the 4 years he spent in the main house. This youth smiled at the thought of how strong the most loyal and superior group of Lionhearts were, and the Senate behind them. Not long after, a carriage appeared, flying above them. Inside were two women of different ages who both had white hair. Melkis commented that the arrival of Lionheart's men in the golden carriage was too extravagant. Eugene thinks Melkis will be amazed because she has always respected Vermouth. Melkis explained that she did respect Vermouth, but didn't like the Lionheart family. She didn't like the main family to restrain the reserved family. She also didn't like the cunning Senate and their Black Lion Knights. Sir Loberian reminded Melkis not to destroy her love if he still wanted to borrow Winif. Sir Loberian advised Melkis to avoid conflict with them. Melkis scowled at hearing that and didn't want to curry favor with the Lionheart family, as she thought it was a fair exchange. Melkis forgot to sob again when she remembered having to exchange his beloved Cape of Darkness with Winif. Eugene asked not to cry because he could fall into the cloak, while Eugene wanted to wear the robe immediately. Finally, the golden carriage door opened and the first to step down was Seal Lionheart. Instantly Eugene was shocked and asked the girl why she was here. Seal replied that her mother's birthday was coming soon, so she came because wanted to buy a present. And also curious about Eugene's news while in Aerof. Eugene was shocked to hear that. Eugene's attitude, which never understands Seal's feelings, makes Seal suddenly gloomy. Behind Seal appeared a handsome young man who immediately greeted him in a friendly manner. He is Jin. Behind Jin was an old man with short hair who patted Jin on the shoulder while trying not to overdo it, remembering that he had recently visited Eugene. This old man said they didn't have much time, so they would get straight to the point. Does Eugene wonder who the old man is? Because his ability is quite impressive. Eugene looked at the large man's posture and muscle mass and knew that he was a spear user, not a sword, while the figure of a small man who had just stepped out of the carriage was a magician. It made sense for a magician to be present here, because it's about Winith and Iota's stuff. Then behind them all descended again a woman who showed her haughty face. Eugene analyzed that this woman was a hand-to-hand combatant given a well-trained hand posture. Looking at her clothes, Eugene was sure that this woman held the highest rank. This woman came forward and immediately greeted Sir Loberian. She just found out that Sir Loberian is now the master of the Red Tower. Even Sir Loberian's face looked very contemptuous at this woman. Sir Loberian said gently that he had said he would be the master of the Red Tower one day. This woman seemed to hesitate to remember whether Sir Loberian had actually said that, for so much time had passed between them. Then, this woman turned to Eugene. The young man immediately bowed as a sign of respect for this Black Lion leader. This woman introduced herself as Carmen Lionheart. She is Eugene's old aunt, though she doesn't want to be called that. Eugene was clearly stunned to hear that, because that means this Carmen is Sir Gilead's aunt too. Seeing Sir Loberian and Witch Melky's, Eugene wasn't surprised by their youthful appearance. But someone of Carmen's caliber had come to Aeroth to sort things out. He was clearly a little taken aback. Sir Loberian then ushered them in and discussed inside, for it was cold. Carmen Lionheart is the younger sister of the previous head of the family. She did not marry and remained in the main family home. Then enter the Black Lion Knight. She is captain of the Third Order now, while the big man who already looks old is named Nathan Lionheart. The vice captain of the 3rd Legion comes from a family of reserves. Then the wizard named Palago Lionheart, who also came from the 3rd Legion. He also comes from a spare family, but he has rare magic. He was assigned to take care of Melky's today. Palago explains that Stormblade Wynneth belongs to the Lionheart main family, and also the artifact belonging to the White Tower Master of the Cape of Darkness. The deal was that every day he borrowed Wynneth, Eugene had the right to borrow the Cape of Darkness for 1 year. Palago asked Melky's this, and the White Tower Master confirmed Palago's words. Then Palago took out the contact he had made. Melky's was shocked to see that she would have to pay a predetermined fee if Wynneth was destroyed. Melky's asks what to do if it breaks Wynneth. Carmen, who was sitting at the window, answered Melky's would have to pay with her life. Carmen explains that Stormblade Wynneth is a family treasure that is priceless with money. If Melky's wanted to borrow, then she had to be prepared to defend her life. Melky's replied by saying that her life was also not worth money. Carmen countered saying that was according to Aeroth, but they, as the Lionheart family, don't care. Palago intervened in their conversation by saying there was no need to risk life. He respected Melky's as a fellow wizard. Palago was sure that Melky's would not make rookie mistakes like crushing Wynneth when he wanted to contract with the Elemental King of Wind. But Palago gave a mysterious smile when he asked Melky's to pray that something like that would not happen. But if Wynneth were to be destroyed, then they would think of a solution right then and there. Melky's asked the chairman if they would hold the rights over control like that. Carmen responded by saying that if Melky's didn't like it, then she wouldn't need to borrow Wynneth. Carmen explained that her party was under no obligation to lend her the sword. If there was no request from the head of the family, then she wouldn't be willing to visit that place. Melky's again denied that statement by saying that Carmen sounded as if she had come to Aeroth just for them, but for other matters as well. Carmen confirmed what Melky's said. She reached for a large pocket watch from her pocket to check the time. She said had come for more important matters than trivial matters like this. She said had an appointment to meet Balzac Ludbert in an hour. She needed to discuss Iota's matter and question the Dark Wizard in Aeroth prison. This time it was Sir Loberian who answered Carmen. The last time they spoke to Sir Gilead, they had agreed to follow Aeroth's laws regarding the Dark Magician problem, whereas what Carmen was talking about just now went against Sir Gilead's wishes. Even if the head of the family told him to follow the laws of Aeroth, the Senate had another opinion. This incident has tarnished Lionheart's name, so that damn black magician had to pay for it. Eugene instead focuses on the pocket watch that Carmen brought. He thought the pocket watch was too complicated and too heavy for no one else to be carrying it now. Melky's instead asked boldly why Carmen was wearing a watch if she was carrying a pocket watch. And why does Carmen keep sticking that cigar even though she doesn't light it? This woman is indeed too brave for Carmen. Instead of responding to Melky's words, Carmen said that she had already obtained permission from the king and parliament of Aeroth, so it was better in his opinion to question the man than prolong the trouble for both parties. Melky's becomes irritated because Carmen dodges his question. Meanwhile, Eugene thought that they must be paying Parliament such bombastic money that they couldn't refuse and were permitted to interrogate the Dark Magician directly. It was the Lionheart's way of directly questioning and punishing criminals. Then, Carmen asks what Melky's will do to Wynneth, because the wizard didn't have much time. Melky's immediately looked serious thinking about Carmen's question. She needed at least 3 hours to use Wynneth and had a contract with the Elemental King of Wind. That means at most 2 more months he can take his robe. Eventually, Melky's decided to sign the contract and said she would. Finally, the exchange took place. Eugene immediately put on Melky's robe. Meanwhile, the master of the White Tower was immediately happy to be holding Wynneth. Carmen suddenly came over to Eugene, who was researching his new robes. The woman, who had white hair and a sharp gaze, said the robe design was good. She likes the fur on her neck. Reminded him of one of the lion feathers in the Lionheart family crest. But she commented that the color was a weakness. According to her, it would be better if the color was white, like the white flame method, or a gray color. He thought that color would look better if worn by a black lion knight. Eugene was stunned to hear Carmen's string of words. Seeing that Eugene didn't understand Carmen's meaning, Seal immediately approached and whispered to Eugene to give the cloak to Carmen, because that means Carmen wants to try it. Eugene counters by saying Carmen did not state clearly about it. Seal tried to give him the sense that not everything has to be said in person. Seeing that the cloak on Carmen's shoulders was taken off, Eugene finally handed over his new robe with a heavy heart. Carmen immediately put it on and used it to pose in various styles. After trying it, the woman commented that the robe was not bad, and it would be better if there was a lion decoration on her chest, plus the huge Lionheart family symbol behind it. Melkis replied loudly that if that was added, it would look as if Melkis was gifting them his cloak. She asked them not to misunderstand, because from the start she only intended to lend. So she asked everyone not to damage her robes. Once again, Carmen ignored Melkis and asked everyone to leave. Meanwhile, Jin tells Seal to wait with Eugene, so Seal will be happy to just wait. While waiting for the adults to take care of the iota problem, Eugene and Seal went to the market to buy gifts. On the way, Eugene reminds Seal to tell Cyan to get rid of the porn magazine about the bunny costume hidden under the bed. It was Nina who reported this to Eugene. He was worried that the maid uniform would have bunny ears added in the future. Seal was disgusted to hear that. He promised to tell his mother later. In Eugene's opinion, telling Madame Anicilia right away would be a bit much, so he suggested telling Cyan that those bunny ears were not the right way to live. Seal suddenly asked with an innocent face what kind of ear does Eugene like. Of course, Eugene himself was surprised to hear that. This young man did not want the topic to change to that. But Seal insisted on knowing because earlier Eugene said bunny ears weren't the answer. So Seal guessed Eugene must have liked other kinds of ears. Eugene changed the subject by asking why he should bother going to find a present for Madame Anicilia, because she doesn't even know what Madame likes. Seal said he knew, so he just had to follow her. Eugene said he didn't need to accompany Seal if only to go around. Hearing that, Seal was immediately annoyed and turned his head angrily. She was annoyed because of Eugene's cold attitude. She asked in a high tone if Eugene would let her walk around alone in an unfamiliar place. Eugene countered by saying that this girl was no longer an innocent child, so she must be able to find her way. Seal replied that even though Eugene said that, he still followed Seal. Eugene answered that he had to participate, or he would be immediately hated if he made a mistake against Seal's will. Seal changed the topic by asking what did Eugene do on his past birthday. The young man replied he didn't do anything and just read books in the Red Tower. He didn't get any presents either. Sir Lobirian and Hera wanted to give him a present, but Eugene begged them not to give him a gift. Eugene guessed Seal's arrival to Eroth was not just to look for gifts. He guessed that Seal must want something from Lady Carmen. Seal confirmed it. She was annoyed that Eugene was always responsive to useless things. Seal persuaded Carmen to become his mentor. After all, her brother would soon become the head of the family, and she was worried that her mother would soon marry off to a foreign man. So because she didn't want to, she also couldn't continue hiding in the main family's mansion and act like a lady. Eugene asks if Seal wants to join the Black Lion Knight. Seal replied now she can't join, but she wants to be taught by Lady Carmen. Eugene comments that it's good. The fact that Seal wants to be independent instead of being quiet and just spending the family's money. Then Eugene asked how Cyan was. Seal answered that his brother often talked about Eugene. Seal's brother asked his sister to find out how many stars Eugene has now. Eugene replied that it was still 3 stars so that the twins would not feel inferior. Cyan is also still in the same 2 stars as before Eugene left. Then Eugene also asked if Seal had heard about the iota. Seal replied that Lady Theonis was looking for a magician to teach iota at home. Seal thought it was funny, because Lady Theonis still wanted her child to learn magic. That's what she did. After all, his son can no longer be the head of the family. Seal wonders why Lady Theonis is still holding her son in check. Suddenly Seal turned cheerful and took Eugene's arm. She took her adoptive brother out for lunch and looked for a good restaurant in the vicinity. Even though Eugene said the food there wasn't as good as at home, Seal still wanted to have lunch with Eugene. This girl said that eating doesn't have to focus on taste, but the atmosphere when eating is just as important. Inside Eroth's prison, Nathan had just beaten the Dark Wizard and was now cleaning up his blood. He reports to Carmen that the witch is now dead. Carmen replied the witch had kept her mouth shut even after being tortured. This woman thought it was funny because a dark magician of such a low rank could contact a Lionheart of the main bloodline to enter into a contract. Carmen assumed the man had no fear or it could be madness. Someone in front of the prison said it was because he was desperate. because the magician named Jebed has been studying magic for decades but has yet to make any achievements. If he died without making any achievements, then his soul would fall into the hands of the demons, and he could not be reincarnated. So he wanted to try whatever he could. He probably thought even if it would trouble him, he would be able to get out of that situation after gaining the strength he got from selling iota. Carmen asks if it's true that the Nightmare's queen, Noir Zavella, isn't involved in all this. Carmen asked Balzac Ludbert this. With a friendly smile, Balzac said he didn't understand why Carmen would accuse him in this case, because all this time he always tried to help as much as possible in the investigation. Balzac has also given a sufficient apology and respect. Carmen said that it made more sense to blame Balzac than the useless black magician. Balzac understood what Carmen meant, but he couldn't achieve anything by doing that. Balzac instead said that if he was the culprit, then he wouldn't leave any traces. He would make sure this case couldn't be traced back to him. Balzac also explained that his enemies were many. The demon king of incarceration had given him a lot of affection, and in Helmuth, many hate Balzac's relationship with the demon king. That's based on experience. Balzac added that there was no evidence he was the culprit. Balzac was getting tired of having to say over and over that he wasn't the culprit. Balzac said he wasn't the only one who would feel uncomfortable because of this incident, but from Lionheart's side as well. Carmen said with a serious face that Balzac was free to say anything, but freedom also comes with responsibility, so she challenged Balzac to be ready to face all the consequences of she's statement. Balzac replied, as a loyal servant of the demon king of incarceration, he viewed the Lionheart family with the same respect as him. That's why he apologized and is willing to cooperate in handling this case. But he was still human, so he couldn't contain his grief at the accusations from the Lionheart family. Suddenly, the aura around Balzac became very gloomy. He stated his full name, then he also added that he could still understand if the other person didn't want to show respect to him. But he couldn't understand the abuse they kept throwing at him and his master, the demon of incarceration. Seeing this dark aura, Jin immediately stepped forward and was ready to draw his sword. Carmen said that she didn't want to cause trouble in other areas. Balzac finally volunteered to take care of this matter so that both parties could be satisfied. But Carmen asked if Chief Balzac would still be in place to take care of this. Balzac fell silent. Finally, Carmen said that there was a reason for the suspicions, even if there was someone who wanted to tarnish the name of the Lionheart family that had yet to be proven. So Carmen couldn't get anything from the witnesses even after using torture magic and mental magic, as if this had been carefully planned. It was because of this that he suspected Balzac. Even though Balzac responded to the accusation with a smile, still in his mind this man said if he was the culprit he would erase all traces and evidence properly. But in front of everyone, he adamantly said that he wasn't the culprit, and he has no intention of doing so. Now Carmen believed Balzac's words. She also asked what about the incubus who tried to tie a contract with Iota. Balzac replied that his condition was unsightly, but Carmen insisted on knowing because she had seen many terrible and vile things. Hearing that, Balzac immediately created a black hand from his dark magic energy. With that hand, he created a gate right above the two of them. Then he caught the head of the incubus demon from above. Then this man explained that the demon king of incarceration had taken the incubus soul. If they wanted, Balzac could give them the head of the incubus too. Carmen said curtly they didn't need anything like that. Hearing Carmen's answer, Balzac dropped the head and Carmen immediately kicked it until it was thrown against the wall and shattered. Even though some of the incubus blood was splashed onto Balzac's face, the man didn't look bothered at all. Carmen invites the rest of her family to come home soon. But before that, she turned back to Balzac and warned him not to contact Eugene Lionheart. While wiping the blood on his face, Balzac said that the only one who can control his actions and desires is the demon king of incarceration. So he said emphatically that Carmen couldn't manage herself. After the group of Lionheart family members get out of jail, Carmen asks what Jin thinks about this case, because Carmen suspects Amelia Merwin, a figure who wants to get the position of Black Tower Master. Carmen knows the king of incarceration does not limit the will of the dark magician who has a contract with them. That one demon also doesn't care about the problems that befall his subordinates. Jin replied that if indeed Amelia was the culprit, wouldn't that mean Nahama was the one who instigated him? According to Carmen, Nahama's recent movements were also suspicious. This woman believes that war will break out in a few years. She also concluded they would attack the Duras area first, because Nahama has always been hostile to Duras. If Nahama attacks Duras, like it or not, Keel must prepare to join the war. Those preparations would also definitely summon the Lionheart family. Jin asked if Carmen Amelia thought she was preparing all of this for something big in the future, but Carmen answered that this might also be related to Jebed's trick. Then Carmen asked Jin what would happen if she didn't ignore Balzac's provocation earlier. Jin responds doubtfully that there will be a fight, then everyone will die except for Carmen. Hearing that, Carmen said that Jin was too modest, but Jin himself said he doubted he could defeat a wizard. Carmen suddenly said that she also doubted that she could beat Balzac. That's why he chose to ignore Balzac. Carmen says Iota will be watched closely from now on. A Black Lion Knight has been sent to the Theonis family. He wasn't going to kill Iota outright considering the boy was still a direct descendant of the main house, but he didn't have another chance. Iota will be watched forever and his inheritance rights will also be revoked. Carmen had even heard Theonis was looking for a magic teacher for Iota, but they would stop that. If this incident was exactly what they suspected, then they would try contacting him again. Jin became sad remembering his one nephew. Iota used to be very innocent and interested in magic. He did not expect that his nephew could fall into black magic. At last, they were all ready to climb back into the golden carriage to return. Before leaving, Seal and Jin didn't forget to say goodbye to Eugene. But before they get on the train, Carmen offers Eugene to join the Black Lion Knight, because currently, the position of assistant captain of the 2nd Division is vacant. Carmen could make a recommendation right now, but Eugene just bowed and thanked him for the offer. But for now, he had to decline the offer. Then he wished them all a smooth journey home. Carmen stared at the young man with sharp eyes before finally turning around and getting into the carriage. As the Lionhearts leave, Eugene asks Sir Loberian if Melkis isn't done yet. Sir Loberian said no, because if the woman was done with her business then she would be proud of her new abilities. But since there was no news from Melkis by now, Sir Loberian knew that the woman must be having a hard time getting the contract underway. Meanwhile, at the top of the White Tower, Melkis was still pointing Gwyneth's sword to the sky with sad and hopeful eyes. Melkis stood on the highest floor of the tower facing the storm that Gwyneth had created. This woman had sent a message, but there was no response, so she cursed in her heart. She swore at Tempest because the message she sent to the elemental world went unanswered, even though she deliberately did not warm her body so that her body's sensitivity was maximized. So she was forced to not wear clothes to maintain her body circulation. Once again, Melkis tried to summon the Tempest King of Wind to make a contract with her, but what appeared instead was a plenty bird with a sparkling body full of lightning light. It was the elemental king of lightning, namely Levin. Melkis was surprised to see Levin, who suddenly appeared in front of her even though he was not called. This elemental creature had brought a message from Tempest to tell Melkis to shut up because Tempest didn't want to enter into a contract with Melkis. Realizing Tempest heard her, Melkis stirred up even more. She shouted even louder and said that she was the greatest elemental in the world and the only person who could form a contract with the King of Wind. So Melkis asked the Lord of the Storms to appear because this woman promised to give him whatever she wanted. When Levin asked her to have a bit of embarrassment, Melkis shouted even louder for Tempest to get out. Tired of Melkis' attitude, Levin finally decided to strike the woman with his lightning bolt until Melkis fainted. It was at this point that Levin said that Melkis would not be able to give Tempest what he wanted, because the hurricane wants to go to the north, a place where the demon realm cannot be conquered. A wish that has not been forgotten for several centuries. After saying that, Levin left the White Tower. This is where Melkis is now, putting a languid, gloomy, and full of wrinkled face in front of Eugene. This young man just knew there was someone who could age this fast in 10 days. Eugene tries to ask Melkis what's wrong with the contract. Instantly Melkis' face became even scarier when he swore at Eugene, who must have known the answer from Melkis' current expression. After being asked by Eugene, Melkis got even more irritated. She kept swearing while jumping indistinctly. Nell, who saw this, could not let it go anymore. The little girl came down and asked Melkis to be quiet while referring to her as yesterday's incontinent lady. Instantly Melkis screamed even louder because of embarrassment. Eugene, who heard Melkis scream, could only cover his ears while saying it was very noisy. Eugene then remembers something and asks if Tempest really refused or if was he just telling Melkis to lie. Melkis screamed again while answering why did he have to lie. Eventually, Eugene says that if Melkis had waited for that day to end, it would have been 10 years in total. But Eugene will be generous and count only 9 years if Melkis returns Gwyneth now. So with trembling hands, Melkis finally returned to Gwyneth. Before leaving, this woman advised Eugene to take good care of the Cape of Darkness. After Melkis left, Eugene was busy reading again in one of Akran's rooms. She reads the story of the giant, Kamesh, whose size is beyond reason. Kamesh's age can reach hundreds of years. Dan is the strongest chief in the history of giant. Thousands of humans against hundreds of giants. Do you think the numbers are too few? There was nothing the giants could do. Will the audience have the courage to stand their ground against the giants? But the number of soldiers is not important, because there's Vermouth in there. The arrogant knights who thought themselves superior to the others came to Vermouth and said that they were from the Rose Knights. The leader said he would fight with Vermouth. However, Vermouth did not respond to the knight leader's words, because he doesn't like fighting in groups. Only one person can fight by his side, and he can also be relied on by Vermouth, and that young man is Hamel. When the young man was standing by Vermouth's side, he asked Hamel to take care of the monster's left arm. But Hamel replied that he likes right arms because the giant is right-handed. Vermouth agreed and let Hamel take the monster's right arm, which was 100 times the size of the two of them. Only the holy sword can stop Kamesh's breath. Poisonous breath strengthened by the Demon King's power. The legendary sword only recognizes Vermouth as its owner. So with this, Vermouth is the only one who can kill Kamesh. Finally, Kamesh's head was cut off and a lot of blood was spurting out. But the giants did not back down. But the protection of the Demon King that disturbed humans began to weaken with the death of Kamesh. It was finally at this moment that the charming Sienna was able to show what she was capable of. At this point, Eugene asks if the author of this story is Madame Sienna. Mel, who was by his side, was dumbfounded hearing that, because Eugene was surprised to see the amount of praise for Sienna in the book he was reading. Mel took it as a mockery of Sienna, because no one can praise himself when writing a story. Even if it was Eugene, he would not spare when Eugene made fun of Sienna. After finishing reading the book, Eugene stepped outside. Mel follows and asks where she is going. Eugene replied he wanted to try witchcraft again. Mel thought it was good, but she thought Eugene was arrogant because, at his current level, he still couldn't try the method of witchcraft. Eugene replied with a smile that it would be more satisfying to pull off a difficult challenge. During the 10 days after the Black Lion Knight's departure, Eugene spent most of his time in Akrian. In his mind, this young man realized that he couldn't replicate the Eternal Hole yet, but at least he has to reach 9 circles first. According to Eugene, an eternal hole is simply a massive circle that holds other circles that keep increasing until there is nothing left. The user can spin the circle, destroy it, and then regenerate it to increase its mana capacity. But Eugene doesn't use a circle when using magic. He rotated the stars from the white flame method to create new circles instead of the original ones. Eugene hopes to add just 1 circle in the eternal hole. What Hamel learned in his previous life were cheap mana training methods used by low-level warriors. Hamel supplemented the method with his experience and assisted Sienna in repairing it. That was how Hamel first learned his mana training method: growing the core, then detonating the mana that made up the core continuously, then deploy the mana that has been accelerated by the explosion, with just that Hamel/Kamesh's arms and legs. In the past, Vermouth even praised Hamel as a talented figure in battle, but Sienna called his mana method trash. But in fact, Hamel had managed to reach such a high level before. Now, Hamel was standing in front of the eternal hole and he didn't faint anymore. He saw the circle that was regenerating continuously as well as the massive circle that was shading them. Now Eugene can even see the movement of the mana in it. Now Eugene is sure he can do it, not only as Hamel but also as Eugene Lionheart. He was confident that he could replicate the eternal hole using the white flame method. Until finally, 2 years passed and Eugene had his 19th birthday. Now entering the 19th summer of Eugene Lionheart, he still often went to Akrian to read and study. By his side, there is always Mel, who faithfully accompanies him to study. Mel tried to offer lunch, but Eugene only answered in a moment. If he stopped now, then he would lose focus in writing. Seeing this, Mel asked why Eugene was in such a hurry in writing his thesis. Mel thinks it's best to write slowly so there are no mistakes. Eugene replies that he's in no rush and he's made sure he hasn't done anything wrong. He has made revisions and found no errors in his thesis. So Eugene wrote his thesis with great care. Mel said that usually, wizards complete their thesis on witchcraft in decades. This time Eugene replied that it didn't take him that long to understand witchcraft. Mel was annoyed to hear Eugene's answer. She thinks Eugene is so arrogant because he managed to write his first thesis. Mel advised the young man to stop and study sorcery a little longer. Seeing that his interlocutor was starting to get annoyed, Eugene immediately issued his flagship move by calling little Mel a shy person. Instantly Mel's face was red with embarrassment. She reminds Eugene not to cross the line by calling him that, especially considering that he is 200 years older than Eugene. Eugene changed the subject and asked if Mel didn't want him to leave immediately. To this question, Mel paused and looked away. Eugene adds that he's been coming and going for 2 years, but he realized that he was the only one who came to that floor every day. Mel replied that the other witches had seen the witchcraft a long time ago, so they were amazed and started to analyze it. In the end, they all failed and chose to focus on completing their magic. But Eugene has been coming to Akrian every day for the past 2 years and is trying to understand witchcraft. Mel also asked if Eugene would leave Aroth after his thesis was finished. Eugene answered with the question, remembering what else could he do in that place. Mel replies Eugene can do anything. It's not certain when Sir Loberian will retire, but if Eugene asks, she will appoint Eugene as his successor. Eugene replies he doesn't want to be a tower master. Does Mel ask what if Eugene becomes a court mage? Because their captain, Trapel Wizardor, wants to recruit Eugene. The white-haired youth replied the captain was too friendly, and he didn't like that. Mel reminds him that the prince also likes Eugene. This kid thought if Eugene worked for him, then he could brag about it for decades to come. Eugene appreciated that, but he wasn't in the mood. Mel had said that Eugene couldn't possibly be the head of the family, so why to return to the Lionheart family? Eugene replies he doesn't need a reason to come home. Mel says that what Eugene has accomplished over the past few years is extraordinary even for Mel. In the half year that Eugene had written his thesis, he had managed to simplify a complex magic theory, as well as increasing his magic in the process. Eugene answered the thesis only for his pleasure. After all, only Eugene could use that technique. Eugene wrote it only to regulate his magic. He didn't want to show his thesis to the Academy or the Association, because there will be no magician who can use the circle flame method. Sir Loberian once said that aside from understanding magic, this is specifically impossible, because Eugene doesn't use the usual circle method. Eugene replaced the white flame method star with a circle, but that doesn't mean that other white flame methods can replicate it. Sir Loberian had even tried Eugene's technique according to his thesis, but she failed from the start. She had never made cores or studied white flames, so she replaced it with a circle, but her mana ended up upside down instead. Now Eugene has become a 4-star white flame method user. Not only that, but Eugene also managed to add an eternal hole to his circle, crafting a ring with 4 stars, then exploding the mana in it continuously as Hamel did in the past. The ring of what was constantly rotating ensured that his mana would not flow outside the circle. That's a new method called Circle Flame. At first, Eugene wanted to try that when he reached 5 stars, but after seeing the witchcraft, he changed his mind. Eugene spent quite a bit of time on the 6th floor, Hall of Space, and on the 8th floor, a Hall of Intense Heat. This 8th floor houses the magic book belonging to the strongest fire mage in the world, and Eugene needs to learn space magic so he can control his cloak properly. Sir Loberian made Eugene his apprentice to help check and revise his thesis. Sir Loberian also helped Eugene refine a basic circle magic spell to implement into his circle flame method. This young man spent half his time in Akrian, and the other half to learn magic from Sir Loberian. These 2 years at Aroth were exhausting. Eugene asks Mel if she is mad, because the boy asked Eugene to leave, even though she didn't want Eugene to go. Mel replies that she is not angry and she has no right to stop Eugene from leaving. Mel says Eugene can leave anytime if that's what he wants. Mel had no desire to go anywhere, but even if she wanted to go, she couldn't. So she told Eugene to just go away and leave himself alone in that lonely and boring place. Mel says she wouldn't be sad at all if she had to say goodbye to Eugene after spending so many years with him, because Mel is not a living human and she understands that humans always do whatever they want. Stuffing the paper into his robes, Eugene asks is that the case. Mel confirmed that because she had lived 200 years before Eugene, so she was used to goodbyes, but at least she asked Eugene to inform herself before the young man was going to leave. So Mel requested that Eugene not leave her without saying a word like Madame Sienna. Eugene also agreed to it. Mel is annoyed because he has poured out his heart, but Eugene is still cold. So Mel accuses Eugene of being a disgusting man. As Eugene started to walk out of the room, Mel kept insisting on calling the boy a disgusting man. Mel says she hates Eugene, because according to her Eugene is still a child but does not respect older people. Suddenly Mel's tone dropped when she said she would be confused if Eugene suddenly wanted to stay at Aroth because of her. Mel explains that her personality is based on Madame Sienna when she was young, so her feelings and attitude are still childish. Mel realized that sometimes she said inappropriate things and sounded stubborn, but she also felt stupid for saying all that. She thought Madame Sienna wouldn't act like that, so Mel felt like she was insulting Madame Sienna with her current attitude. Eugene this time answered with a sweet smile when he said that the real Madame Sienna would also act exactly like Mel. Of course, Mel didn't believe that. She was sure that Madame Sienna would not act stupid. Mel blamed Eugene for being so suspicious of her Madame Sienna, but with a big smile, Eugene replied that he believed it. Mel asks if Eugene thinks like that after reading a picture book written based on someone's imagination. But the girl had not finished speaking. Eugene interrupted her by saying that the young man's thesis would be finished soon. If he's not too mainstream, then he could finish before the summer. So he was going to visit Mel before he left, and he was going to tell her something at that time. Mel scowled at Eugene's words. She asked in a harsh tone if Eugene would laugh at her at that moment. Eugene just smiled very sweetly, then turned around and said he would tell everything in time. The story continues with the captain of the Trapel Wizard Orc greeting him kindly as soon as Eugene comes out of the library. But Eugene's face immediately turned gloomy seeing this man with a thin mustache in front of him, because he already knew what the captain would say. Captain Trapel said again that the vacant position previously discussed is currently vacant, so if Eugene changes his mind at any moment, he can still fill in. But Eugene insists he doesn't want the position. Then Captain Trapel asked how was the progress of his dissertation or thesis. If Eugene wanted, Captain Trapel could help him with that. Of course, the captain knew that Eugene's mentor, the Red Tower Master, had already reviewed the thesis. But considering that the Red Tower Master was only an expert in summoning magic, the captain, who was also an expert in combat magic, offered to help check it out. But Eugene rejected the offer because Captain Tremple would not understand the topic being discussed. Inside his heart, the captain of Trimpel was grumbling because all this time Eugene only showed the results of his thesis to the Red Tower Master and hid it so well. Captain Trimpel could only smile awkwardly as he asked if he could tell about the thesis. That was because he was also used to teaching other people. Eugene only thanks him for the offer, but he's fine. Eugene is worried that if he accepts Captain Trimpel's offer, it will offend Sir Loberian. Captain Trimpel was still trying to persuade the young man in front of him by saying it would be a private secret between the two of them. But Eugene didn't respond and immediately turned around and walked away, saying goodbye. This young man walked dejectedly down the hall. Eugene is worried that Captain Trimpel will get even angrier if he finds out that he has made an eternal hole. He was worried that Captain Trimpel would crawl into his room to urge him on, because the circle flame method is not too different from the white frame method when casting spells. Not even a great wizard like Captain Trimpel would be able to see the difference. Eugene smiled happily at the thought that he could hide his ability from a high-level magician. It felt completely satisfying in Eugene's heart. The gunshot dust after the explosion filled Eugene's private practice room again. Sir Loberian, who was watching him practice, commented that he was setting aside the number of magic spells that could be cast. If you only judge from his strength, Eugene seems to be above 5 circles. Eugene answered 4 circles is the current limit. Advanced level magic couldn't survive in the eternal hole. Eugene asked his teacher if the warm-up was still lacking. Sir Loberian said it was not so. Simply put, it has reached its max content limit, and Eugene has not succeeded in perfectly imitating the eternal hole with the circle flame method, because Eugene replaced the circle with his core. Up to 4 stars of the white flame method and 4 cores. It would be more accurate to view it as the number of cores equal to the number of circles. In simple terms, every time the white frame method increases, Eugene's circle method will also increase. But Sir Loberian asked Eugene to be careful because the current circle flame method doesn't have any weaknesses. The risk would probably increase each time Eugene leveled up because this magic method was unprecedented. Sir Loberian has often said this. Eugene asked by mentioning that he couldn't use his magic high. Sir Loberian again explained that the circle frame method is not the same as the usual circle method, because this method allows Eugene to use advanced magic and he can use 5 circle magic easily, but don't try 6 circle magic, because they still don't know what danger will come when Eugene uses magic that has never been used before. Eugene replied that he understood that. Sir Loberian asked if Eugene really wouldn't return to the Lionheart family immediately after he finished his thesis. Sir Loberian also asked where Eugene would go. Eugene answered he wanted to try Luhar Kingdom's famous ice crab. Within his mind, this young man remembered that Luhar was a country founded by Malon. Sir Loberian was of course surprised to hear that Eugene wanted to go all the way to Luhar just to eat ice crab, considering there are many ice crab restaurants in Eroth. Eugene countered this by saying that eating at his place would be better. Eugene said again that after eating ice crab at Luhar, he wanted to go to Nahama. He reasoned that the scorpion cactus over there was delicious. Though in his heart, Eugene wanted to find Anis, who had become a saintess in the Holy Empire, Eurus. But the woman decided to travel without telling the emperor her destination. Anis was last seen in the middle of the Nahama desert. Sir Loberian said that she had not expected Eugene to like that kind of food, so she invited Eugene to have lunch at a restaurant that provides seafood. But when they arrived at the restaurant, Eugene's face suddenly turned sullen when Prince Honin appeared before him. This young man did not expect to meet the prince at the restaurant. First, Prince Honin apologized for interrupting their lunch, but he will get to the point. Prince Honin asks Eugene to stay in Eroth and will be promised the position of captain of the castle's army of wizards. The prince even swore in his name. Eugene replies that it will be hard to do, but the prince convinced the young man because he would become king of Eroth in 10 years. Instantly, Sir Loberian was shocked to hear the prince's words. This witch said that the prince's words were very dangerous, considering the current king was still very healthy. Prince Honin asked Sir Loberian not to misunderstand because he had been promised the throne for a long time. The inheritance right almost certainly belonged to the prince, and the people of Eroth also believed that he would be the next king. The castle's army of magicians was under the command of the king. Of course, out of respect for the Senate, the prince had to go through some process, but Eugene would be worthy of that position in 10 years. Eugene replied calmly that he was grateful because the prince's evaluation was so high on him, but Eugene didn't know how far his progress would be. The prince said it was because Eugene and Red Tower Master managed to hide his progress so well. Even they wouldn't want to tell the prince why, so he could only guess. From behind his glasses, the prince saw Eugene's body filled with mana. Just seeing that, the prince was able to conclude that this young man in front of him had probably reached the 5th circle level. So the prince asked if Eugene managed to understand witchcraft. Eugene asks if he needs to answer that. However, with a smile on the prince's face, He said that by answering like that, he had answered some of the prince's questions. Eugene said he didn't want to lie to the prince, but he didn't want to be honest with the prince either. Eugene didn't hate Eroth or the position of captain of the castle's army of mages, he was just reluctant. Prince says with Eugene's current ability, he can gain a strong position anywhere. The prince realized it seems that strength alone will not be able to keep Eugene in Eroth, so he offers education. The prince started talking about Sienna the Wise, who had created 3 books for the witchcraft series. One is on display in a public place in Akrian, and the other 2 are kept in the treasure room of the royal palace. Instantly Eugene and Sir Loberian were stunned to hear that. Eugene remembers that the other 2 series belong to Sienna alone. Sir Loberian instead asked the prince boldly, since when did the royal family have that book? Prince Honin asked the master of the Red Tower not to misunderstand, because all they had was a copy Madame Sienna had given them as a token of friendship. Not even they knew the location of Madame Sienna and the 2 original books. Eugene asks if Prince Honin will show the other series of witchcrafts that are stored in the royal family treasury. Prince answered doubtfully that now it sounds impossible, although it was true that he had won the Nobel King's heart. But witchcraft is the best textbook of all time. Even Prince can't do anything when it comes to witchcraft. But once he becomes king, the prince can use his powers to give Eugene access to witchcraft. But the prince couldn't show that to the Red Tower master. So Prince Honin asks Eugene what he thinks about this, because this offer is really good. Meanwhile, Eugene is just silent with a serious face. He seemed to be thinking about this matter very carefully. Eugene thought it seemed he didn't have to think much longer. He had felt with all his body and soul just how extraordinary the witchcraft had been over the past 2 years. The first volume stored on Akrian alone was amazing, so the other 2 volumes must be even better than that. Besides the possibility that the other volumes contain clues to Sienna's whereabouts, perhaps Eugene can find traces that not even the Eroth kingdom could. After that, Eugene said that if he wasn't sure at this time, then Eugene would come to Eroth after he ascended the throne. They could continue the discussion another time if the opportunity arose. Hanan Abram asks Eugene if he still wants to be free and unfettered. Then Hanan will send a letter after successfully becoming king. Upon hearing that, Eugene thanked him. In a different place, Mel was reading a book and thought Eternal Whole and Core had merged perfectly. Indeed, it wasn't complete, but structurally she couldn't see any more mistakes. Even though the Eternal Whole wasn't as good as Sienna's, her circle flame method far surpassed ordinary circle magic. Mel closed the book while praising it with amazing words. Then she told Eugene that from a normal point of view the methods there were still incomplete, but why was Eugene still being so casual? Mel said that it felt like the thesis was a little selfish because maybe only Eugene could use the methods in it. So according to Eugene, the level of completeness is extraordinary. After that, Mel asked when Eugene would go to Eroth because his thesis was currently finished. Eugene replies that it's likely he'll be leaving the day after tomorrow, as he still wants to rest, besides that the Red Tower will be holding a farewell party for him. Mel's face turned gloomy when she heard what Eugene said. Mel said that Eugene could eat well there, then everyone would praise him. Eugene just smiled. He knew that Mel was jealous of him. Then he asked Mel, did she remember a few months ago, Eugene wanted to say something before going to Eroth? Mel remembered that. Then Eugene continued that he wanted to check something before doing so could he tell someone and then have them share the information with Mel? Hearing the question, Mel immediately grunted and said Eugene must be suspicious of her. Eugene acted so definitely afraid that Mel would leak his thesis or information to the outside world. Eugene asked again, did Mel ever do that? Mel answered right away, of course, even though a lot of people bothered her when Eugene wasn't there. Even if the witchcraft was forcibly dismantled, it would be impossible to find that information. All the information and conversations of the witches that were gleaned after researching Sienna's relics were stored in the witchcraft's deepest vault. This wasn't because Eugene was anything special, but it did function to respect the secrets of the magicians who entered Akrian. So as long as the witchcraft isn't completely destroyed, then Eugene's information will never leak out. Then Eugene said, if everything is that safe, it means that what will be said will not leak either. Mel confirmed and said if Eugene could say anything, why should he be so afraid? I reincarnated. The spontaneous words made Mel couldn't believe it and said that it was nonsense. Then Eugene said again that he was reincarnated and he still had memories of his previous life. Mel said that it was just a joke, making her want to laugh out loud, but Eugene said again that his name used to be Hamel Dinas, or Hamel the Stupid as he was usually called. Mel had a hard time believing that, but if true, then there are several possibilities about Eugene that make sense. Eugene managed to understand the Eternal Whole even though he had only studied magic for 2 years. He also managed to imitate them with his keen senses and change them according to his needs. But if he remembers his previous life and is a former colleague of Vermouth the Great, there is a possibility that he really is Hamel the Stupid. According to Mel, Hamel the Stupid is quite a unique person. Sienna the Wise grew up in a forest of elves and studied the magic of the forest's inhabitants. Malon the Brave is the son of the great chieftain of a tribe renowned for their fighting prowess in the brutal north. Annas the Faithful is a saintess candidate treated by the cardinals of the Holy Empire Uras throughout their lives, and Vermouth the Great used to be a slave. Vermouth is included in the entourage of slaves who are made as an offering to the demons. He stole a demon's sword to survive as hard as he could, and with that first swing of the sword, he managed to kill dozens of demons and black wizards who controlled the slave. When he led other slaves to escape Helmuth, he managed to kill hundreds of beasts. However, to be honest, he thought the story was greatly exaggerated. Legend stories were usually like that. Eugene says if you don't see it firsthand, but are sure the story is true, Vermouth is really strong. Mel continues that if Hamel the Stupid is the most unique person in the party, he doesn't start out as prominent as Vermouth. He also didn't have a special background like the others. He only took up the sword after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters. He also became a mercenary filled with hatred for monsters and demon kings. Despite his humble background in the hero party, he was able to grow strong enough to stand alongside the other members in just a few years. If it was true that Eugene was Hamel's reincarnation, then now he understood why his growth rate was so extraordinary. Even though Hamel, who appeared in the fairy tale book, had a bad personality, his growth rate was extraordinary even among party heroes. Eugene countered that Hamel used to always want to surpass Vermouth when traveling together because he wasn't good at magic, so he encountered familiar things, namely spear swords and even martial arts, so he can surpass Vermouth. However, he could never defeat Vermouth. Eugene didn't care if others called him a genius, all he wanted was to beat Vermouth even once, but he couldn't do it until the end of his life. Then Mel asked why Eugene said that to her, even though Mel also didn't know where Sienna was. Eugene said that he wasn't looking for that information. He said that because after knowing Mel for 2 years, he felt that Mel was very similar to Sienna in both face and character. Mel confirmed moreover that she was based on Sienna's childhood. Then Eugene grabs Mel's head and asks if he thinks Eugene has crossed the line. Mel replied that it was fine and that she would forgive him since he was Sienna's partner. Eugene asked again, did Mel think Sienna was dead? Mel gets angry and says it can't be happening. Eugene smiled and said of course that didn't happen, because Sienna couldn't have died without leaving any will. So he promised to find Sienna since Eugene believed his comrades were still alive somewhere in that world, and he will find it. Mel asked, did Eugene really want to bring Sienna home? Of course Eugene would. Mel missed her too, all the more reason to bring him home. Eugene found Sienna annoying. She had ignored her familiars for 200 years. Mel was angry when Eugene insulted Sienna. Eugene said he had the right to do so because she had said so much nonsense and insults to Eugene 300 years ago. Mel then asked Eugene to swear an oath before witchcraft. Eugene agreed. After that, they headed to the place where the witchcraft was. Eugene then swears in front of witchcraft and Lionheart's blood and name that he is telling the truth. Mel, who stood at the front, then said, after Sienna, many witches tried to dismantle her and witchcraft, but there was something they never knew about: the information stored in the roots of witchcraft. What they talked about that day would be stored there and would never be revealed to anyone. What was about to be discussed was also unknown to the rest of Eroth's population. There were signs before Sienna disappeared. A week before she left, Mel was accompanying her in Akrian's room, when suddenly Sienna fell to the floor with a groan. When Mel asked the cause, Sienna said her familiar had died. It was said that someone had looted Hamel's tomb and Sienna was very angry at that time. Eugene, who heard that, just found out that there is a tomb. According to Mel there is, but Mel also only found out about that fact after being told by Sienna at the time. It wasn't long before Sienna disappeared and Mel hid the conversation deep within the witchcraft, as it was something no one had ever told anyone before Sienna disappeared. Mel didn't want to burden him in case it wasn't something he wanted to talk about with other people. But because Eugene is Hamel, therefore Eugene has the right to know. Eugene was still thinking about his grave. He never thought his body would disappear due to a Belial curse, because a Lick's curse would destroy one's body and soul. That's generally true, but Hamel's soul is nothing and he can be reincarnated, which means his body is intact as well. Eugene confirmed that, and it seemed Sienna had a hand in reincarnation. Eugene was out of there and walking home. On the way he kept thinking about his grave, which might be currently stored somewhere. But where is it? Usually people will choose a location that is meaningful in their life as the location of their grave. There's no way the location is where Hamel died. Then he remembered something about his hometown. There, Balzac suddenly appeared, which made Eugene immediately dislike him, because he actually knew that Balzac had been following him, but he deliberately ignored it. Balzac says that he heard that Eugene will be leaving Eroth in the next 2 days to go to Luhar and Nahama. He is worried that since Luhar is in the north close to Helmuth, Lionheart's influence will mean nothing there. Luhar used to forbid demons from entering their territory, but the royal family changed the rules 5 years ago. There are many species of demons in Helmuth, and some of them disobeyed Master Balzac, that is, the Demon King of Incarceration. But the Demon King of Incarceration isn't the only Demon King there. Then Eugene asked if that meant the Demon Kings wanted to start a war. Balzac rebutted because according to him the Demon King of Apocalypse did not like violence, and he respected the Demon King of Incarceration. If the Demon King of Incarceration doesn't start something, then the Demon King of Apocalypse will do the same. Eugene remembered that he had seen the Demon King Apocalypse once in his life, although Eugene wasn't sure what he saw at that time. In a vast plain, a color seems to move very fast. No one has the idea to kill or fight it. If the Anis at that time is not able to win them, then they will definitely become madmen. Balzac then said, but just because the Demon King of Incarceration didn't do anything, and Demon King Apocalypse also kept silent, it didn't mean all the demons thought that way. Demons are violent. There have been many demons who have been disturbed by peace over the centuries. It does sound funny since it was Balzac who said that, but demons are not a peace-loving species. Then Eugene asked Balzac, is he sure they can do something to him even though the Demon Kings are keeping the peace? Balzac said that few demons did that. This didn't only apply to the demons who were under the Demon King of Incarceration. The demons who serve the Demon King of Apocalypse will do anything to end their king's silence. And there were also Demon Kings with high positions who wanted to become the new Demon King because now there were only 2 Demon Kings. The original number was 5. There were currently 3 seats vacant, and Duchess of Yahello really wanted those positions. They also couldn't possibly vote because they would definitely destroy the voting box if it didn't turn out the way they had hoped. Then Eugene thought about whether he could win against the Night Witch Queen Noir Sevilla with the power he currently has. He really has the desire to go to Luhar, but it seems he can't do that yet. Eugene thanks Balzac for warning him. He will go to Nahama first and then go to Luhar. Balzac also said that Eugene had to be careful there because there was Amelia Merwin. She was a great black magician even before tying the contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration gave Balzac a lot of freedom, but Amelia got a lot of freedom, far greater than the Demon King of Incarceration. Then Balzac gave something to Eugene that Eugene had to give when he met Amelia. If he handed it over, no matter what she had done to him, she would not be able to hurt Eugene. Eugene then opened the envelope. He was surprised to see the contents inside the envelope. It turned out that the contents of the envelope inside were empty. Balzac said that if the contents were not important, the most important thing was the letter from him that Eugene would bring later. Then Balzac gives the letter to Eugene and says that he can do nothing about the danger that will come to him in Nahama, but at least Balzac can handle Amelia Merwin's temper. If Eugene insisted on going to Nahama, Balzac asked to take it with him. Eugene then asked what exactly Balzac asked of him. Balzac replied, indeed he could not let go of the bad prejudice about dark magicians, but he asked for help to receive the goodwill from him. Seeing this, Eugene felt suspicious, especially since the Black Tower Master was being so friendly towards him. It was very worrying. Balzac asks Eugene not to misunderstand him. He just wants to build a close relationship with human relations. According to him, besides, he was not the only one who behaved like that. There were many other people who did the same thing. Eugene said that he would gratefully accept the gift. He was very grateful for the help from the Balzac. He feels like he wants to invite Balzac to his farewell party tomorrow, but doesn't really come tomorrow. Eugene said that just now he was just trying to speak his heart out. Eugene thinks human feelings are unique, and he wants to invite Balzac, but at the same time, if Balzac comes to his farewell party tomorrow, instead of Eugene feeling happy, he will really hate Balzac. Balzac said that he would not come tomorrow, hearing that Eugene thanked him amazed at his generosity. After that, Eugene said goodbye and walked away from there. Balzac didn't say anything at all. The next day, Eugene's farewell party was held and many people who came there were invited by Eugene, including the Blue Tower Master. The two of them chatted, including discussing why some Tower Masters were not invited by Eugene. Eugene said the Blue Tower Master must know the reason. Then the Blue Tower Master replied that their attitude was like that because they knew that Eugene was very talented. Moreover, in the past, the Blue Tower Master wanted to recruit Eugene, but he respected the Red Tower Master, who had made him an apprentice. He had expected it too, but Eugene really didn't invite Balzac there. Eugene then says if he invites him, maybe the other masters won't like it. Then he asked who the Black Tower Master really was. He used to be a student in the Blue Tower, and he was in the same class as the Blue Tower Master. The Master says both in the past and present he is a very mysterious person. 10 years ago, Balzac was supposed to be the Blue Tower Master. He was a very extraordinary magician, but he suddenly came out of the Blue Tower and went to Helmut. The reason was that he wanted to expand his knowledge of magic. At that time, the Master was weaker than Balzac, but the Master was able to become a Blue Tower Master thanks to his departure. And 10 years later, Balzac has become a black magician after returning from Helmut. He then moved to the Black Tower and was appointed Black Tower Master thanks to the support of other black magicians. Balzac should be the greatest Tower Master in the history of the Blue Tower, but apparently that wasn't enough for him. How powerful a human's magic was would be limited, and it would be impossible to surpass a Demon King. The Master then says that he heard that Eugene is going to Nahama. The Master says the desert is not a peaceful land, This is not very good advice, so go ahead if Eugene will ignore it. But if he still wants to go to Nahama, hide the fact that he is a Lionheart. Currently, the situation there is heating up. Assassin of Nahama, which usually moves in the dark, is now starting to operate openly. They dared to find fault with the Lionheart family of the Keel Empire, and it wouldn't hurt to be on guard. Eugene thanks him and says he'll keep that in mind. Then after Eugene went to Nahama, he saw a vast desert. Then he thought that the Cape of Darkness looked very conspicuous in such a desert. But luckily the cape that he had the function of transformation magic. And the robe also resonates with the senses of its owner so that he can regulate the external and internal temperature of the body. The cloak ensured that the wearer was comfortable in the scorching heat, and the magic map he got from the Loberian coordinates locked to his current footing location. It will tell you its current location. Now Eugene is on the west side of Nahama. If he continues to go north from there, then he will reach Taraf. At first, he wanted to find his grave first and visit his hometown, which is located on the border of Taraf. But he didn't have to. After the last 300 years, the Nahama desert is getting whiter little by little. The unnatural sandstorm is slowly devouring all the surrounding regions. That's why Hamel's hometown, which is located on the border of Tarath, has become part of the desert. Tarath is a small country. They had no other choice but to leave the territory that had turned into a desert due to sandstorms. After that, the area that turned into a desert will become part of the Nahama area. 300 years ago, the demon kings arose, which caused the demons to advance and the monsters to attack everything. Nahama tried to steal the opportunity to invade Keel Empire, but they failed because in the end Vermouth went to help Keel. Eugene thought that he hated the country even in his previous life. Indeed, it has been 300 years, but his hatred towards them is still the same. Then he intended to search his own grave and asked Sienna, "Anis, please wait a little longer, for I would find them all for sure." Well, that's the end of Season 1. We thank you very much for watching all parts of the story of Damn Reincarnation. When Season 2 is out, then we will discuss it. So thank you and have a nice day.